Okay, this is almost something I wish I would do while not driving, but this is like a little funny thing I thought of, like a parody of the Darth Plagueis story from Revenge of the Sith. It's like, have you ever heard the tragedy of not Darth, fuck, I fucked up already. I'll try to do it all in character the whole time, so not that I'm much of a voice actor. Have you ever heard the tragedy of, I keep fucking it up. Have you ever, voice act while driving in a car, except you theoretically could do that if it wasn't so noisy and shitty. Just like if you have a scene in a car in a movie, Marlon Brando could do it in On the Waterfront or whatever, but I don't know if the car was really moving there even or not, but... Did you ever hear the tragedy of... Did you ever hear the tragedy of Emperor Majorian? Fuck, I can't do it. Or yeah, like people say Majora's Mask is based on him, but nobody knows who he is even. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Emperor Majorian the Noble? Majorian was an emperor of the late Roman Empire, so honorable and so noble. He used his power to influence the Senate to be less corrupt. He had such a knowledge of the fiscal system, he even created a new currency based on gold. He could actually save the Roman Empire from collapse. The gold standard is a pathway to many fiscal systems, some consider to be self-sufficient. What happened to him? He became so honorable, the only thing he was afraid of was being corrupted himself. Unfortunately, he told his Senate everything he planned. Then his Senate stabbed him in the back. Ironic. He could save others from corruption, but not himself. Like, as if to imply the public. He could save his people from corruption, but not himself. Because corruption is why he was actually killed. He was actually a good guy. One of the rare leaders in history who's just a good, trying to do genuine good. And then the final line could be like, is it possible to learn this power only from a libertarian like Ron Paul? It's not exactly like the gold standard, but let me try to do it again, actually. I'm doing like a dumb voice for Anakin, like whatever the stand-in. Right, like the guy who would be asking him questions. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Emperor Majorian the Honorable? Majorian was an emperor of the late Roman Empire, so honorable and so pure, he used his power to influence the Senate to become less corrupt. He had such a knowledge of the economy, he even created a new fiscal system centered around gold. He could actually save the Roman Empire from collapse. The gold standard is a pathway to many fiscal systems, some considered to be self-sufficient. What happened to him? He became so honorable, the only thing he was afraid of was being corrupted himself. Unfortunately, he told his Senate everything he planned, then his Senate stabbed him in the back. Ironic. He could save others from corruption, but not himself. Is it possible to learn this power only from a libertarian? That's like a good bit, like if you did it properly with better voice acting and stuff. I was trying to do it like a little faster so I could do it like in one shot. But no, I'm doing Anakin's voice like a complete moron, just to try to distinguish it. Like, I could go through like 100 different scenarios like this, just... the whole joke being that Ron Paul could have told you the same thing. Saddam Hussein was trying to make a new currency, that's why he was really killed. But yeah, I mean, the fiscal system, and yeah, like he delayed the inevitable collapse of the Roman Empire with the Byzantine Empire coming about. Like, you know, he could have been the bulwark that stopped the collapse, right? Just like with the U.S., Donald Trump could potentially, although with his own flaws, he could potentially be the one who stops the collapse of the country. But it seems like it's going to happen anyway, right? At least in its current state. It doesn't mean the U.S. will cease to exist. It just means it will not be anything like what it was. Like the British Empire, you know, Britain's still a country. It's just not what it was, obviously. It's a pretty small country, too, to think about all the influence it had. Right, like where your conquered territories are bigger than your actual country, home country. Let me try it, like, once more. Fuck it, we did well enough, but the point is, did you ever hear the tragedy of Emperor Majorian, the Honorable? Majorian was an emperor of the late Roman Empire. So honorable and so pure, he used his power to influence the Senate to be less corrupt. He had such a knowledge of the fiscal system, he could even create a new currency based around gold. He could actually save the Roman Empire from collapse. The gold standard is the pathway to many fiscal systems, some considered to be self-sufficient, or many currencies would be better, some considered to be self-sufficient. What happened to him? And even that, like, he became so, like, not even honorable, because that seems kind of stupid. He became so determined. The only thing he was concerned about was losing his power, I guess, which eventually, of course, he did. Unfortunately, he told his Senate everything he planned. Then his Senate stabbed him in the back. Ironic. He could save his people from corruption, but not himself. Is it possible to learn this power? Learn this method? Is it possible to learn this method? Not from or only from a libertarian. Some of it's meant to be like the inverse of what it would have been, like in the original. Like instead of not from a Jedi, it's like only from a Sith, basically, only from a whatever. And of course, there's a much more positive spin on the whole thing. So here, let's go ahead and watch. Let's watch another part of this. But no, I kind of like that. Like, what's another one I could do? Did you ever hear the tragedy of who's somebody who's died, or I don't know? It works better if somebody dies. You could do it with Julius Caesar himself. People make fun of that, like in parodies. Did you ever hear the tragedy of the Senate? He taught, like Julius Caesar, he taught his Senate everything he knew. Then his Senate killed him in his Senate. Like replaced every word with Senate, and so it actually works out for the Julius Caesar story. He taught his Senate everything he knew. Then his Senate killed him in his Senate. Because, you know, Senate is both a place and a, you know, collective body, basically. So what else do we have here? We're doing Jodi Arias trial day 1, Marie Hall and Sterling Williams, full audio enhanced at 27:00, starting in 3, 2, 1. So he didn't sneak Jodi in there. I almost want to see her and Jodi face off somehow. Like if they had gotten into some jealous bout about Travis, fighting over Travis. But she didn't even like Travis, really. Oh yeah, like he wouldn't do that to try to make you jealous, though? I'm sure he did behind closed doors, like locker room talk, just like he did with Jodi. Like, why would he go along with that? He must have sent you like a text or an email in the meantime. But he was just so broken up that you didn't love him that he killed himself. How about that? Everything's always 7:30 to 10:30. He's trying to play all hard to get like you are. You were just worried he chose somebody else to take on the trip instead of you. Like, how good must that make you feel? Right, like, oh, he's chasing me, courting me, even though, taking me on the trip. Oh, here comes the stalker. Hearsay, objection, hearsay. He was like trying to stop her from saying that. At night or in the morning? Yeah, let's have the dog testify in a true Phoenix Wright moment. Dog is going to be an essential piece of evidence here. Oh yeah, use the dog as evidence. Objection, hearsay. The dog can't fucking give you information. Or to see if, like, you could, like, how do you eventually get in? Check under the mat. He's friends with a lot of women. Or, according to the movie, Jodi would have sent messages to her. She's handling it pretty well, though. But how do you get in? She already mentioned one light. But whose car was it then? Was it Travis's? But she would have known Travis's car. There wasn't really a question there. She kind of just did it. That's kind of hearsay that I heard the code. What kind of car? Objection. What kind of bike then, too? He's kind of interrupting even his own witness, though. She's like the first one to testify in the whole trial, so there's a certain significance. If she found the body, or the other friends could also testify. She seems to have animus towards Jodi, though. She mentioned the stalker. So that wasn't the bathroom. This was just his way to bait you to bring you home, to get you to come into his house. This fucking dog, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, what are you telling? A story where you gotta build this drama with the dog barking in the background, and then the dog will suddenly stop. Yeah, I'm gonna make that account. And I was thinking what should I do as the icon? I was just gonna do an X. But I'm actually gonna do, I'll do it one of those porn titles too. Or I don't know, XXX stream games. I'll do it. Or extreme gaming. I'll do the adult only icon though as my thumbnail. AO to identify the ESRB thing. He had a projector room or something. Yeah, because we totally didn't sleep together. That's the implication. How did you know that? You must have had an affair. Or I thought it was an ex-boyfriend. This really was suspenseful, though. They find the other bathroom last. getting zero objections out of Nurmi over there. He's asleep. How do they decide who objects too? They don't want to overlap, so like they take turns, I guess. Right? Sometimes it'll be you're on objection duty, they're on objection duty, Nurmi or Wilmot. What kind of witness are you? You stop looking. They should be the main witness. So you didn't really see the body. Right, you gotta call the boyfriend and Michelle and stuff. It's not a funeral, I mean... And you can't give him an open casket because he's fucking cut up so bad, I guess. She's at the table, like she must be pointing by like, yeah, the table, like for the court reporter purposes. She's all jealous and passive aggressive. You already said you knew that he had a stalker, so you didn't connect the dots, or you didn't know it was her? I don't remember her saying that. When did she say she's 33? Let's see how Nurmi tries to discredit her. You were trying to lie to protect Travis from being excommunicated or something. Or you're a bitch because you were rejecting him so much. And he would stay on you and court you. But I like the fact that they interacted. That's kind of what I want to hear more of. See, that's more like commentary than a question. I want to sit down and take a shit, and I want to eat some cookies, and I want $1 million, okay? Oh, and I also want to win the lottery, and I also want to jack off to your face, and I, like, what are you talking about? Like, I want to eat a bunch of chicken wings, and I want to, whatever, I want to be the next Elon Musk, okay? Okay, and then I also want to play WoW Classic, and I also want to, like, I love it. Just like, I want to do this, okay? I want to do that, okay? I bet people are simping all for her in the comments. He just has like a low-key disposition. That's sort of what Jodi almost tries to put on. Like, she tries to pretend. Poor victim of brainwashing by the church. Jodi giving Nurmi almost a dirty look there. No glasses, no mousy librarian look. Look at him defining terms like an absolutist tendency, try to break it down. Now we can use that in the future. This is like in a game, like you unlock this new term or concept. Now you can ask people about it in your investigation, or now you can use this as evidence because that word came up, like a key word that would be highlighted. That is such a cool moment. No, I don't like to use wards. Thank you very much. I prefer just being an offensive spellcaster like in a game. A ward is like a defensive thing that'll absorb magic like in Skyrim or some shit. What about the organization for children in the wards? Because they'll get taken advantage of apparently by members of the church. It's less about being a member of the ward than being a member of the church itself, just... the greatest confession scene in movie history, where Antonius Block is confessing to death, not knowing it's death, and he learns like his next move in the chess game that they're playing against each other for his life. But God's not here. Should we subpoena God, as one would say? God will judge your sins, but it's my job to take you to him. One of the best lines from Man on Fire, right? He says something like that, like, judgment is the province of God. It's not my job to judge you, but it is my job to deliver you to him so that you can be judged, basically. That's such a badass line. Or if you were both sexually sinning, which could be seen as a form of abuse, especially like sodomy. Just ask that one show in Africa, Uganda special, sodomy, whatever he says in some other language. Where the only word I recognize in his rant is sodomy. Sodomy of the highest order. Yeah, they're not investigators. They need an investigative crew from the bishop. You can have the court reporter read it back. He kind of lost his question of, like, in other words, the bishop has no way to find out unless you tell them. That was the point of what he was trying to make. It's hard to know whether he's reading notes, but he's doing a pretty good job off the top of his head with what he's doing. I've never heard that before, actually. Somebody who's worthy of the temple, you dumbass. That's my fetish. When a pretty girl says obey, aren't you gonna swing a pocket watch in front of me and hypnotize me to obey you? This is really, the Marie Hall ASMR hypnosis fetish moment. You'd be surprised how common that is. I always make that joke because I'm just so into psychology. Like, I don't know, it's just like a power fantasy thing. Right, either being the hypnotist, you're in control of them, or vice versa. What's more important, temple-worthy or spenge-worthy? You must have assumed he was. Only 12 years old. Yeah, that's a little disturbing. Like, why are we encouraging kids to do this shit? Not because of the potential sexual allegations that happen, but just because of the indoctrinated nature of it, period. Why are we brainwashing kids to believe in religion, period? That's the real evil. They become priestesses. He must have been if he was able to baptize somebody. The fact that he was a good friend of yours. Sacrifice being temple-worthy for being sponge-worthy. The goal of this cross was to be discredit. Yeah, he's short on breath, man. He's getting too much exercise with all this talking. Fuck, he's poured himself water. Or maybe that was her pouring the water. What if I have to use the bathroom in the middle? I drank too much of your little water pitcher here. I wanted you to press her about cucking Travis so much. She's looking all bewildered. That's good, so now she can't question whether she said it or not. So how much later? It was very brief, though. I don't know. She's giving like mixed vibes of how she is, though. And then February was the second date after you broke up again. But that wouldn't have been after February. That was after. Nurmi's actually not that bad, though. I mean, you got to realize the difficulty of the case. But you didn't tell him, apparently. And then he waited for you to break up to try to be the rebound guy. And then you said yes. One was the rock climbing wall, one was the painting something, painting sculptures or whatever, and then one was the dinner. See, people like this are annoying though. Like, you gotta be playing so hard to get, but he likes it, I guess. Like, fuck off, dude. You're already a Mormon, so I know I'm not gonna get in your pants, but like, why you gotta fuck around? A few months, March to June. You said you did it like after the third date, I think. The rock climbing. Trying to make Travis look like the obsessed stalker type. Right, like Travis was to her what Jodi is to him, basically. So if Travis wasn't killed, then Marie Hall might have been killed by Travis in the same way, jealous way. But see, you shouldn't need to qualify it like that. It just, He said he's going as a friend. You're friends. It's not anything else. That's a bit of commentary. No, you weren't, because you went on with him twice before you told him you're not interested. That sounds good for the defense, like he was persistent. Friend zone. You're getting friend zoned by this bitch. But I don't believe that for a second. He's still going to try to woo you. You would have ended up together when you came back from that trip. See, like, people don't want to be at peace with their own nature, so you want it to happen sort of by accident. That's what it means. Like, oh, it happens organically, or just live and let loose. Like, you want it to happen in sort of a preconceived tendency process without you being aware of the process. Because if you are aware, then it sort of invalidates it to you, so... You almost want to be fooled and deceived and ignorant as you're doing it. You didn't even know who Jodi Arias was, apparently. Right when you said you met her somewhere. Good, because that would be hearsay, so look at him ahead of the curve. So you could disprove that it was even her. Yeah, and he should have, but he didn't listen. But I like Nurmi's disposition. He's so calm, which is a breath of fresh air compared to Juan. So if you actually ask somebody after the trial, which lawyer did you like more, even if Juan got the job done, it's like, you know, Nurmi seems like a cool dude if you want to play the popularity contest compared to Juan, who seems like he has anger issues. They always get mad when they read it. Like, read it. Okay, this is what it said. Oh, no, read it to yourself. They always do that. Nurmi's gonna put me to sleep. Well, that's like ex post facto justification. Not like, oh, now that he's dead, we're gonna blame Jodi. But you never said that before. He's just doing that to make it seem like he's more desirable. Like, women are so into me that they stalk me. Flash her tires? Make you seem more desirable that a woman would obsess over you. Now, do you know any of this by first-hand knowledge, or you just heard about it? Hearsay. That's all hearsay. Like, who told you that? Were you there? As Juan would say, were you there? Yeah, that was actually weird. That whole stretch of... Let me go back, actually. What did she just say? Like, none of that. She had followed us. She had snuck in. Like there's no proof of any of that. Aside from, like, you have to say, okay, Travis said it. And, okay, if you don't want to consider that hearsay, that's fine. Because it's the victim or if it was the defendant. But none of that is actually verifiable, right? She's just saying it. But where did she get this information? She wasn't there. She's not a first-hand witness. All of that could arguably be stricken or considered hearsay based on where you heard it from, or at least consider and qualify the foundation of where you did hear it from. All right, let's go to the next video. Okay, this one I had in my watch later prepared, and this seems interesting to me. So I'm not going to watch the whole trial of this, but like I don't really do with anything. But parents dismembered, 2022, Catherine Millender, Wisconsin versus Halderson. And we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I fucked up. It didn't work. This is like a testimony of an ex-girlfriend about the killer who like chopped his parents up and stuff. So I kind of like the raw emotion that this should bring out, that like I had no idea he was like that, and I cared about him, and you know, it was his girlfriend. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Could you please state and spell your name for us? Can't really see what she looks like either. Why are we wearing fucking masks? It's 2022, bro. Yes, please. One of those furry types I see, where you're a role player, you want to be known as a cat. Why don't you purr for me too? This is going to be a good story to tell. I've had some pretty rough relationship history. You wouldn't believe what my ex did. Only the second most tumultuous Chandler featuring relationship, if you consider Monica and Chandler. He was seeing somebody casually. That line delivery lives rent-free in my head. He's arguing with Monica about something, about, like, you know, being too clingy. Must have been in a pretty low place that you would be with a clown like that. That's what you do when you're in a relationship. All the features of the stimuli acme and how it's overextended. Start shows but not finish them, and now you never will. That's almost what I want to do, though. It doesn't have to be a relationship sense, but just like with somebody else, let's react together. If I was a big channel, I'll react along with somebody else to something, and that could be fun. Snapchat. And it's some Snapchat thing that she saw, like he was in the woods or something. Is that a yes? You can't just mumble like that. MH-MHM, period. That's what the court reporter just wrote. Or like when you just nod. This is the worst part of a relationship, too, having to deal with their stupid-ass fucking family. It's so boring how people dance around this shit. Like, you just want to fuck like animals. Like, do you really got to go through the social contrivance for that? It's not that special. It's not that big of a deal. There's 8 billion people. Imagine how much stimuli acme must be practiced to have 8 billion people. Like, give me a break, dude. Give me a break. Again, not telling you what to do, but you, it's hard to process the emotion when I can't see your face. In a way, this could be a protection that you have anyway. Like, if you don't want prejudicial basis of facial expressions, you just want their words and testimony to speak for themselves. There could, always be a mask for that reason. We don't want to judge your facial expressions too hard, or we don't really want to judge your voice either, or how you say it, or, just the content of what you say. Your culture, what is your culture compared to theirs? Yeah, here's the raw emotion that we came for when drama isn't enough, when you're so desensitized to drama in movies that you gotta find it for real. Or you could try to turn her into a suspect, that you hated her, so you're actually the killer, or you helped him to cover it up. Or was there something weird in the basement or something that was used later, like a saw? I like how her objections are there's leading questions going on. Like, she's done that twice. In general, not just that one, but there's leading questions going on as a general rule. So keep an eye out for that, judge, because I'm too lazy to object to each one. I like that. That is like a Von Karma moment. I'm not going to object to them. They're going on, so you better watch out. They're just going on in general, every question. That's pretty cool, actually. I've not really heard that. She did that the first time, too. Not that I object to that question, I object to the general premise of his questioning for all of them. Is that really a valid question? Like, I get it, but what? Why does it? He shut off the lights by accident. No, it makes me excited to try that other gaming channel, though. I don't know how I should go about it, but been in, like you were stored in there yourself? And when did you see it last? When you got the root beer and stuff? I want to see your face at some point just to understand. Whatever. I just want to get an idea. You're a fucking gold digger bitch, that's why. Fuck you. It could be the way you go. You should go on Seeking Arrangements and find a sugar daddy. I'm dead, bro. Call me the victim because I'm dead. It's so dumb. Like, this whole, I love this format because it's so dumb. It's the sort of thing I would say I'm just doing ironically, but I'm kind of not fully doing it ironically because of how dumb people are. This is the kind of thing, like, people would actually do. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just dumb. Really, that's his riz? He's got that homework riz. Is this to imply that he, yeah, that's my fetish. Some cute girl in school has got to make me do her homework for her for nothing in return, just because she's so beholden to the stimuli acme, and it's some power dynamic that you want. Yeah, make me your homework slave, please. Like, this is the kind of shit, dude. Give me some little stimuli acme reference, dude. Oh my god. Never worry about the content that you're reacting to. You are the content. Become the content. Let's see what we got here. Fun party girl, Casey Anthony. I'm feeling kind of sick a little bit, actually. It might have been that stupid-ass milkshake thing, malt shake I had. It wasn't bad, but it's like, I would have rather just had a regular one. But I'm having like maybe too much sugar where I kind of normally don't. So yeah, this was a fun session. I must admit, I'm at a loss for how much of this court stuff I'm watching. Like, I wasn't planning on doing it, but remember, within about the next 10 days, we'll start somehow with an audiobook segment, and we'll combine it with the epic, most awesome format that we've done so far, which is listen to the book, or no, watch. I guess I'll do it that way because I like movies more than books. I'll watch the movie first, like the Harry Potter movies. I'll do an exception for the first one because I've already seen the first movie multiple times and I saw it relatively recently. But so I'll listen to The Sorcerer's Stone, the audiobook, the whole thing. I don't know how long they'll take compared to... That could turn into a problem. Like, how long would it take to actually read through the whole book? But, you know, we'll listen to the Sorcerer's Stone audiobook, then we'll watch it again, then I'll watch Chamber of Secrets, so that's how it'll be for the rest of them. Even though I saw the Chamber of Secrets when I was a kid, I don't really remember it, so I'll watch that, then I'll listen to the audiobook for Chamber of Secrets, then I'll watch the next one, Prisoner of Azkaban, or whatever order, I don't know what it goes in, Goblet of Fire, Half-Blood Prince. I don't know who the Half-Blood Prince is either. Is it Draco Malfoy? Is it somebody else? Like, I don't even know. I've probably been spoiled on certain... Like, I know, spoilers, I guess, if you haven't seen it, I know that a particular major character dies at some point, and I don't know exactly the circumstance, but you get spoiled on stuff like this within a certain point of view. So we'll do that Lord of the Rings thing, the animated thing, and then we'll do the Lord of the Rings audiobooks, one of the books, then I'll do the animated movie thing, then I'll do the Harry Potter series, and that'll basically constitute the month of November for my content here. And the biggest point with that is that I'm not sure, like, how long should it really take to read or listen to the whole audiobook when it's several hundred pages? There might be a way to speed it up or something. I'll do it on 2 times speed or something, but it might be a little bit too much from what I'm expecting. I'm expecting in a single month I can just go through the whole fucking series, which I won't be able to probably do. Like, how long does a book take to really read? Do the math. Like, if there's... I don't even know. Every page probably takes like a minute, and if there's 300 pages, it'll take like 300 minutes. Like, I don't know. And then sometimes they'll read it slowly and try to do the voice and stuff. The whole point is, like, that's the only way I'd be able to do it in the car. Or, obviously, so I'll be talking over it, so you might get pissed, but that's actually the beauty of it, because it's not like I'm doing something... It'd be one thing if I read the whole book myself, like ASMR reading. That would be illegal, potentially, because I'm, stealing the content. But here, I'm just reacting to it. So, like, you won't even know exactly what it says all the time. I might quote certain lines or phrases or give you a context of where we're at, but I'll do it more so based on the timestamp of the audiobook. Like, we're at X seconds, X minute, and X seconds. Or I wonder if the actors from the movies actually do that. Actually do the voices themselves, which there's no way they do. Not for, like, every voice. Like, probably it's just Dumbledore. I mean, we all know that. Dumbledore said calmly. That must be his actor saying that line, reading that, but he probably read the whole book himself. They're not going to have it where, or maybe for a female character they would do it, like they'll have a male voice and a female voice, but, or sometimes it is funny, they'll just try to, it'll be a man reading the whole thing, but they'll try to put on, like, a female voice, like, where you just say a more high pitch. So they'll just sort of do a little impression of it. That would be pretty sick, though, if all the actors did all the audiobooks. Like, whenever Harry says something, he actually says it. Or if it's exactly the same line from the movie, they could kind of splice it in there, but I don't know. One format that you almost need is, like, movies without music. Like, let's hear all the lines from Harry Potter or something without any music in there. That should almost be a version of the movie that is released as, like, some sort of bonus or edited kind of thing. And the reason why is because it has all kind of uses. Like, if I want to use a quote from the movie for something, right, from some notification message or, like, a ringtone or something, it'll always have the music baked in because it's very hard to remove that. Or there are ways to do it, but it's not really worth it here. Yeah, I'll actually put together the channel. I won't even associate it directly with this one. It'll just be there. And then I won't have time to actually do anything on there, but I'll just do it anyway. Like, I'll just make it. So I'll make the adults only icon the actual thumbnail, whatever, for my channel icon. It'll just be the AO. And then I don't know what the other thing will be. Like the banner and stuff. So I'm not even going to have anything to post here yet, but it opens the door at least, and I do like that idea. Okay, so today I'm going to do Casey Anthony Trial Day 2 Part 1 Fun Party Girl, which we were watching this at some point recently, and then I stopped watching as soon as that laugh happened or something, where Jose Baez makes everybody laugh. So I've tried to analyze it since, and I think he just says, objection overruled, like he says it himself, sort of imitating the judge as if to complain that, and everybody laughs. So you should fear the man who's in such a good mood and laughing, right? Who's laughing now, even though he is also laughing at the end. He's laughing in the face of adversity, the fact that he's getting overruled with every objection he does. That, you know, it just stays in your mind, and like, you think back to that moment, like look at how he's smiling in the face of his own adversity, the fact that he's being overruled at every turn. And so you should fear the man who, like that, who doesn't get discouraged, who doesn't falter, just absolutely nothing could rattle him despite all the adversity he faced with the case. So we're starting at 2140 in 3, 2, 1. And this guy's about to leave the witness stand, I think, and somebody else is about to join. This is like right after that joke incident happens, I think. Be drunk or anything. So he only knows her from the apartment. See, the pool thing is a good recurring thing. She loved to swim. I'm sure she had articles of clothing laying around somewhere. I'm sure you did. I'm sure that's a lie. Pink Panther video. You know that so specifically. Dora the Explorer. So you're trying to make her look like a bad mom, that she didn't have proper things for her or something. But they were basically using the mom as her mom and dad as the babysitter. Or that's the roll the tape of questions that Jose Baez always asks for. Jose Baez always asks every witness this: do you know anything about the whereabouts of Caylee Anthony? Do you know anything about who killed her? Could you tell us anything about that? And he sort of then, that's all he does. Like, he makes a big thing about that because, like, yeah, they don't know anything about the crime, so it's just all character assassination. But that's so good how he presses that point. He'll just go up, ask 5 questions. Do you know anything about Caylee Anthony's whereabouts? Can you tell us who killed her, who took her? Can you tell us how she died? No more questions. Like, it just stays in your mind. Like, you go through all this round and round for 20 minutes only to realize he knows nothing about the crime, about the killing. So you haven't met the parents, but you met the brother. You can't say what Lee said, I guess. A walking contradiction. What is he? Fucking Taxi Driver, Robert De Niro, Travis Bickle? That could have been evidence that was removed. Right, Casey says, oh, please bring that bag for me. It's my favorite shirt. But really, there was some evidence in there, so Lee might not look at it and stuff. So it's a way to kind of, you have your friend get something for you when you're in jail, but it's actually evidence that could have incriminated you that now you'll destroy or something, do something to it. Because nobody would suspect that. Or you should always end off with that. Do you know anything about Kaylee Anthony? He uses that to sort of assert that Kaylee drowned. Wait, why is that overruled? That should be. That was the only question he asked, too. That sort of is assuming facts, not evidence. The same way that the prosecution can't assert how she died because they don't know. That is a weird question. When she drowned. But Jose Baez comes in with more certainty than the prosecution. He comes up with a theory that's a valid theory. What a last name. Is that a valid question on the record? How are you? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, like the guy says, the crazy guy from Hell's Kitchen. I ain't no bitch. Instead of I ain't no bitch. All these memes you can extract from that series, even though I haven't seen it in full. Season 1 was pretty good, though. I liked some of my predictions from the beginning. I had a bit more faith in Jessica than she deserved, but Elsie and Jessica were like the two who were kind of... They were good, but they weren't good enough. They both got carried at times. Wait, didn't I hear this on Full Sail? Or is somebody else, the other guy, had gone to Full Sail too? And they got their little compact desktop fucking laptop shit for free. They try to bribe you with that as if you're not paying for it through the tuition. It sounds like he's just talking to himself and just iterating what he's saying because he can't hear what the fuck this guy is asking. Lazario, the way the judge says it. But no, the judge does a good job. He just has some speech patterns that people don't like, which again, you can't judge anything by that. Even the one guy who reminds me of Roman Polanski, who testifies later about the forensic thing, like triple solvent traps and all that, right? That guy, he kind of looks and sounds a bit like Roman Polanski, but he has like some sort of weird lisp or something, but you can't judge what he's saying based on that. It sort of switched every month, I guess. 9 to 5 and then whatever. Did you ever perform the music for Jodi Arias when she was singing Amazing Grace or some dumb shit? In jail when she's singing for the fucking prisoners. And then they put it at the beginning of one of those interrogations or something. Interviews. What's the difference between an interrogation and an interview? The quality of the questions, or, just the tone that you take, whether the subject realizes it or not, basically. Whether you're handcuffed or not, whether they give you a glass of water. See, any one of these people could be suspects. Maybe you took her or something. Don't mention the sweet smell of her sweat like fucking George Anthony. It says, see, when you're made to suspect something, you look at everything a weird way. So that might not mean anything, but people will look at it like that. I don't think that's ever brought up in court. Maybe it is, actually, but... Yeah, you would almost think based on all this, oh, Tony must be the father, but he's not. Or does she have another kid now? Imagine if she has another kid. It is going to define your whole life after this. So even if you were falsely accused, even if she really is innocent, that's gonna still haunt you forever when it's so highly publicized and stuff. When she's gonna get the red carpet tickets. But then she never did. He was trying to explain. It establishes that she's a liar, that she kept promising things and saying things, that she's a pathological liar. So I don't think that's such a bad thing. Like, it can go to her credibility. If she's willing to lie about the Batman premiere, and she's willing to lie that she worked at Universal at a time when she didn't, and she's willing to lie about this and that, and Zanny, and about some other, random innocuous things, there's always a good double standard. This is a good psychological moment. Like, the suspect lied about something minor, like about, oh, they got a Mountain Dew, but they actually got a Coke, or maybe that could just be a mistake, but like if they lie about something minor like that. She lied that she was going to get Orlando tickets to the Batman premiere, but she had no chance of getting them, and there was no thing like that. Why would she lie about something like that? But that's innocuous. That's not a big deal. She wouldn't lie about something serious. She just lied about something minor like that. Or you could look at it the opposite way, like, if you're willing to lie about something even that minor, then If you're willing to lie about something even that minor, then imagine if it was something serious. Of course you would lie then. So it's an opposite interpretation moment. If you lie about something minor, you could brush it off and say, well, it's just a white lie, it's just a minor lie, like Alice LaViolette Standard. It's just a white lie, it's not a big deal, it's a minor thing. You wouldn't lie if it was really something significant, right? So it's innocent enough. So you can downplay it. Or you could say, if you were willing to lie about something even that minor, that means that of course you would lie if it was something bigger, right? Just the fact that you're willing to lie. So you got to look at it. It could be used either way. Right, let me try to say it once more a little better. If you tell a minor lie, it's no big deal because anybody might do that, and it's just a little white lie. Anybody might do that, and you wouldn't do it if it was something more serious. Or if you were willing to lie even about something so minor, then of course you would lie about something bigger. Or again, like stealing is a good thing too. Oh, he stole like a little $1 bill from this guy, or like a little $20 bill. So you could say, well, it's not a big deal. He wouldn't steal if it was something bigger. But if you were willing to lie or steal for something so minor, imagine if it was something bigger. Of course you'd be willing to do it, or you'd go even farther to do it. Co-go. That's a weird way of saying it. We're going together. We're going to co-go together. So that makes it seem like she's telling the truth. That actually is good testimony for the defense. Like, this is the prosecutor, obviously, in case you don't know, because I skip around so much or whatever, but this is all kind of going to the credibility. They could be good. Wait, hearsay. Oh yeah, somebody else said this too, I think. But even if you weren't arguing, I don't want to hear your fucking shitty conversation. With anybody, that's so random. Or you never really know. Like you say, oh, I heard her talking to them, but how do you know it was them? You could always be pretending or something, or mistaking who they're talking to. Like Jodi leaves that message for Travis after he's already dead. So you could just be doing something like that. You're just pretending to talk to somebody. Yeah, did you not know what automobile means, or did you just not hear him? Some of the mics in this courtroom are fucked up, though, especially when, for my sake, I can't hear what the objections are half the time. This is good, though, because it's not even a question of have I seen this or not. I haven't seen hardly anything from this case. So most of this is fresh. So I've seen some of the George stuff lately, so I don't know. George and Cindy. But other than that, he's shocked by that question. So Tony's a bit of a big shot, like where it feels like that's why she was chasing Cloud, or that's why she was into him. He seems to have a bit of a following, or connections. There's going to be some picture of them. But yeah, I like this beginning part, how Jose explains it, like, oh, they're just trying to make her look bad, like a slut, or this or that. But, see, I can't hear what he's saying. Objection to what? It's like a premature objection. But yeah, like here's a social contrivance disposition. Like if you're too monotone or neutral or whatever, it's taken as a negative or something. Or like if you're too sure of yourself, or if you know what you're talking about, or you don't need any social whatever, like you're not reduced to structure, you're not seeking reinforcement through it. It's like you're invalidating the artifice of the process and aware of it. It's a bunch of BS. All these jokes built in here. F you. I'm showing you exhibit BS and exhibit F you. This is like an Austin Powers or like a parody moment. That moment there gives me the idea for a movie, and like a liar liar. I wonder if they use that joke in there. It's so classic because it's a real thing that actually is happening right now. I'm showing you exhibit 69, exhibit FU, and exhibit BS. Almost establishing him as a perv that I remember her dress exactly. This judge can be a little snarky, but he does it in like at least a nice way. You need, work on it. Now he could change the question when he's asked to repeat it. So you know it's June, but you don't know exactly when. No, this prosecutor is actually not doing a bad job, but somehow over the course of the trial, it takes its toll. Like, Jose, it's not even, you know what? It's one of those game theory moments, like L versus Light. You could do a good job, but they're just better. Jose's just better. Okay, we'll go back a little bit. Well, it's funny in some of these comments, whether they're from the time or even later, like more recent now, after the verdict, some of them are even saying, like, oh, the judge is biased, and certainly towards the beginning of the proceedings, it does seem more like it's favoring the prosecution. A lot of the objections are overruled for bias. A lot of them are sustained for the prosecution. So a lot of things seem to be going in the prosecution's favor, especially at the beginning of the trial. And so Jose is certainly the underdog there, despite winning in the end. And so it's like, I don't know, you see some of that even here. And Baez is getting reprimanded at times justifiably, not being able to find a folder or all kind of different stuff that he's doing. And some of it's on purpose, theatrical, performative. Yeah, let's continue here. I went back like a minute just so we can be sure where we're at. Casey Anthony trial, day 2, part 1, fun party girl, 4300 and 321. Objection as to relevance. As to that question, he's asking for a sidebar, not at this point. That's sort of leading, though, isn't it? It's more like, what month was this picture taken? Well, that was my little BS joke. You get a sidebar, overruled. The way he says that is kind of probably something people make fun of too. States numbered. And that could have been used on appeal potentially, but he didn't need to. Like they could reveal some secret affair that they had, maybe. You would think normally you'd have that happen anyway, just about ordinary everyday things. So again, this is all part of making her look bad, which it is bad in a way. Right, that you wouldn't report it for a month. Maybe she just doesn't trust the police, because again, her dad was a cop, and she maybe has a bad experience with that. Why would she trust police when the one police she knew growing up molested her in her room when she was 8 years old, or whatever, you know? A blonde girl. Could that be Zenaida, maybe? So, or at least you could pretend like it is. Oh. Oh, this is when they were mad at her. The blonde girl. We've already established who it is. But you would think you could almost blame it on these people, on the roommates. They somehow did something. I don't know if the defense really tries to do that. He probably just more so discredits that they don't know what happened. Was this when she was getting arrested, or just when she's... Okay, what exactly? You said valid objection. Oh, then you technically didn't give it. It ruined their all-star game and fucking gaming session. Yeah, don't say Anthony, because then we don't know if you mean Casey Anthony or Anthony Lazara. Almost like Lee could be there to cover his tracks if he had done something. I don't think Lee is ever really accused, though. Just more so of sexual, maybe general sexual abuse earlier, or maybe that he could have been the dad somehow. Obviously, the same line of questioning from the other. He's got to go to lunch. Okay, they're both rushing it. Based on what you saw, or he didn't even rephrase. So she didn't know because she wasn't the one who killed her. but dead or missing. So she could hide the fact that she was missing, but she couldn't hide the fact that she was dead, like she would have had to have told you. In the parking lot, duh. Where else would you park? How do you get away with doing that? I guess because it's a theory. How can you say when she drowned in the pool and it hasn't been proven that she drowned in the pool? That is really quite a powerful thing that you can basically state that to the jury that that did happen. No, I saw something in the bathroom that would change my opinion on the case. It'd be so easy to get kicked off of a jury. Everybody always has trouble hearing for some reason. No, like even when he asked, does the defense recognize the presence of the jury? I couldn't hear any response. He was about to say full house. Oh yeah, this is the guy they mentioned before, sleeping on the floor. So you're just exploiting the end of his lease. It's It's always this 1 to 5 or 5 to 9 or whatever the fuck night classes. That's not something I ever was exposed to, is night. Like, what, you're doing classes at midnight? That's fucking stupid. I'm not really too familiar with that process. It would always be in the day, from what I'm aware of. That's more like if you have to make something up, or like, who wants to be doing that shit at night anyway? That's the name of the video, Fun Party Girl. That's what they're trying to portray her as. Does she seem like she's well endowed with the stimuli acme? Well subject to it, not well aware of it. See, being a thoughtless, mindless clown is more desirable in party setting kind of a vibe, instead of somebody who's actually a thinking human being, of which we have very few. Not thinking is a good thing. Thinking is a bad thing. This is modern society. As if that's perceived as a positive thing anyway. Imbalance, structure. Like, think about it that way. Your release from being reduced to structure all day, like work and school, could be to not think and dumb down your senses, like alcohol and partying and stuff, or it could be the opposite. You could think deeper. So the absolutist is not restrained or not trying to would not try to overcompensate for the imbalance of society by thinking less. Like, oh, your mind and body are reduced to a functional structure all day within school and work and stuff. Now you're free, so you overcompensate in an imbalance for the imbalance by thinking less and trying to shut off your brain, like folly favoritism and stuff. But the absolutist would be the opposite. Now I can be unrestrained and I should think to my fullest capacity. So you think more rather than think less, and both are reduced by the structure. Right, like you can't not think at all. You have to think in a functional way, or you can't think fully. You have to reduce it only to a functional level. So either way, you're being restricted, but then do you go down the deep end of, oh, now I'm not going to think at all outside of the structure so as to not invalidate it or other basis behind it, or now I'm going to think fully and completely in a way that you can't do as reduced to this functional structure. She'd come back as if coming back from work. Except she would brag that I'm going to get you red carpet tickets to the fucking thing. To the, So I did make the XXX channel, and it was very fun to try to do. So I was using like a voice recorder thing too. Like a voice, what do you call it? Like vodcoder or something? That's going to be fun. I'm actually kind of obsessed with the idea of doing it. I almost want to do a VTuber aspect to it too, but that'll be more difficult. You would assume that. I mean, how far could you? that's debatable. You can give your opinion if you found it strange. If you didn't find it strange, then what's the problem? But you're kind of leading that it should. Why should it be strange? Maybe that's a normal thing. Where else should the child be? She could be at the parents. She could be anywhere else. Because I'm just a callous dick who doesn't care about kids anyway. Not because there wasn't probable reason to care. Now I'm going to be obsessed with doing that. There's going to be too many things where I don't have enough time. Now here we go, the Full Sail scam exposed. Hashtag ad for Full Sail this whole fucking trial. Today I'm having a chocolate shake instead of that malt. The malt was okay, but it kind of messed up the flavor. This is just regular, not like a chocolate malt. But it was vanilla, now we're going to chocolate. I shouldn't have stuff like this on a regular basis anyway, but I just kind of felt like it. This is much better. I was on the phone with Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez II. It sounds believable when you give all those qualifiers when it's a long name. I like how somebody named Zenaida Gonzalez actually was real and did exist, and maybe was even a nanny, and maybe did live around there, which probably Casey didn't think of that. She probably just made it up. But, I mean, the name, like, she wasn't doing it because she knew that person might be looked at. With her and other people. Isn't that too broad? Yeah, Tony seems like a cool guy. It'd be a real shame if he ended up involved in murder. Like, oh, he's part of the motive that they use. That, oh, she wants to be a party girl with him and doesn't want to deal with the kid. You can't have self-control within the stimuli acme. Just have an abortion instead. Like, you people show no self-control in that. That's really what it's about. It's not about health issues, very small percentage, not about assaults leading to pregnancy, very small number. It's about people being lazy, people being stimuli acme, sexy, sexual, horny clowns who can't control themselves, with no responsibility, no self-awareness, no self-control, don't know how to use a condom, don't know how to use proper protection, don't know how to take responsibility for their own actions, don't know how to have restraint, don't know how to, do anything. They're just moron, useless clowns. That's really what it's about. I hate to say it, but it's about laziness. It's about convenience. Like, you don't want to have kids, then don't have kids. Like, how hard is that? Just don't do it. You want it both ways. You want to fuck around. You want to not take precautions. You want to not really think about what you're doing. Not really have a good plan. And you want to also not take responsibility when it does go that way. Close your legs, as they say. Although we don't know fully even who the dad is, it's always a mystery. Hot body contest, but see, I couldn't even hear his objection there. And they just give you the money right there, like... kind of diminishing her input. But you're not even paying them, so... And you didn't heed her things because you're the boss. Kind of the way he's saying it's a little condescending. And you hated that. You didn't like that so much that you killed her daughter over it. Like, I could just imagine... You were mad that she was trying to tell you how to do your job and usurped your authority. So you fucking killed her kid to show her. Nobody tells my girls how to dress. But the way he did that, she'd give her little tidbits. Like, I didn't give a shit what she thought. He always has like a high-pitched moment when he starts talking. Just like Jennifer Darrow has like a sing-songy cadence where the third or fourth word she says is kind of like rhythmic somehow. Or like that actress from Seinfeld who's like that. Mary Cantardi. She's a fun party girl. That's quite the description. That would be a little questionable. Did she appear beholden to the stimuli acme? Jose Baez might be a genius, but could he defeat the stimuli acme? Not that I have, but you got to be aware of it first. I like how he said that, overruled at this point. Like, why do you have to qualify like that? No, I'll sustain it later once the question is already answered, and it won't do you any good. Tony Lazario. You know what's funny about this is you'll give some good publicity to the club, though, too. You're getting free ads for Fusion Club and this and that. As if she didn't care, is what you're trying to show. Even if she's not responsible, that's the real thing. She might not be responsible, but she didn't care. But that's not a crime to not care. But, sort of, in a manner, neglect. Sounded like an objection or something, but I couldn't hear it. That makes her look good a little bit. This makes her look very good. But you at least give her some credit. You give her some credit for that. Like, it wasn't directly because of her efforts, but... Fuck off. This guy actually has some bitchy animus towards her. Like, you won't let her say, oh, she gave some good suggestions about the attire, or, oh, she helped me and Tony become friends again. She thought she was a private investigator. Sis really thought she was Sherlock Holmes or some shit. Who's a great female detective? Like, Sis thought she's, Sis thought she's Naomi Mizura. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, dude? What do you think this is? You think you're Naomi Mizura, where you could fucking find this baby? Do that as a 1v1 character point edit, like Naomi versus... I want to learn that format, so I'll just verbally say it. I gotta find that. It's like intelligence, creativity, intuition. It's like a character point format. Like, rate the characters by all these stats: intelligence, creativity, initiative. Intelligence, creativity, initiative, social skills. Okay, intelligence, creativity, initiative, social skills. One other thing, and then like their special stat that is specific to them, right? So you can use this for anything. So, again, intelligence, creativity, initiative, and social skills, or at least 4 of them. I gotta find this shit in a second here. Let me pause this shit here. Fuck off. Now I won't be able to find it. But, like, you have, you can compare that. So what is Casey Anthony's character stats? What could the other one be? Here, I'll try to find some old reference to it. It's not really mine that I came up with, but it's, like, used for, like, certain things. Death Note character stats or whatever. There's like one more thing in there: intelligence, creativity, initiative, social skills. Because I know the total would be like around 60 if you had like a perfect score. What else could it be? Intelligence? Oh, like emotional strength. Yeah, I don't remember actually where this is exactly from. I might have extrapolated on it, or it might be from some official Death Note character stat thing that, or at least they used it on there. It's just a general template. Okay, so I remembered it. So let's go through an example. Naomi Misura versus Casey Anthony, apparently. So if they were to face off against each other. Intelligence-wise, Naomi is like an 8 out of 10. Either like a 7 or an 8. And the standard's pretty high, because 10 would be like the smartest character ever. So I'm actually only going to make it a 7, because the standard is obscenely high. Not that she isn't extremely smart, she's an FBI agent, she finds out stuff, right, that other people aren't, even though she has, like, first-hand inside information. So, there's so much good analysis on that series that I did, too, in the past. I should have kind of saved and uploaded some of it. So intelligence is a 7 out of 10 for her. For Casey, it's probably only going to be, like, a 4 or a 5 out of 10. She doesn't do anything that's, like, super impressive, so I'm going to make it, like, a 4. Then for creativity, you will do, maybe Casey has some, like, I'll give her like a 6, because she tries to be all creative with how she comes up with all these stories, even though they're not really. Or I'll do Jose Baez then. The winner faces Jose Baez. I'll give her like a 6, because even though it's not really good creatively, she still tries to do it. Like, She comes up with Zenaida. She comes up with stuff. I don't know, actually, how you should interpret that. I'll give it to her because, again, you're at least trying, and under other circumstances it might be better. But, and then Naomi would be like maybe only a 7 because she's creative, or maybe like an 8 because she's creative enough to come up with some of these theories and stuff, but she seems also more like a stick-in-the-mud type that might not have. So there can be characters who are really intelligent, but they don't think outside the box, basically. I'll give her an 8 there. And then initiative, I'll give her like a 9 because she's extremely initiative. Like when her husband dies, her fiance Ray dies, she takes it upon herself to face this challenge herself. So she definitely has good, strong initiative, and so that would be a solid 9. Now Casey's initiative is hard to judge because you can say, well, she has low initiative because she didn't do anything about the disappearance of her daughter, but assuming that she's the one behind it, then that's not really a fault of initiative. That's like that's on purpose. So I don't know how to rate that really. The reason why I'll rate it a 1 out of 10 is because either way you look at it, she had a month to either find her daughter or, resolve the issue, which she failed to do, or to cover it up adequately, and so she didn't use that time to do anything, really. So the best she could come up with was Zenaida Fernandez-Gonzalez. You could have come up with a better alibi, better excuse, better story if you had any initiative at all. You could have run away, escaped somewhere. So I'm going to give her a 1 out of 10 there. And then social skills, I'm going to give her actually a pretty high score, believe it or not. Even though under this circumstance she's pushed to the test, I'm going to give her like a 7 because she has like a certain calm quality to her, even charming quality at times. Even if she's lying, even if whatever, she somehow doesn't give the police anything. Even though she's lying, she's not really giving them anything. And she seems to have a calm demeanor, and effectively she got away with it, even though it's not to her credit alone. I would say 7 because she seems like this nice girl who's like just believable. And again, in this context, I understand, but I don't know. Maybe I'll make it a 6. I'll make it a 6. She has some notable social skills, but again, under the circumstances, it's kind of hard to judge. But I guess that's the whole point. These are going to be 10 circumstances that you're under. And then finally, you have like emotional Naomi. Naomi's social skills are maybe like maybe a little lower. Like she's only like a 5, because again, you're not doing it. She's not really going out to be social. She's just serious, stick in the mud type. So that's fine. And then so that's the one part that Casey could win. I'll give her a 7 actually. And then finally, emotional strength. I would say Naomi is like an 8. Even though the loss of her fiance bothers her, other than that, she's pretty strong. Like, she's not easy to manipulate or sway. It took a genius level like Light Yagami. She's very skeptical, very suspicious, right? She's not easy to manipulate. Casey Anthony's emotional strength is probably actually might be a decent score too. In fact, I have to give her like a 9 because think about it. You kill your daughter, but your emotional strength is so high that you don't show any sign that she's gone for like a month. So that might actually be border. You know what? I just realized that's like a borderline 10 out of 10. I didn't even realize it till now. That is actually like a 10 out of 10 because you murder somebody and you don't show a sign of it for a month and nobody can get anything on it. I'll give her a 10 out of 10 there. So if we add up the character points and then like their noteworthy quality, one like extra bonus one is so obviously Naomi's going to win, but those are the 2 categories that she wins on. She does have a certain social skill to her. She does have a certain emotional strength because again, regardless whether she's doing it as a cold-blooded killer or whether she's doing it as a callous mother or whatever, it doesn't seem to bother her. She certainly didn't show any sign that would have got her caught. Like, oh, I'm worried about my daughter. No, you don't even know her daughter's missing for a month. So that's actually immense emotional strength, even if you were saying it's for the wrong purpose. Not everybody could do that, right? You show some sign. So assuming your intention is to cover it up and get away with it, then you did a good job, obviously, because you let a month go by. So the noteworthy trait of Naomi is sort of like deductive reasoning, basically how she breaks down everything, right? That would be understandable. Either deductive reasoning or... Yeah, that's fine. So her deductive reasoning is about an 8 out of 10. And again, this is compared to other high caliber characters, so that's not bad. That's actually amazing. It's just, we're comparing it to Elle and Light and all these other people. And then Casey Anthony's noteworthy skill, or noteworthy trait, it doesn't have to be even what they're best at, but it would be just lying, I guess, or just deception, or let me try to think of a more specific, artful way to put it for her. Like, I'll even say, like, misdirection, and I'll give her like a 4 out of 10, because even though she tries to do it, like, Zenaida Fernandez and all this kind of stuff, it's not really to her credit. Nobody believes any of it. It doesn't really work. But then because of Jose Baez, so I'll give her like a 4 out of 10 on her signature stat, misdirection. So that's kind of a fun format to do, right? And you're kind of qualifying it. Now let's do the champions bracket. Jose Baez versus Naomi Mizura. So we already did Naomi's stats. Let me try to remember. Intelligence was like a 7. Creativity was like an 8, I think. Right, that sounds about right. So intelligence 7, creativity 8. Initiative is like a 9. Social skills is like a 5, and emotional strength is like a 8 as well. Or maybe it could be 7, but that's only because she lost her fiance. So even under that circumstance, she's pretty tough. So maybe that hardens her up or something. So that could be an 8 as well. And then her deductive reasoning is an 8. So now Jose Baez, let's go to the same thing. His intelligence is probably similar, like maybe a 7. His creativity is pretty much like a 10, right? What he's able to do in this case is really otherworldly, and so I'll give him a 10 there. Then his initiative is pretty high. I'll give him like maybe like a 8. His social skills are pretty good. Give him like a 9. And his emotional strength is pretty good, like an 8. And then his noteworthy trait is basically just charisma and his overall like presence, courtroom presence. So his charisma would be like pretty much a 10 out of 10. So believe it or not, he might beat out Naomi Mizura. Like, intelligence would be like tied. They're both like a 7. Creativity, they're both... No, creativity, he's like a 10, so he beats her out there. Then initiative, she beats him out, because I give her like a 9 out of 10, I think. And so... And he was like an 8, so it's 1-1. Then in social skills, Jose wins that for sure. Then emotional strength is also like... emotional strength is probably about a tie. And then, again, his charisma is up there. So I would actually give it to him there. So if Jose Baez faced off against Naomi Mizura, he would actually win somehow. Which is, maybe that seems crazy because she's a fictional character, but it's not like she's the number 1. She's not Elle, but she's still very smart. And you might think, she was about to take down Light, but that's only because of first-hand knowledge that only she had. Right? If you give Jose Baez that same information, he might come up with a theory like that too. If given the time and the whatever. we know she had first-hand knowledge from Ray that nobody else had. If L had that information, obviously he would have come up with it. So that doesn't mean she's smarter than L. That's just right. She was just right place, right time. And also she's very smart on top of that, but she's the only one who had that information. But yeah, that's kind of a fun thing. I'm actually kind of surprised, but I can't deny Jose Baez right here. So what you have is the ability to, I can do that with all kind of other characters. That is pretty fun. See, if you did it in like a quick short form edit thing, it'd be pretty good. Jose Baez wins, high difficulty. You might think, oh, she's so creative to come up with that, but you don't realize who Jose Baez is. Look at what he fucking does. Right, that is pretty fun. So let's recap again. Intelligence, they were tied at a 7. Creativity, he gets like a 9. She gets like a 8. Then the initiative, she gets like a 9, he gets like an 8. Then social emotional strength, she gets like a 7 or an 8. I couldn't decide. He gets like an 8, so we can just make it tied at 8. And then social skills, he gets like probably a 9, and she gets like a 5. And then their overall stat, he gets a 10 on charisma, she gets like an 8 on deductive reasoning. So that's so cool because you get to. So yeah, that's how it would end. Jose Baez wins, high difficulty. Now let's do Jose Baez versus L. And you know what's funny? In the Death Note character stats, even as smart as L is, his intelligence is only an 8 out of 10 on their own ranking, and Nier's is like a 9. So it's a little different how you're interpreting it. But I'll do my own rating, but I'll say L's intelligence is an 8 still. So he beats Jose there. So it's 1 point to L. Then the creativity, he's a 10. That's kind of the difference, like his ability to come up with crazy theories and things like that. So he beats Jose there. Then initiative, he sometimes has amazing initiative and sometimes doesn't. So he's kind of both. Well, I think of it as better than worse, though. So I'll give him like an 8 or a 9 there. He will do these wild gambits, and like how he goes headstrong into Light Yagami. Like he'll go and meet him himself, and I'd like to tell you I'm L. That takes insane mad initiative. So I'll go a 9 out of 10 initiative, so he beats Jose there as well. Or wait, what was Jose's initiative? I think it was an 8. And then social skills are pretty low, even if in the right setting he can be very persuasive. His social skills are only maybe like a 3 out of 10 or something like that, maybe even less. And so Jose wins that. So he's up by still 2. And then emotional strength, he's very strong. He doesn't really get emotional. So probably that would be similar. In fact, I almost think of him as a 10 out of 10. He doesn't seem emotional at all about anything ever. He's actually more callous seemingly than Light. He's just always like a blank slate. So I'll actually give him a 10 out of 10 there. So he's up 3 points on Jose, and then the final one would be similar to like deductive reasoning or, just observation, I guess. Like how observant he is. I'm trying to think of a better way to put it, and that would be a 10 out of 10 as well. Like, that's what I say with, like, Patrick Jane would be, like, perceptiveness or something. So, like, let me look at one of these little things here. Like, that is so fun to do. I could just go series by series. And now let's do L versus Light, where L, again, intelligence is an 8, Light Yagami, I'd say, is a 9, and then creativity, L is a 10, maybe Light is also a 10, though, right? He comes up with so many gambits and crazy things. Then initiative, Light is a 10, and L, you know what, I think I should amend L's to a 9, because that's the difference right there. As much initiative as L has, Light has even more, that he's willing to put his neck on the line and, you know, do what he does. His Kira is still a step above even what L does. So, intelligence, Light wins out 9 to 8. Creativity is a tie, 10 to 10. Initiative, Light wins out 10 to 9. But you know what? Even that's not really correct, though, because... No, but when does Light ever hesitate? Like, he never hesitates to do anything. He was ready to kill his own sister. He was ready to kill his own family. Like, I would think, like, oh, Mellow is a 10 out of 10, so Light's like a 9, but that he's willing to go that far. But Light is willing to go that far. He's just more subtle about it, right? He just doesn't want it to be obvious. So you have emotional strength is going to be, Light is basically, I'll give him like a 9 out of 10, and you might think, oh, it's even lower than that, but overall, he's very strong. He just has the one weak point of, like, when he gets triggered by certain things, like, and it doesn't really lead to him getting caught, but like, well, Nier, looks like I win, or I guess it's because I'm Kira. Like, he gets all mad and stuff like that, and how he kills Lindell Taylor. So other than that, he's perfect, though. So I'll still give him a 9, but L wins that one. So Light wins intelligence. The other two are a tie. The initiative and the... Or no, I bumped L down in the initiative, so Light wins intelligence and initiative. L wins emotional strength by 1, and then Light wins social skills like 9 out of 10 compared to like a 3 out of 10. So again, intelligence goes to Light, creativity is a tie. The third one is going to be initiative goes to Light, initiative goes to Light, then emotional strength goes to L. So he's at +1, then +2 because of social skills go to Light. And then their final thing is, what would be his, like, defining trait? L is obviously a 10 out of 10 with just his observational skills. Light's would be more like sort of planning or something kind of more signature. Just his understanding of people. That's almost what I would call it. Like, he's great at predicting what other people will do. Like, either foresight or I don't know, basically just planning in general. And he'd be a 10 out of 10 there as well. So Light would win that one, as he actually does in the course of the show. And people try to discredit that, like, oh, he only won because of the notebook. But that's not even fair to say, because the notebook allows him to kill thousands of people and reduce worldwide crime by 70%. He wouldn't be able to do that without the notebook, but nobody would. L wouldn't be able to do that, right? Anything. But the Yotsuba arc is there for a reason. He loses his memory, and when he loses his memory, he's just as capable a detective as Al, or at least like right there with him. So that shows you without the notebook, he's not out of place. He's the smartest one in the room, right, sitting next to Al. So, and then you also have the fact that, I don't know, that's just how the series is written. It's not to show that, that Death Note's why he's able to get away with what he's doing. It's why he's able to do it in the first place. So like if Light tried to go around killing people with his bare hands, then he could kill like maybe 20 people, and then he'd have to try to get away just as hard instead of killing hundreds of thousands or whatever. Right, so it just changes the scale of the crime. But then once you commit the crime, you see like Higuchi has the notebook, but he still gets caught, or Misa has the notebook, but she still gets caught. Like, they're not as good as Light at getting away with it, so obviously, and even there, having the notebook is part of Light's plan. Well, not Misa, but Higuchi having the notebook is sort of part of Light's plan too, and even intending for him to get caught, but that's the whole thing with Light is, it's more about the user than it is about the notebook. Let me see if I can find something here. It's hard to sort of read stuff on my phone when I'm doing this when I'm driving. Fuck, it's too hard to navigate this, whatever, dude. It's basically just some stuff on the character point system thing that I was trying to do. I just wanted to read through some things here. Okay, come on. Go to overview. Yeah, you would see all these different series that are good to compare, like Red John versus Light. Let's do that as the finale. Red John, intelligence versus Light. Red John's a 10 out of 10. Light's a 9 out of 10. Creativity, they're both a 10 out of 10. Initiative, they're both a 10 out of 10. But see, no, this is where I gotta bump Light down now to a 9, because Red John has the initiative. Like, Red John didn't need the notebook to encourage him to do what he's doing, regardless of the number of killings or whatever he's doing. Light could have dressed up as a vigilante and gone into his neighborhood and beat people up. Like, that's the level that Red John's operating at. So Red John's a 10, Light's a 9. Then emotional strength, they're both kind of a 9, because as great as they are, they have like one little sore spot weakness, which is why Red John loses. I guess it's not really why Light loses, but then social skills, they're both pretty high up there. You know, he's a charismatic cult leader, basically, Red John, so they're both 10 out of 10. And then their special noteworthy skill, Light's a 10 out of 10 with his, basically his foresight, or, I don't know exactly what I call it. That's what I call it for Red John, too. Red John's foresight, like he can almost predict the future. And then Light's, I don't know exactly how I would describe it. Something more signature to him, like, just general strategy or planning, or I almost look at it like understanding of people, his ability to predict what people are going to do and stuff. Alright, let's go through this one. The mentalist character stats. This is something similar to like what I would do. Let's just read through it. It's like somebody else's post, but I think I know who it is even. I can't read their names though. Fuck off. You have like Patrick Jane, intelligence 9 out of 10, creativity 10 out of 10, initiative 10 out of 10, emotional strength 10 out of 10, 8 out of 10, social skills 10 out of 10, attribute perceptiveness 10 out of 10, total 57. Wait, that's a little higher than I would almost expect. Teresa Lisbon, intelligence 7 out of 10, creativity 5 out of 10, because she's more like the stick in the mud type, initiative 8 out of 10. Let's go down to some other interesting characters though. Cho, Rigsby, Van Pelt kind of gets a low intelligence score. Abbott is not relevant till later. Fisher, this is all the FBI shit. Minnelli. So it's like that bonus stat that comes into play. So who else is here? Hightower, intelligence 8 out of 10, creativity 9 out, like let's qualify. Okay, she's pretty intelligent. Creativity is a 9 out of 10. She does do some crazy shit later on. Initiative 9 out of 10. Emotional strength might be a little bit lower. 7 out of 10. Social skills 7 out of 10. Covert skills 9 out of 10. Because she's all, doing crazy shit later in the show, instead of just getting killed or whatever, fakes her own death or something. But this is JJ LaRoche, intelligence 9 out of 10, creativity 8 out of 10, which is actually kind of wrong. How could his creativity should be higher, because he's deductively so good. Yeah, I actually kind of disagree with that. Or no, maybe he's more like stick in the mud, so he doesn't come up with theories like Jane. But yeah, maybe that means different things. Like intelligence 9 out of 10, creativity 8 out of 10, initiative 8 out of 10. Maybe that should even be a little lower. Emotional strength should be pretty high. Social skill 7 out of 10. Other attribute deductive reasoning 10 out of 10. Total is 50. Let's see, Wainwright, Bertram, Darcy, Shetrick. This is quite the exhaustive list. Robert Kirkland, intelligence 9 out of 10, even though he used it the wrong way. Fry, Bosco. Let's look for like some of the big guns here. Like it's going to be the guy, Brett Stiles. Craig O'Loughlin's a good one, though, because he was like a major Confederate of Red John, or even the other guy who wasn't that impressive, the other dude. Craig O'Loughlin, intelligence 7 out of 10, creativity 6 out of 10, initiative 9 out of 10, emotional strength 9 out of 10, social skills 9 out of 10, acting skills 10 out of 10. Timothy Carter, I got like a very high score too, based on whatever he was projecting. Yeah, Brett Stiles is higher than Jane. Intelligence 9 out of 10, creativity 10 out of 10, initiative 9 out of 10, emotional strength 10 out of 10, social skill 10 out of 10, leadership 10 out of 10, 58 total. And then just Obviously, Red John, intelligence 10 out of 10, creativity 10 out of 10, initiative 10 out of 10, emotional strength 9 out of 10, social skills 10 out of 10, other attribute foresight 10 out of 10. Let's look at some of the comments. This is so wrong. If Jane's intelligence is 9 out of 10, everyone else should be less than 5. But see, it's kind of different things. It's a combination. Like LaRoche and Hafner and stuff, they can be equally intelligent, but they're not as creative and other things, right? It's not just one. This is actually kind of recent. But I disagree. Like, Hafner and other people can be as intelligent, but then the creativity comes in, other skills come in. It's not just about that, right? That's just one area. Like how like, again, even on that, that's kind of why it's based on that. L's intelligence is only an 8 out of 10 when he's supposed to be the smartest detective, best detective in the world and all this kind of stuff. So how is it only an 8 out of 10? Because there's more that goes into it than just that. It's more so that's what creativity shows. Right, so Jane is smarter, but he's not that much smarter the way that, you know, it shouldn't be that big of a difference like what people are saying. Okay, so today I'll relapse to my Jodi Arias addiction again. He keeps adjusting them to me, so I may as well do it. This is Jodi Arias breaks down during cross court TV archive, and it is going to be starting at 1:55:40 in 3, 2, 1. I know this is not part of my watch later, so it could be difficult. Now they're going back to the jury. I don't want that. Oh, it's the linebacker thing, though. I've seen too much of this shit. I've seen too many of these moments, so yeah, this is like the worst idea to do because they'll try to make you look bad, even if you're not bad, like Casey Anthony, even if you were innocent, right? Just when you go on the stand, they kind of try to see everybody who goes on the stand ends up looking bad in the case. In the presence of a competent lawyer, I'm not going to watch this, but in the presence of a competent lawyer, everybody looks guilty on the stand, right? You'll ask them about every little mundane thing, turn it into a big thing. You're filling gas in your lawnmower, you didn't have enough gas, oh, this and that. You know, they'll discredit you, they'll attack you, they'll bring up every idiosyncrasy in your life from 20 years ago, some little mistake you made, some little comment you made, the sweet sweat of Kaylee Anthony, all these things that have nothing to do with anything. They'll do that to anybody who goes on the stand. But the difference is those people who go on the stand have nothing to lose. Well, maybe reputation and stuff. But you do. That's the difference. So it's not a question of, oh, whether you're guilty or not. That's the same standard I'm using. Like, George Anthony was suspected. You know, Cindy Anthony could be suspected based on them going on the stand. All these other experts, oh, they have some sort of incentive or ulterior motive. So the point is that everybody who goes on the stand, and you're facing off against Jose Baez or even the George guy, right, the prosecutor, everybody who goes up against them is automatically going to be, they are automatically going to be looking bad and looking guilty and looking, you know, just having a negative sort of cloud cast upon them, because that's the purpose of what they're trying to do. They're trying to discredit you, they're trying to attack you, they're trying to potentially accuse you. Is the dream come true? Because if the defense attorney accuses them of the crime openly, or even shows that they could have, you know, that's really why the not guilty verdict is okay, because there's a reasonable possibility that Cindy and George either did it or were involved in it. That doesn't mean Casey's not, but now you got to think like, okay, she's just an accomplice, or they helped her cover it up, or something. You know, it just creates all kind of issues. And so what you have is a simple ability to realize that, I don't know, you have a simple ability to realize something. Let's see. It was maybe a mistake to look at this one. Let me skip ahead. It's so hard to navigate these to the point where I don't like it. But no, she starts crying when she's looking at one of the things. So many of these cases I don't even know anything about. Okay. Melanie, I was going to say Malene. Melanie Gibb testifies part 1. Idaho versus Chad Daybell. Hearing 2020. Starting in 3, 2, 1. We'll be back on the record. And stay Daybell. Cool it down in here, like from an argument or what? We're like in COVID times with this one, going to back to COVID with this one because of the masks and the stupid ass shit. He's a mic expert over here. The exact positioning. I don't know anything about this case. That's kind of what I like. But then I don't know, I'm just sort of bored, but I want to watch something. I can't decide. Now I want to subscribe to that voice changer thing. Not for this, but for... I wouldn't be able to like use it here really, but... Another case involving Utah, like Jodi Arias trying to escape to Utah. But that's the thing, you should escape there and then just never come back. Just don't even come back. Just move, right? You commit a crime and then you just move. And you say, oh, that makes you suspicious, but it's going to take some work getting them to track you down, and they might even give up. If you're in another country, like, what are they going to do? Extradite you from another country? And, like, it's too much effort. Even if you think the crime is severe, like you killed somebody or you stole something, like steal something. I'm not encouraging you, but hypothetically steal money, like Aubrey Plaza's character in Emily the Criminal. Steal the shit and then start your own shit. Yeah, that's like kind of a bad ending to that movie too. She just starts her own little criminal syndicate there, and it's like, it's a bunch of shit because she kills everybody and steals everything. Right? She's just a bad person and does terrible things, even in the context of being a criminal. She's not even a good, honorable criminal. And you might think, oh, well, there's no such thing, but there can be honor among thieves if you really want there to be. It's like such a stupid premise, like, oh, you know, we're still trying to work it out together. But no, I gotta think, like, what else do I really want to do here? I don't have to do anything. Like, I don't want to force myself to do something. But you have Skibbity Toilet, potentially. Like, I just don't care, man. One day, I watched a little bit. That's what this is all about. Like, watching whatever I feel like, but I'll watch a little bit, and then I can just move on. It's not like I'm obligated to watch the whole thing. See, that video got a dislike. The one, like, film critic watched Skibbity Toilet for the first time, and discusses politics, and fittingly the thumbnail is Skibbity Biden, but it got a dislike. Like, what were they expecting? For me to actually show the video, or that, oh wow, your commentary is not insightful enough, even though it's very insightful, or the fact that it just starts off randomly with me talking about something else, or no time stamp. Like, it's a low production value behind it, but it's like, it's very multifaceted, wide-ranging, just everything. That's what people don't realize sometimes. Like, all these people who are looked up to are famous. Like, Joe Rogan's just sitting there talking. Now, what he says might be slightly more interesting than something else somebody else says, but, like, it's all arbitrary, right? Like, I don't know, it's like if you're doing something that's actually measurable, right? All this kind of stuff isn't measurable. You're just saying random stuff, and even if people like it or dislike it or find it funny or find it interesting, it's in very, very variable amounts. But no, I like that, yeah. On this entire channel, however many videos I have, I don't have a single like, I don't think. Not a single like. Which is actually kind of shocking if you think about, with respect to, I have a couple dislikes, most of it I just don't have too many views, or some views with little, like the Curb Your Enthusiasm one is near the top, and that actually had an awesome moment, of the views at least. Like, I laugh at the one where he says, and see, I was under the wrong impression. I thought that was like a series too, and then it turned into later Curb Your Enthusiasm, but that was actually the movie. It was like a movie, HBO special, and then it's not a series, it's just a one-off thing, and then the series came out later. But I did laugh towards the end where he talks about Molly Shannon or whatever, having sex with a guy so hard that he had a heart attack, and just the way he says it so gleefully cracked me up. So I did fail that challenge, and then I watched Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I did the opposite. Watch. I feel like maybe I did like a light chuckle, and I was trying to give it the benefit of the doubt, which maybe I can't remember. He's talking about his pants and his adjusting and whatever. So that was like, watch until you don't laugh, right, for a full episode. And so I didn't laugh really in the first episode at all, unless you want to go back and try to fact check me on that. But again, it doesn't mean that it's bad. I'm actually a pretty resilient person when it comes to that, where I'm pretty unlikely to laugh, where you have whatever. But yeah, we got to get back to watching stuff like that, or actually what I'm going to do, and I am going to do it, I'm going to do the audiobook thing in about a week or so, I guess I should go through these things just to do it. But Skibbity Toilet's annoying because they're all so short and stuff. Like, what the fuck, man? I don't know, I kind of want to do it, but it could be like a daily ritual. I watch one part of it every day, which, that's not bad, because I watch it like over and over, and then I really analyze it and really get into it, and come up with all kind of theories and whatever. So what you have here is the simple ability to Skibbity Toilet, number 1. Number 2 would be like social experiments. It's too hard to find this type of shit. I don't know. Skibbity Toilet, social experiments, most viewed, most subscribed channels, top videos, oldest videos, stuff like that. Then the gameplay videos, like let's play stuff. Then some kind of a gameplay videos, and maybe watching somebody stream and rating that. All these ideas that I've gone through. And then one other thing would be like the actual I can't remember, maybe politics, debates. I'll watch PragerU videos and fact check them. I saw something earlier that was kind of annoying, where it's like, Candace Owens talking about slavery, and he's like sort of trying to undercut that video, but it's like saying slavery's happened throughout human history, which it has, but like they both have sort of claims baked into them. But the reality is that, like, he's looking at it from such a narrow point of view that he's trying to say, well, other forms of slavery weren't as bad, or like what point are you really trying to make? All of it's bad, human beings are bad by, capable of badness by subjective standards. So don't make it about the white man. Don't make it about the big bad European. The reason why the Europeans had slavery for that period, first of all, is not unique in history. Again, any powerful group of peoples, any powerful society is going to engage in such behaviors where they subjugate and murder and conquer and steal and do whatever they want, because when you have power over somebody. So it's the same general process. So why was it that the great British Empire was able to do that? Not because they're big bad evil white men. It's because they got maybe a little boost technologically from the remnants of the Roman Empire and in the general region, and arguably, I mean, even that whatever for whatever reason, their technology was better than a lot of other places in the world. And so because of that, see, what I don't like is sort of the framing. It's like you'll point out all kind of other things like that. You're not trying to say it's normal, in human history, but that doesn't mean like, two wrongs make a right, like, you're defending slavery. It's actually ironic because the guy in that video says, like at the beginning or something, he says that that somehow makes it okay, right? Two wrongs make a right. But then he does the same thing where he says, well, these other forms of slavery weren't as bad as this one. They gave people more freedom. Like, so what does that mean? So it's still slavery. It's still bad. There's still various forms of subjugation. You know what might happen in that period more? A lot of more people were just murdered. Like, they would just kill you if you weren't useful, or so many other things, like, just absolutely, there's no modern, like, moral compass, like, how we treat it. And so what you have is a simple ability to, I don't know, I'm kind of, it's annoying because here's the absolutist kind of view on the subject. Human beings in human nature will do various things that are condemned by them. In fact, the whole reason why they condemn those things is because they would do them in the first place. So it's not that, they're inherently bad, whatever, like sins or vices or negative actions, right? Like hurting and killing and subjugating. It's not that those things are inherently bad or that morality is inherent. It's that morality isn't inherent, and the whole reason why we call those things bad and condemn them and treat them like that, right, why we stigmatize them and punish them, is because human beings would inherently do them if we didn't do that. Even after doing all that enforcement, indoctrination, etc., even after doing that, somebody pulls up in front of you, like when you're an inch away, when you're going like fucking 60 miles, like if you weren't as cool and calm of a driver as me, you would have been fucked. Like, what the fuck was that, dude? I must be a lot better driver than I realized, too, to be able to be doing... Well, this doesn't distract you too much, as long as I'm not looking at the screen, but... My point is that, again, you would see it as contrivance response, right? This is a term I would always use, just that the whole reason why you call it bad is because people would inherently do it. There's not saying, people are inherently bad, but they're inherently bad by their own standards, but their own standards are reactionary to their inherent state, so that comes first, right? So the point is, it wouldn't surprise me if human beings did every evil under the sun. It's more a function of the era, the technology available, the means available, the power they have over other people, etc., etc. So why should that be a surprise? So the issue isn't, big bad white European men. It's human beings in a position of power using that power to subjugate or steal from others or kill others or enslave others, etc. Right? That's what it is. So in various forms, that happened in every area in the entire world at one point or another. Not Antarctica, though, but in every part of the world. And so what that shows you is, again, not to normalize or say it's okay. That makes it okay. He even makes this fallacy too. When you bring that up, that just means you don't want to talk about the subject at hand, as if you have some sort of horse in the race. No, I'll talk about every subject objectively, but what you have is you're putting it in the larger process pool, right? This is a term that I would use a lot too in the debate format. Like, look at the larger process. The larger process is human beings and their tendency will do the very things they condemn if they feel they can get away with them, if they have the power to do them, if they have the technology, the means, etc. Human beings will do objectionable things, questionable things, immoral things by their own standards if they can get away with it or if they have power over others, etc. That's all it takes. They have technology, better weaponry, etc. So that's just how human nature is. Even in the modern era, it's not like some idyllic thing. Russia tried to do that to Ukraine, even if it doesn't entirely work. The government's trying to do it to you right now all the time. Like the U.S. government, the Chinese government, everybody's always doing that. The corporate-owned media in the U.S., so everybody's always trying to subjugate one another when they have the power and the means to do it. So that's why power corrupts is such a poignant phrase, even deeper than maybe people realize. It's not even the power corrupts, it's the power enables. Like, if nobody in the world had any meaningful amount of power, the worst people in history wouldn't be that scary. Like, oh, Hitler's a bad guy and he wants to kill everybody who's Jewish, right? Let's say is the standard, right? He wants to kill everyone, or just everyone, period, even, right? But he can't do it because he's just some random dude walking down the street. Only with the infrastructure, only with taking over the media, only with being the chancellor and the government and all that, only with that infrastructure, now do you become a threat. So it's not that, oh, he's a bad guy who intends to do bad things. That is relevant, obviously, and you'd like to see that not be the case, but let's say that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. He could be the best person ever, he could be the worst person ever, but the fact that he had that much power to be able to do that much damage is the real issue. That, like, oh, nobody should have that much power. So he could have been, let's say, whatever, it could be the best person ever, but you still don't want to take the chance. Or again, once you enable that, it makes it almost inevitable that people will often abuse it. And so Robespierre style, thing. So here's the issue is, again, when you look at something like slavery, it's not that, oh, you want to get off the topic. It's about what claim. This is where it's sort of inverse, right? You have all this propaganda, 1619 Project, and all this kind of white privilege and white reparations owed to people. All this kind of stuff, that's what you're countering. That's why it's not a fair argument. You're not simply looking at slavery and saying, okay, it was bad. Like, we get it. Who says it wasn't bad? But then people take it a step too far. It was so bad that now the descendants of it are owed reparations, and everything's about race, and society's still systemically racist, and everything's bad, and everything's against them, and give us free stuff, and everybody who's white should feel guilty. And if you don't agree with these two, you might think, oh, this is a straw man, but if you don't agree with those things, that's fine. Okay, then forget it. But there are a lot of people who have said that, and that is like an overwhelming, mindset and ideology in the United States right now. If you don't agree with any of that, fine. I accept your premise that just whatever, it's just bad. Nobody's disputing that. But he goes through and he picks and chooses, well, it wasn't as bad here, or it wasn't as bad there. So that just shows you have some incentive in the argument. Like, yeah, let's do a slavery tier list to see the best or the worst version. Like, it's bad no matter what. What point are you really trying to make, right? Like, for example, look at the absolutist tendency. The non-claim of non is kind of a weird term, but like, you don't need to make a claim. You're just kind of shutting down other claims that are made, like holding them accountable. The burden is on the claim maker. So what claim are you making by observing human beings in their nature and throughout history indicate through their behavior that they have a tendency to, if they can get away with something, if they feel they can get away with it, they'll do it in their own, if it's in their own interest or benefit, if they have the means, if they have the technology, if they have the some other if they have some other way of going about it. And so what that shows you is, am I going like the wrong way, or does it just look different at night? I feel like I might have fucked something up as I'm getting so distracted by this, but the point is that, oh no, it's right. There's just like some sign I saw that I feel like I've never seen before, but it's not a new sign. So again, human beings, historically, they'll do that. So it's a human race issue, not a particular race issue. So again, slavery was bad in every form. It was bad in the United States, okay? So again, that's fine. That's obviously true. But what is the claim? What is the claim that goes along with that? See, there's some incentive behind it. It's not just, okay, slavery was terrible. That's why it was ended. That's why it was abolished. That's why even segregation afterwards was obviously abolished. That was bad too. So that's it. Now those no longer exist, and now you have a level playing field better than, pretty much anywhere in the world in the U.S., and you're trying to even have programs that arguably overcorrect, like affirmative action and all this kind of diversity, equity, inclusion. So you're placing an undue emphasis in the opposite direction and overcorrecting, and basically saying that, well, in order to make up for the sins of the past, we're going to overcorrect and give people preferential treatment because their ancestors were victims of something. That's where it falls apart, because now, well, trace back everybody, everywhere, no matter where you live, no matter what, part of the world, everybody has some reparations owed to them. The Mongol Empire owes reparations to, a lot of people in Asia, their descendants, or, it just doesn't make sense, really. You're trying to look for something that's not there, so you're picking apart. It's like you want to point out slavery in the United States, right, was uniquely evil, such that it requires some special interpretation or standard, like 1619 Project. No, it's evil, just like a lot of things in human history are evil, but that's it. Like, it no longer is happening. There's nothing even close to it. Obviously, nor should there be, but there's nothing, like, if you remove something bad, I don't know how I can explain this better. If there's something bad and you remove it and it's not happening anymore, then everything's fine. It's solved. And you might say, well, that doesn't make up for what they went through. The way that reparations might make sense is at the time, like, when slavery ended, then reparations should be handled then to the people who were slaves and still alive at that time. It shouldn't be that, hundreds of years later, now suddenly people just want free stuff. And I hate to break it down like that, but that's basically what it comes down to. You didn't go through it. Yes, your ancestors did. Yes, that might put you at a generational disadvantage. You know who else is at a generational disadvantage? Most human beings in the history of the fucking world. Because the majority of people were not. See, even when you say, slavery, the majority of people weren't slave owners. Only the wealthy were. Only, it's a symbol of status. It's this, it's that. So the point is, even with the evil of it, that, benefited the economy overall, society overall, the majority of people are still poor, middle class, right? They're not slave owners. So the point is, like, the majority of people in Irish need not apply. Are they owed up reparations for that in a lesser degree? Like, you're missing the point that it really is the ultimate divide and conquer, like, brain dead, initial minded moron thing. It's not even worth addressing, but people are this dumb. Like, it's not about race. Everybody could be the same race. So, like, everybody in a country, in an area is white, or everyone is black, right? In human history, that's happened a lot. So, did those same groups of people, right, with the same skin color, same race, did they fight each other? Did they ever hurt and kill and conquer each other? Did they ever have tribal warfare? Did they ever have, just large-scale wars and conquer? Is that not what history is literally written in blood, where there's constant war, constant struggle, constant conflict and strife? So anytime, when you kill your own race, it's no big deal. We won't even mention that. But, when you kill another race, now it's bad. You can't have that. You're a racist. Like, that's what it doesn't make sense. All of human history is conflict and war and struggle and subjugation and slavery, all these things. So, again, does that normalize it? Does that make it better? No. But that's why, if that was the argument, you would say, that's why it should still exist, or something like that. No, the argument is, we can point out something bad, but then what is your sort of cui bono effect here? What do you stand to gain from this perspective that you have, that, like, it's so bad, slavery is so bad? Right, and it is bad, and it was bad, and that's why it was abolished long ago, and then segregation was still bad, and that was ended too. So now, if there's something that currently exists that's bad, we can end that. But this notion of, like, some generational point is totally nonsensical in the realm of world history. I'll give you some statistic, right? Like, probably 90% of the world's population has ancestors that might have been subjugated, they might have been slaves, they might have been poor, they might have been at some disadvantage, they might have been conquered people, etc. How do I know that? Because pretty much all of humanity is like that. I don't know what people think. Like, Europeans who were white, they were all wealthy. They all owned slaves. They were all perfect. They were perfect life position. They never had any struggle or strife. They were just, now you might say, well, of course, slaves had it worse, no doubt. But that's not the point. It's like, you're misframing the point. It's about power. It's not about race. It's like, even when people moved over to the United States in the first place, they were being, they felt they were being religiously persecuted. So they were the victims of that. So are they owed reparations from Britain now for that religious persecution? Or, how far back are you going to trace it? Every area in the world has been like that, where you have some kind of reparations that would be owed, right? Show me the place on earth that's totally peaceful and happy, and everybody always just held hands and nobody ever fought, and that is Antarctica, But you have the ability to. It's just dumb. Like, again, what point are you trying to make? Because if you just look at it, like, yes, slavery did occur throughout human history. It just to use that as a myopic example. It did occur at various points throughout history. It in fact, even still happening in Dubai and so forth, but nobody, don't get outraged about that one. But there's this one clip on a podcast that's funny like that too. So somebody's saying, as a black man, I felt safer in Dubai than I do in the United States. And then people correctly point out in the comments, you do realize that there's still slavery in Dubai, and there's nothing even remotely close to slavery in the United States. Like, we live in this idyllic, like, fantasy world where, the United States has so many issues with race. Also, it has the most diversity of race in the entire world, especially given the population, and so it's one of those fallacies of, like, the fallacies of entering into, like the man in the arena type of thing. Every other country might have 75+% of the same race, so the other, has maybe 90+%, like an ethno state. It's all, pretty much everybody's the same race. So there's less racial conflict because there's just less people of varying races, whereas the U.S. is much more diverse. So now there'll be some more conflict, and it'll be attributed to race, even if it's not really about that. Just human beings having conflict with human beings. But, now it's attributed to race, and, now America's a racist country. Well, how many other countries in the world even have such a diverse population between races in the first place, such that issues could even exist? So you're at least entering into the process of, you could have issues with race, because you have so many races. You have so much diversity of race. That's what people don't get. Right? You're kind of attacking the wrong thing. It's sort of incidental, and again, you'll attribute it to race even if it's not about that. Right? Like, one person hurts another, or kills another. And one happens to be white, one happens to be black, or vice versa. Like, doesn't mean that's why they did it, right? Like, but this is how we almost treat it. So it's unfortunate, but you have it's very irritating, because this is how easily people are controlled, and they're so stupid. And it's really a regressive point too, because this is something that society sort of moved on from, right? All those things ended. Now it's equal opportunity. Everybody just do their own thing. But now you're going to make all these excuses, like, I'm sorry if you feel that, okay, your ancestors, or not even you feel, you would be correct. But if you trace most families back far enough, you'll realize, well, the majority of families were poor throughout history. How do I know that? Because the majority of people were poor. There were a lot of serfs and peasants, and, the majority of the human population is never really rich. Even in the modern era, that's the whole definition of rich. Like, it's relative. Right, if everybody was rich, nobody would be rich, because it would be, so even though the quality of life, for example, now is higher, you wouldn't point to that, like, let's say child labor in the modern era, like, that benefits you in your middle class life, and so you're able to, that doesn't mean that you owe reparations to to somebody in that way, it's like, yeah, you owe reparations to those children when they grow up. But no, what I like to see here is, I don't know. The problem is the fact that it's exactly what you call specifying the conflict too. Let's make it just about slavery. Let's make it about just slavery by the Europeans. Let's make it just about slavery in the Americas. Let's make it just about that in the way that we want to use it to get reparations and so forth. So every area in the world, go a couple hundred years back in your history or more, and you will find atrocities and all kind of issues that if you can't even find them now. And the way that you can do that is, again, are you thinking like a regressive mentality, or are you thinking, okay, at this time there's no injustice, so we can deal with it and go forward, instead of trying to bring everybody down and hold everybody back and say, because our ancestors were treated unfairly, which is completely accurate to say, now you owe us something in retrospect. It's not a good perspective, right? The real perspective on a functional, objective level would be, sorry that you had to go through that, but you aren't, you have to deal with it. You have to deal with now the fact that there is no unfairness, or if there is, point out that unfairness now. Don't give us generational stuff, because that is unfortunate, right? It does put you at a disadvantage. Not so much now, though, because you've had generations to overcome it, but just this notion of special treatment doesn't work. Again, trace any family line back, the average person's family line back, a couple hundred years, even, beyond that, and you'll realize that, you have some sort of atrocity, some sort of mistreatment, some sort of subjugation, some sort of, Irish need not apply, or other things. So again, you make it about race when you're simple-minded, single-minded, initial-minded, reactionary. It's not ever about that, right? So that's why when somebody said that, like Whoopi Goldberg or somebody, in some truth to it, or like Jesse Lee Peterson, there's no such thing as racism, sexism, homophobism, deadbeat dadism, whatever he says. I don't know what some of those really mean, but you have this reality that in a certain point of view, there is no such thing as racism. If everybody was the same race, they would still kill and hurt and subjugate one another, as we've seen in countless eras throughout history, as we see now. Like, that would imply, a white person never hurts a white person, or a black person never hurts a black person, right? Go check out Chicago or something. So what does that claim stand to make? Nothing, but it just shows you race is not a defining criteria. Do sometimes people mistreat one another because of race? Yes. But I'll tell you, too, even with slavery, like in the Americas and so forth, it wasn't because, they'll attribute the white man's burden and so forth, but it was still kind of like, it was an act of convenience, the fact that, there is a certain psychological element, like you don't want to feel like you're enslaving one of your own. Meanwhile, there's still serfdom and other things throughout earlier eras in Europe, but there's a certain, justification that people would find to try to use, like, they're just savages, so that's why we can do this. It's some sort of rationalization that would be opposed, like the white man's burden, that we're somehow doing a service by doing this or whatever. But that would be the argument that you would make, but it's still not about that truthfully, because, for example, and in a literal sense too, sometimes people defend that, like, you can't just say people are savages, like, Native Americans. The reality is, it's not about that. They could be the peace-loving, nicest people on the planet, but from a technological standpoint, they are backwards. How do I know they're backwards? Because how else would the Europeans be able to come in there and kill them or take over their land? So in other words, it's just a survival aspect. I'm not criticizing them, saying, what they're doing is wrong. I'm saying they're technologically less advanced, and whenever you're technologically less advanced, you are subject to somebody who is the dominant force in history at the time, who could subjugate you and take you over. But that's just, you're like a sitting duck in a historical context. So I hate to say it, and it's kind of harsh, but the real reason, like the victim blaming here, the real reason why the Native Americans took over isn't because, these big, bad, evil white Europeans came over. It's because the Native Americans weren't advanced enough, thus they were an easy target. That's really what it is. And they had something to gain, the Americas, obviously. And also you get the same thing with the, slave trade in terms of, again, less technologically advanced is also a part of it. And it was already sort of an established practice that was already engaged in Africa. So all you're observing is some objective notion, but people get lost on it in all their propaganda, right? But the absolutist claim could break it down very simply, or again, the non-claim, as I aptly would call it. All you're looking at is, or you're not really looking at anything even, but all these outward things like, okay, reparations. Most human beings in the history of the world would be owed reparations because, I don't get what. Most people would be, because their ancestors would have been mistreated, hurt, subjugated, killed, and they couldn't be killed if you were born, but whatever. It's just the majority of humanity has been mistreated, so it's not about race. People of the same race have hurt each other, killed each other all the time in history. People do it all the time. It's not about that. It's just a divide and conquer strategy. It's not really about that. Even when people will say, in history, that it is about that, there's still other underlying factors. The white Europeans could say, yes, we're doing this because they're black, and it's the white man's burden and all this kind of stuff, right? That's what they're saying, and they're saying it to justify other things we want to take over the Americas, so let's call the Native American savages and kill them all. Or we're calling the Africans the same thing. But unfortunately, what sort of validates that is, if they were sophisticated, at least to your level of technology or close to it, there is a certain truth to that. Doesn't mean they're savages, but they're more primitive technologically. And if they weren't, you wouldn't have the power over them to be able to do what you're doing. They'd just fight back. They'd conquer you. It's just that simple, that technology does come about in this way where that's the defining factor. So just remember that. It's not because of race. It's not because of morality. It's not because of anything else. It's about, technology. If you have technology or you have power over somebody, you'll do something that you couldn't do otherwise. And that's it. So I'd be more fearful of that. I wouldn't care what race is coming to get me, if I'm some innocent whatever. But I would care, that they have better technology, so I better try to catch up. And so you're leaving yourself like a sitting duck in a historical context. And you may have seen some of these sort of phrases on YouTube, too. In the past, I've seen it in comments. I won't say who, but, some of my adherents or people who quote me, but I don't even care about getting credit for it. But there is something very concise about some of this, logical razors that I would state. So again, there's no claim that needs to be made. It's just what claim are you making, or what claim is society making? Reparations are nonsense. There's no logical basis to it. If you're not being mistreated now, we can feel bad about sins of the past, but most of human history is like that. So that's all I'm saying. So the reality is, okay, let's give Native Americans reparations then. Let's give them back their land. And yeah, that's kind of what it shows you. It's being used as a political prop, a political tool. If you're in the United States and you think that people who are black deserve reparations for slavery, then you should also consider that Native Americans deserve reparations for being massacred, genocide on them, and having their land stolen. They were here first. So what does that mean? So they should be given back the land. Everybody who's Native American should be given back the United States land. And then everybody else who's from somewhere else should leave and go back to their country of origin or whatever. Now, why don't we hear people arguing for that? Because they don't want to leave their comfortable, cushy lives, and there's not enough in it for them that way. Instead, no, let's just do this, where reparations or something there's a cui bono effect behind it. You're not truly looking for that, because if you were, okay, let's give the Native Americans reparations for stealing their land. Everybody who's not Native American, go back to wherever your ancestors came from and give them back their land. Simple. So there you go. But you won't do that, will you? So again, I'm not saying whether you should or shouldn't, but that would be logically consistent. That would come first. Not even about the severity of it, like, oh, is that worse than slavery, genocide? But it's that it came first. The Native Americans were killed and their land was conquered, right, at an earlier time. So just going chronologically, and still a high severity of, obviously, of atrocity. Okay, so where's the Native American reparations? Not that, oh, let's continue our society and give them little perks or something, privileges or special treatment. Oh no, let's leave if we're not Native American and give the country back to them if you truly feel bad about it. But again, I'm not saying I would think like that, but I'm saying you need to understand that would be logically consistent, but people don't have as much to gain from that, whereas, oh, with reparations or something else, now you're trying to frame it in a certain way, like, our way of life continues, our country continues on the graves of the Indians, but now we get to just feel self-righteous, or now we just get to feel like we can tell other people what to do, but it's not going to inconvenience us, like, oh, it's going to upend our whole society or something. And so if you look at it from that perspective, you have the ability to basically I don't know, slavery and genocide, subjugation. That video triggered the shit out of me. Like, I don't even want to see it, but yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Let's fact check the moron clown. It's so fucking garbage. Oh my god, I hate it. I don't even know when I saw it, but oh, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's like Doki Doki something. Not saying PragerU doesn't have their own agendas and stuff too, but oh, this is really trash. This is really trash. Or yeah, we should watch the Donald Trump roast of whatever the fuck. Or I love how people say that too, like, oh, Trump's following is a cult. Meanwhile, like just that, you know, you can have like an image that way, like, oh, so we're in the cult, the one that's like that, where vaccine and Ukraine and all these different symbols, and oh, but we're in the cult and it's just a normal guy just standing there. But it goes even deeper, like, or maybe you could make an alternate one, like Donald Trump and his followers are it's a cult. Meanwhile, NBC, ABC, Washington Post, Facebook, everything was favoring Democrats. So like, how is it a cult? The cult is the one that's this hive mind that everybody's saying the same thing. Trump bad, Trump this, Orange Man bad. That's the cult, where like it's all this negative cult of personality of his. If you simply like the guy or like his policies, what's wrong with that? Despite all the negativity you hear around him, like, you're not allowed to like him, right? Again, a cult is, having this insular thing, but, you know, the one that's really out of control is the one that's telling other people what they can and can't do, right? If you don't like him, fine. Like, nobody's stopping you from not liking him, but this compelled notion that, oh, you must not like him, you must hate him, and even that's fine, but then you take it a step further and you obsess over him all the time, how much you talk about him. Like, if somebody's voting for him, they're like, okay, I just want a good, secure border, I think he's good on the economy, okay, cool, right? What's wrong with that? But, oh no, that's an invalid opinion, and he's the worst person ever, and he's literally Hitler, and he's going to destroy democracy, and, like, isn't that more like a cultish basis that you're using, like, all that kind of stuff? Like, one is just thinking on a basic level, like, okay, maybe I like his policies, maybe I don't like Democrats right now, you know, I don't like Harris or Biden, I'm just voting for somebody, I like his policy, I like somehow, you know, he has kind of, tells it like it is at times, or he has a certain abrasive personality, right? So that's it. Versus, oh my goodness, he's Hitler and he's going to destroy democracy and it's the end of the world, and oh my goodness, you know, all this kind of hysteria. That seems more cultish to me. But no, like which one would be the function of a cult? MSNBC, NBC, ABC, Washington Post, CNN, Facebook. It was Twitter before, or you had it before Elon took over. All of these things collectively are all saying the same thing, all on the same side. All Trump's bad, Orange Man bad, and it's not even enough to say he's bad that you don't like him. You validate everything that you believe based on but Trump. Like, it's not enough, okay, he's bad, so let's just ignore him and put him out of sight, out of mind. We get that you don't like him. But we're going to obsess over every little thing he does. And anytime anybody questions us, you must be a Trumper. And Trump's so bad. And Trump this, Trump that. Like, that's obsessive. Like, get over it. We get that there's negative cult of personality as much as there's positive cult of personality. So all you're doing is letting it lower your standards. Your premise is you don't like him. We get it. You don't like him. He's bad. He's done bad things. Terrible guy. We get it. That's your premise. It's fine, right? We get it. But then what? Do you focus on let's have a high standard and pick somebody who's actually good, or worry about other things? Or, no, let's use the big bad dude as a scapegoat to justify the one-party state with a coalition of corporate-owned media and the Democratic Party? Like, who do you really think you're dealing with here? You think you can get away with that shit? Like, I'll tell you what it is, even if you don't want to listen. I don't even want to watch this shit. I don't know what I want to watch. But no, that's like a moron clown fucking thing, dude. I didn't end up really watching anything. I just sort of got triggered by that in terms of the, whatever it was, the PragerU thing that I didn't even watch here. I just kind of saw a little bit of it earlier. But it's all like you're framing. Like, what would you have to gain by pointing out the general human tendency and human nature? Maybe you could say to normalize and make it okay, but you're not doing it now, nor are you saying it should be done now, so that's irrelevant, right? Like, something bad that happened already happened, and it's not happening anymore, so it doesn't matter. You're not normalizing it. You're saying it's bad, it shouldn't have happened, and that's it. Instead of, it's so bad that, oh my goodness, we have to affect our life now, currently in the present, to somehow justify something in a way that is, just dumb. Lord forgive me memes, and I like how the own band who made the song even is making those themselves. NXCR or something, I don't even know what it is. I couldn't find like a proper playlist for it though, actually. So what else do we have to do? We have to figure out the fact of, basically, I don't know, I wanted to watch something. Let me see what I can do here. No, I don't want to watch that though. I'm already triggered. Like, it's just annoying because like you can see clearly the incentive behind it. You're not objective, and again, I'm not saying PragerU is objective, but even what they're clipping in and showing is like, why would Candace Owens say that if it's, there's not merit to it? She's black. Like, you could go play identity politics with that. Who are you to question a black person about their ancestry and anything? But of course that doesn't matter really, but that's what people would say on the other side. Like, how can you dare question, anything somebody says about a subject if they have an identity that's tied to it, as if identity matters. Like, you're a scientist and you're talking about reptiles. Like, oh, how can you talk about reptiles? You're not a reptile. Like, you can talk about everything in the universe. Like, if you actually make a good claim or have a good foundation, scientific, process, basis. And so you have the ability to basically, I don't know. I'm really not sure what I want to watch anymore. these recommendations all often are not the best. What if Trump loses? I mean, it'll be similar to the last time, that people will have their doubts, but they don't do anything about it. That's the worst thing that happened in the 2020 election. Whatever doubts you have weren't gone about the right way, and of course the corporate-owned media is a lapdog of the other side in a way that's what gives you the impression, Like if the media was just laissez-faire, objective, they don't care about the outcome, no horse in the race, right? The media is just the media, and they don't care who wins, right? Then you could accept, okay, he's just being salty about losing, and he's just mad, and he's just a sore loser. But when you hear immediately, and the whole time, his whole presidency, these same networks that hated him and say he's the worst person ever, and collusion, and this and that, like non-stop negative treatment of him, whether it's justified or not, whether it's hyperbole or not, like so much of it that you clearly see an animus, then it's like those same networks that were telling you how bad he is, how much they hate him, now they're saying, oh, he lost, he definitely lost. Like, now you kind of get the notion that even if he didn't, those networks hate him so much and have such a strong bias that clearly it's part of the same thing, right? They would absolutely be willing to cover up cheating to beat him. That's the bias that we're seeing, right? There is a cui bono effect because they've shown. Again, if they showed those 4 years during his presidency from 2016 to 2020, they're not biased, they're just indifferent. They don't care. They're just, neutral, and then you make up your own mind. Now if he loses, okay, there's nothing to worry about, but this is the effect that we see, so it'll be the same thing. There'll be suspicious things, and they'll all be explained away by the corporate-owned media propaganda, and as much as people want to call Trump Hitler or something like that, you're not seeing the devilish element on the other side. Like, all the worst people in history have that exactly, where they have the media on their side, whether they take it over, whether it's state-controlled media, state media, or whether it's state-aligned media, like what we have here. Yeah, let's see what he has to say here. I won't do the timestamp, but it's just a short from Ben Shapiro over here. What do you think happens if Trump loses to the Republican? 28? Oh, no, 2028 is absolutely not a thing that should happen. He should win, if he wins, then you get it over with now. Even this, I would say 2020 was a much better chance. Like, if you were going to do it, you should have won in 2020, and that's it. And again, you keep seeing this attempt to try to discredit people. Like, supporting this guy is not acceptable, and that's it. That's just how it's left at. He's just a bad guy, and you can't like him, and anybody who likes him is bad, and just that's it. This is how you know something is being controlled in such... This is why people support him. Like, it's not simply, okay, his policy's bad, or, okay, better options out there. That would be all it takes. That's how a normal election goes, right? But no, instead it's, oh my goodness, it's unacceptable to vote for him or to like him. You just can't do it. It's just not allowed. And that's part of the big reason why people do like him, because the more you tell them not to do something, right, it's like a bad reverse psychology that you still don't realize. So there is an issue because that is insisted upon too much. And I hate how that becomes the whole platform of the other side. It doesn't matter who we have. It could be Biden, who is unpopular with Democrats. It could be Harris, who's unpopular with Democrats. But all of a sudden now they're anointed because Trump's bad. Trump bad. Everything just Trump bad. Like, there's nothing... But no, I'm kind of obsessed with trying to do that shit now. The little... whatever. Extreme gaming, adult-only gaming. It seems like too much work, though, on top of everything else I have to do. Like, I don't know. I'll have to edit this shit, too, and stuff. So what you have is a simple ability to... it's so fun, though. I like that, because it gives me an outlet to play and record stuff that I wouldn't normally ever have done, because you technically can't. And even to the extent that you can, I'm okay with not doing it. So I might subscribe to that vodcoder thing, whatever it's called, the voice, because I want to play around with the filters, but the first one I tried was a little weird. It made me sound weird. So, oh yeah, I wasn't thinking about 2028. I was thinking about, because he's way too old anyway. Right, like that's... I like how that was turned from a negative to a positive too. Like, oh, look at Biden's heroic decision to step down. Like, tell me you have a one-party state by actually telling me you have a one-party state. So, in other words, he was just a puppet prop that people were saying all along, but you didn't want to admit. Like, so it was never about him. The Democratic Party is just the party that must be in power because the corporate-owned media likes them, and you're a mindless sheep who does whatever it tells you to. And even in saying this, people would say, oh, Trump this, Trump, you must be Trump. But I'm not saying anything about Trump. Go ahead, vote for Jill Stein or somebody. I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me, dude. But what I'm saying is it's totally disingenuous. Or yeah, there were people getting all salty about this too, like XQC or somebody talking about an election, and then somebody's getting mad saying, oh, you're not even in America. Why are you talking about our politics? Right, you're Canadian or whatever. You know, never live in the country you're criticizing unless it's the United States, in which case you get rewarded for it. Like, I'm all for objectivity and critical thinking and stuff like that, but being self-critical too. But you can't do it like when you're doing it to spite the whole thing. Like, it's not really correct. You have, you know, I'm just kind of tired. I don't know. But no, like, should I almost? I wouldn't want to stream it. I can just upload it when I have time once in a while. I'm kind of obsessed with it now, though. Now I'm gonna put too much time and effort into that when I really shouldn't. I like it because it's kind of just a laid back thing. Like, I'm not really. And kind of like how this is, but it's a little annoying at times, given the circumstance. Like when I'm driving and everything. And I really can't decide what to watch now. I'm totally fucking out of it. So what you have now is a simple ability to I don't know. I can't find anything. I should have just stuck to some crime thing. I try to keep going in almost as suggested, but I can't figure out what it is. This is Melanie Gibbs 2-minute call with Lori something, Lori Vallow Daybell, and Chad something, probably Chad Daybell, starting in 3, 2, 1. Starts with the phone ringing. I can't hear shit with the fucking shitty speakerphone that we got going. Discussing why they lied. But no, I was watching that too, like the interrogation or the questioning of the girlfriend of the guy in the other case. I forget. She's like this young girl, Catherine Melender or something, and she's being all cute and quirky that people are simping over her in the comments. Like, she's being kind of annoying. All these little quirks and dumb things she's doing and saying that have nothing to do with the severity of the situation. And then she starts crying like, I get that she's young, but I don't really give a shit. You got to realize the cynicality of everything, like how you have the ability to basically, I don't know, I'm just sort of out of it, but I still want to do that, like recording. I don't know what I should do here. It's just sometimes you have an urge to do something, but I don't have the energy to even do it. I have to like pick and choose now between what I'm really focusing on. So you have the ability to, I'm just fucking like half asleep. Good thing my drive is almost over. Doomsday, couple, chat, and something. Too much of this ends up being on the same channel. Like we're on Court TV the whole time. So, let me see. I don't like to feel like, oh, I'm doing this just for the sake of doing it. But again, we're going to get into an actual properly structured format soon. So now I'm going to subscribe to like 3 different things now, though, all at once. Like probably Peacock or whatever service to watch. Well, I won't do that immediately. I'll rent the Lord of the Rings thing, and I'll listen to one Lord of the Rings audiobook. I don't want to have to buy each one individually. But I'm going to have to measure out how long will it take to get through an audiobook. Can I play it on 2 times speed? Is there some sort of timestamp in the recording? Because what you need to do is do the timestamp starting in 3, 2, 1, and then I'm not going to, you could be listening to it along with me or reading along with me, but I'm not going to be reading it, so I'm not breaking any rule of like, oh, I'm sharing it with everybody, but I'm going to give my commentary on it as we go. And I'll be talking over it, obviously, in the sense of that, but DEI Academy, I see a sign for. I don't know if that's actually what it means. No, that's like Mater D. That's not actually the original, instead of diversity, equity, inclusion. So, let me see what I can do here. I'm really at a loss. Like, aside from rewatching these fucking trial things over and over, I don't know what I feel like really doing anymore. So we'll finish off this YouTube session and style segment, and then we'll do the Lord of the Rings book, and then I guess if I can't find some of these books on an audiobook service, then I'm screwed, because I'm not going to buy them individually. There must be some sort of subscription, or unless they're not too much. Or maybe then I would just do like one of them, maybe. But I kind of like the idea of doing it as a companion piece, like, so like we listen to the Sorcerer's Stone, and then we watch it, and then we listen to the next one. So I don't necessarily have to do all of them, but that's what I was trying to build it up to, depending how long it takes, and depending how long the actual, it depends how long it takes, and it depends how much money we have to spend, or how much, if you can like subscribe for $15 for the month, and now you can listen to every single one. That's almost what I was expecting it to be, like Audible. But then I think I looked on there and I couldn't find it, Harry Potter, so there must be some other way to do it, or maybe you have to buy it outright. So at the very least, we'll do at least one Harry Potter and one other thing. One Lord of the Rings, one Harry Potter, and just do it. And I guess Lord of the Rings could be something even unrelated to the animated thing, because that's going to cover like a lot of other ground in the actual, I don't know. We'll just pick a book. It could be The Hobbit, it could be anything. And so you have whatever. That's where gaming is such a good medium, because you can, you can make it into something more than even what it is, because it's a self-actualizing element. If I want to stand there and look at a wall for 10 hours, I can. And I love these mediums that people try to argue, like, can movies be art? Can games be art? It's like, dude, a game, so you're trying to tell me a book can be art, right? Books are art, literature is art, music can be art, visual paintings can be art. So let me get this straight. Those things can be art, right? Art forms, but a game can't be. Even though a game can contain within it art. So like, the Mona Lisa is in this game, but no, that's not art because, it's a game. A game can literally contain within it art, right, from other art forms. It can have music, it can have, visuals, it can have story, it can have all these things, right, that on their own, in and of themselves, can be considered art. So even on that basic level, not even collectively as a complete piece of work, like a movie also does that. It combines music, it combines visuals, it combines other things, but it contains other art forms within it, but it can't be an art form itself by combining them. Like, that makes no fucking sense at all. At the very least, you could look at the soundtrack and say, well, this is an artistic piece of music, or, this is an artistic visual, or this is an artistic story or something. So, like, in the same way that those things can be art, it obviously can be art, and it even literally contains art. Like, if I make a game that contains a Shakespeare book in it, and you can read the whole book of Shakespeare, now suddenly that game is art because it contains something that is considered art within it. And so therefore, Okay, so here I'll finish up the Marie Hall testimony, I guess, from that first day of... I want to watch one of these in full, but at times it gets boring. Like, and you don't want to feel like you're pressured, like, I have to watch it exactly in order, you know what I mean? Like, I'll do it how I feel like, but some of these parts, at least, I'm sure I haven't seen, or I don't remember. I don't remember ever seeing this. In fact, it was sort of hard to find. So this is like on a different channel, and then the rest of it's on another channel, like, because this one's like audio only apparently, so I don't know exactly what that means or how. In fact, it says, and Sterling Williams, but where is Sterling Williams? The video's almost over, and it must just begin briefly at the end here. Like, you have a case where, I don't know how to explain it. Like, this is audio enhanced, but the other one didn't have video. That other one's like audio only. So I'll watch this, and then I'll decide what I want to do. Again, there's nothing really that I care to do, honestly. Like, I'll just do this for the next 10 days, and then I'll figure out how to fucking do the Harry Potter thing or whatever. But this is Jodi Arias trial day 1. Marie Hall and Sterling Williams full audio enhanced from 1:09:00, hour and 9 minutes 0 seconds, in 3, 2, 1. Told you was that this stalker was a female. Just trying to make him seem popular with the ladies. But she did meet Jodi later. When do we see those emails? I don't remember that. But were you aware of her following you, or you didn't know who it was? How could he have not said who it was? He would give you all this detail, but she had dated him like 3 different months or something. February, March. You really went on like 3 separate dates at 3 separate times that were, you kept rejecting him. You want to be nice, but then you're not into him. Then you do give him another try after your breakup. Then you don't want to do it. Like, Well, he wasn't worthy of either one because he was messing around with Jodi, but... But it's something you can overcome if you repent or something. Religion is fascinating because it sort of mirrors society as a whole, where you have all these antiquated false absolutes that you follow, contrivances, morality, social norms. It's the same process, but people don't realize the similarity. Or it could be both of them, but that's an open relationship if they consent. Or what if one is married and one isn't married? That's still bad, because the person who isn't married should marry... Well, that's adultery too. Or that's the double. Somebody who's not married having sex with somebody who is married means that one of them is committing adultery and the other one is committing fornication. But they're both doing it because... It's more likely, though, based on the stimuli acme. He's always doing it as a hypothetical. Self-report. That's like a term that people use on Twitch. Like, I always say, like, self-tell. That's a self-tell to say, like, something that you're admitting something bad that you did, but you don't realize it. Like, oh, that's a self-tell. The way he said that. I'm having sex. It's part of the sin. But that's much more minor. And then there's different levels of lies too, like a white lie at Alice Laviolette School. But it's not stricken when he says it in the closing statement, because the closing argument, because you don't know, like, that's not evidence. But when he asks it in a testimony, then it is. So he would get that Alice Laviolette School line on the record if it's the last thing he did. He insisted, and then you relented and said, okay, we're doing it just as friends. Yeah, let's increase her screen time. I kind of like her whole manner and disposition. And I don't think she ever comes back. Court recess. This guy edits the videos more colorfully, but I kind of like the other channel better. Or maybe this... So this will be the Sterling Williams guy. I don't know who this is even. He must be one of the people who found the body. Because she was the first witness in the whole trial, if I'm not mistaken. This is day one. This is like the first part of day one. So she was the first ever witness. Who is both an ex and a potential... Oh, he's from the police. Why don't we get the other people who found the body? Like, why do we only get her? Or there'll be like a hierarchy. Oh, we prefer Marie Hall's testimony over yours because she's an ex-girlfriend, whereas you're just some random roommate, even though it's equally valuable, but it's just a little more flashy for the jury to go into the relationship thing. So the 2 points to take out of that was, you could say that, oh, that proves he's a player and he's obsessive and he's stalking her, almost like he won't let her go and he's insisting upon her, right, that she's both that he's a player and with many women at the same time, and the fact that he's also very persistent, that he would stay after a woman for a long time and kind of not take no for an answer, right, with her. But it helps him in the sense that she said nothing negative. He was never abusive. He never hurt me. He never hit me. That's the proper boyfriend treatment. You have to actually be in a relationship with him seriously for a while before he starts treating you like that, until you get comfortable and complacent. But the point is that, like, it makes him look good that she said she never did anything bad. He never did anything bad with her. And sort of validates the stalking, but never actually says who it was. Which is hard to believe, that you would give her so much detail. Oh, she did this. She would sleep on my couch. She would steal my chips. She would do that. But she wouldn't, you wouldn't just say the name of who it was? This guy's almost as boring and monotone as me. Yeah, he's going to be, this is a comment that I've seen on some other video, like, this guy's going to bore me to death. He's going to have another victim. We're going to have another victim in this fucking trial. Yeah, rigor mortis set in, like whenever you know some detective in a story just goes up to the body and they immediately know everything about it, like, which maybe you do know when you worked with bodies a lot, but like, you got to take it to the lab and test it, but then again, that's how it would have been in the old days. Like, you would have had to go more by sight. Like, you wouldn't have had, back in the Sherlock Holmes days, like when that was written, it was based on somebody whose name I forget, a real person, who was very good with medicine and like that side of it. Like, maybe not medicine, but like they were very good with the human body, so they would use things like that to understand crimes, right? So we can see human intelligence and brilliance is always secondary to a structure, like the form of forensics or whatever it is that you're doing. Right, so you're first reduced to structure, and then you, with an immense ability, you can kind of break out of the structure and invalidate the structure and push the structure forward. So what you realize about that is all these structures exist to inhibit people so that they don't do something that's, oh, it's too bad or it can't be controlled, rather than trying to enable you to do the best you possibly can. Efficiency is secondary to conformity, and so a truly brilliant person will be able to break out of that, but it sort of shows you the self-defeating standard that you're trying to restrict people and hold them back. So efficiency is not your top priority at all. But Juan does have some sort of temper issues, which I kind of like in a way, but just in general, like, he gets really mad and aggressive. You can just tell by his tone here, this is a favorable witness, a prosecution state witness. Like, imagine him taking that tone with Marie Hall that he's taking here, like, or that he takes with Jodi, I mean, like, yelling at her, screaming at her, like, she's being so nice and sweet. Maybe Jodi even tries to imitate her a little bit. The woman she wished she was. We get that really handsome looking guy coming up at some point too. I wonder if this guy's entire testimony will be over in this video, or if... I don't know exactly where it's going to start and where it's going to end. Like, maybe I'll watch on this channel, or maybe I'll just watch something else, but this fucking water bottle keeps falling on my recorder. It's going to break it. Yeah, it becomes too compartmentalized, where there's too many different people that you're passing everything off to, which might seem like, oh, everybody's a specialist, but it's just like, sometimes it's better if you just do it with one, one person does the whole thing. So this video is almost over, and I'm not sure if I was to go to the other channel. Maybe this channel will have everything on there. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's like cut up sort of differently. Large amounts of blood, we know all this. I'd love to watch one of these when it's current and then sort of try to solve the crime myself, who actually did it. But I guess, or like determine whether they're going to be declared innocent or guilty. And you wouldn't know because it hasn't been determined yet, right? Because it's still ongoing. So I'll be like role play as a juror and kind of play out what my conclusion would be and why. And I wouldn't hear anything else about it because I'd only be watching it here. Like, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't really watch anything else. Yeah, look at this speed run testimony, speed run detective. He finished this shit before the video's over. Or no, the video's already over. What the fuck? What the fuck kind of witness was this? Speed run. Nobody has questions. Juan's done in like 1 minute. Nurmi doesn't have any questions. Jury doesn't have any questions. Fuck this. We gotta just have lunch. Bro is fucking literally the most boring, hated witness in court history. Or maybe the most efficient. Like, bro, that was the fastest fucking witness I've ever seen. I was even asking, like, how could they be over so quickly in the course of the video? That's hilarious. Juan barely had any questions for him. Nurmi had no questions for him. The jury had no questions for him. Marie Hall, what takes up like an hour, like it's an hour, 20-minute video. It's like, oh, Marie Hall is going like over an hour by herself. How could they possibly fit this other guy? Because his name's in the title. Sterling Williams. And, oh, wait. Somehow he's just so fast. Like, I was even joking like that. There's no way they could finish his testimony this quickly. They have, they won't even have time for cross-examination. But nobody gives a shit about this guy. Even Juan just wants to be rid of him, apparently. So that was pretty amusing. Let's see what the next part would be if I... Oh, no, this is in my watch later, so... I would kind of want to match this up with the other channel, but... Yeah, this one is a little bit harder to find, because if you're just looking up day one, whichever ones there are don't actually have video, or they only have video for part of it. Like, a lot of it's just frozen still image audio. But this seemed like we got the full Marie Hall testimony with the video, for whatever that's worth. See, a lot of these channels do a great service by having these things archived, unlike the channels you have today that are sort of, like law and crime and stuff. That's different because they're gonna, now it's more formalized and whatever, but in this day and age, this is way earlier where it would not have been so clear that you would have had that option. Sometimes I'm confusing what I have and haven't seen on these sessions because I was watching like some of that Chandler's girlfriend thing, Chandler Halderson's girlfriend, and it allowed you to see sort of her transformation from trying to be all cutesy and quirky and still believing in him and listening to her phone calls with him in jail. Like, she never suspects him at all. And then she's testifying in court right, and she's much more sullen and has the mask on, and I don't know, it's just like, it's interesting to see that emotional breakdown. I'm not really laughing at her, but it's just more like, it's really amazing because she's so innocent, so believing in his innocence. Like, she has no notion that he could have possibly done it, right? She has no idea that he's done it. It was kind of refreshing, but also a little bit disturbing to see that level of, faith not be rewarded. Right, find someone who believes in you the way that Chandler's girlfriend believes in him. But it stands to reason that, again, she's just naive and doesn't want to believe it, or that maybe he never gave any clear sign that that's something that he would do. Right, but it's sort of a judgment issue too, though. Like, you could say, oh, she's just young, but he's young too. It's like, you should probably be able to identify something like that. I don't know. But then again, there are a lot of random freak acts of violence, and people have fights with their parents all the time. He's saying, like, oh, I'm like a prisoner here. That doesn't mean that you're going to fucking kill them or kill them in the manner of what he did. But you know what it is? This is like sort of a sunk cost fallacy in crimes that people don't realize. It's like, oh, how could you possibly do that? Like Jodi Arias stabbing him 27 times. What people sort of think of is committing the crime is uncharacteristic and a surprise, right? But once the crime is committed, now people do all kind of weird things that they wouldn't normally have ever done because, like, the deed is already done. So they're like, oh, we may as well just do it. We may as well, what do we have to lose now? They're already dead, so yeah, we'll stab them 27 times, or yeah, I'll cut their body parts up, and like, you have nothing to lose now. You'll do whatever you have to get away with it, or whatever, like some other sick reason that you might have. It's different, right? Like, if you thought about somebody like this, would Chandler have ever done that? Like, where he would just chop up his parents' body, and if they died some other way or something? No, of course not. He'd be repulsed by it. He wouldn't do it. But because he's already done it, it's different. Like, you've already done it, so now it's sort of like a similar psychological thing you see in stories. Like, oh, when you kill the first person, now you become jaded to it, and it becomes, now you become a killer. You have the eyes of a killer, or whatever. Right? It sort of normalizes it to you, or it sort of desensitizes it to you a little bit. So, like, once you've done that first crime, a lot of people will, you'll have one of really three major reactions. Either you'll go turn yourself in and just be completely accepting of it, like, okay, I did it, I'm sorry, I'm not going to try to hide it, I'm just turning myself in right away, and that's it. You'll try to be honest about it. Number two is you'll try to cover it up and try to get away with it, and you'll lie. But number three is like sort of the sunk cost fallacy, where not only will you lie and try to get away with it, but you'll go to extreme lengths to cover things up, or even just go over the top, because you feel like, again, I have nothing to lose. So this one's sort of like, you almost give up. Like, okay, I'm going to get caught anyway, so I may as well just do some crazy shit on top of it. It's like the sort of thing people might do when they're old. Like, if this is what being senile sort of is considered. Part of it is a deterioration of the body and the mind that's natural, but part of it is also a psychological, philosophical element that, like, you realize the constraints of society were objectively adverse to you in your finite zero-sum existence, that you were restrained at half-mast for no good reason other than the collective overextension through the stimuli acme. And so because of that, there is a certain resentment or a realization that you can't deny anymore, that you typically deny through contrivance response. Like, oh, that's so rude, or oh, that's so this, or that's so that, or patience is a virtue, and all these kind of things. Now you realize, well, you're about to die in a month, so why do you give a shit about that? Patience isn't a virtue because your time is limited. Even though you could think like that maybe at all times, you have the ability to realize that all these standards are farcical and temporal, and they are only valued in a sort of delusion that life is infinite in scope, like that you live as if you're living forever, and then only at the end, no, young fool, only now at the end do you understand, kind of a thing, where it's not just somebody being senile because of their age. It's partly like, all the constructs of society are broken down because you realize, they were always artificial. They were always there just to hold me down. They were always objectively adverse. They weren't absolute. They serve no purpose now because I have nothing to lose. So you might go out and do something crazy because what do you have to lose? You're going to die anyway. You're facing your own mortality that, again, an absolutist would always be aware of at all times in their life. You could be 10 years old, but you're aware of it. And you would live your life, at least perceptibly, within some awareness and consideration of that finite state. And so that's the difference, is that the only way you can live in a half-mast way, placing undue emphasis, overcompensating, imbalance, etc., the only way you could do that is if you decide to treat it as if you're going to live forever. And so at the end, the realization comes that all these contrivances are broken down. But rather than recognize that that's a lucid, rational state, you have the ability to instead, people try to reinforce their half-mast state all the more. It would make them insecure, like, maybe they're right. Maybe all these things are objectively adverse, but for the sake of our half-mast, zero-sum, finite existence, longevity process, now we're going to pretend like, no, they're just crazy. Let's just dismiss them, discredit them. And the same thing can happen, just through a significant amount of thought. You could think in 20 years of your life as much as somebody does in their whole life, or whatever, like actual self-awareness and a deeper level of thought. So that can be, different form of age if you, is a different form of age with that sort of level of thought. So what you have now is a simple ability to consider that, I don't know, just like, again, it sort of reveals something. Pretend you're going to die tomorrow. Now, all of a sudden, all the pretenses and undue emphasis that you place, like, oh no, patience is good, or oh no, I want to be held back, or oh no, I want to be restricted to only one partner, or oh, I want to show this restraint. All of it shows itself as objectively adverse because you're only holding it in a pretense, and you wouldn't be able to do that if faced with that mortality. So it's not real. It's a finite longevity process, half-mast, zero-sum finite reactionary prognostication. Okay, let's watch some of the Chandler thing, just because I find it interesting, or I guess, let's just random pick a spot, so be the most random timestamp ever. Wisconsin versus Chandler Halderson trial day 4 defendant's police interview starting at 10 minutes 22 seconds in 3, 2, 1. Just, it was something that was like auto playing, so. The cat's name will bait you in two ways. The fact that it starts with a C instead of a K, and the fact that it has R-Y-N instead of like R-I-N-E, like Catherine. Well, it still is Catherine, but it's like a troll spelling. So, like, apparently they were in the house together without knowing that the parents were, like, without her knowing the parents were there. They said he wasn't being cooperative, but he is actually kind of being fine here. Look how he's setting up a code like a legend already. That's amazing. He's so organized with that aspect. He's always hard to picture. Like, he must have had a fit of anger that he went through. But, you know, like, he seems so calm now. he's pretty hard to read. Like, I'm not getting anything just by looking at him. I tend to be pretty good at profiling to a certain degree. Yeah, I'll just sort of watch between some of these different ones randomly. But no, he's pretty hard to read, and like, they always try to set up somebody else as who could have potentially done it without maybe seeming too direct with that. Like, no, here's a characterization of, like, just in general, of, like, oh, somebody who's too serious all the time. But, like, why wouldn't you take life seriously? But all this sort of undue, or, like, this folly favoritism or some other mindset, it's all just a suspension of thought. So the fact that you need to do that just shows an imbalance or a lack of control, that you're not really thinking except in a very restrictive structure as you're permitted to by said structure. That could give you a certain point of time, at least. You put on daybreak, like if it's playing at a certain time, or and you can only question, like, myopically, and why would you talk about that? Why would you mention that? Your parents are dead. But you're going to talk about a lot of stuff. It's going to be a 3-hour interview, so, like, it's unfair to bring up, oh, he said this one thing at this one time, therefore he's guilty. Like, a lot of things come up. The real dinner table. Like, I've heard of kids wanting to get a weekend alone with a girlfriend, but I have never heard of them going this far. Yeah, she should be grateful she was spared. Or she could be part of the motive. He's doing most of the talking, too. they'll always point out like abnormalities in a schedule, like, oh, why would you get up that early or something? But maybe you always do. You don't know the regular schedule. He's pretty in control of this situation, though. Even if he's lying, he's very calm and in control. I want to see his testimony if he testifies himself. But you get that. Always rule number one, that you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't testify. But it makes it enjoyable to watch. That's why Casey Anthony, best decision, obviously, at Jose Baez's recommendation. I don't think he really even testifies, but this is fairly recent, though. It makes it so hard to search this because it always goes in the wrong orientation. Let me see. But yeah, if all you have to do is eat a perjury charge to get away with something, like how basically Casey Anthony, she gets in trouble for lying to law enforcement, but she gets away with the crime. So maybe if she didn't lie, or whatever, if she didn't do it exactly that way, she wouldn't have gotten away. So it was worth it, right? So you can tank those. First appearance. Parents dismembered. See, it's always because of the spectacle of the crime itself, the way it happens, that people care about more than the severity of the crime. Not that isn't severe, but you know what I mean? You kill two people versus one person, but, you stabbed the one 27 times. That gets noticed more. Day 10, verdict is in. Really? Already? That is pretty fast. At least he saved the taxpayers money that he didn't have to do a trial that would drag itself out. Let's be very open and shut. Which you would think it'd be a little hard to figure out given the whole dismemberment and stuff. That could make it more difficult. Or like that guy who got off that, he dismembered everything of his parents and put them in a suitcase or whatever he did, but he was actually declared not guilty of the actual killing. I forget what exactly happened. Like it was somehow an accident, but then he went too far after the fact. Guilty of false information. Verdict form, count 1. Guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. False information. Why did it go from first-degree homicide to that? Shouldn't it go in order of, like, the severity? I guess it'll go in order of the victims? I don't even know. And I want to see the girlfriend's reaction to this or whatever, which she must already be over it. There's got to be at least one that he's not guilty of. Or sometimes I'll use that little voice distortion to protect them. It's not that much time. It's only 10 days. They wanted it to be over with. But that's not bad as far as like a 10-day trial. Let's see maybe some of the girlfriend's testimony, I guess. Or, I don't know. Maybe I should start watching some of these on like 2 times speed. So, parents dismember 2022, Catherine Millender, Part 2, Wisconsin versus Halderson at 13:26 and 3:21. This is a random part. It's not like I've seen up to this point. So she's going around cleaning everybody's house. So maybe she unwittingly cleaned some piece of evidence. Or like, yeah, we could go through all the excuses that you probably believed. So Rizzo and Chewbacca were the dogs. Not unlike Doggy Boy from fucking Jodi Arias, where people make fun of that like it's a fake name, but maybe it's not. Maybe that is really what they named it. Or that could just be the nickname that you call it. Did you know that psychologically having a pet is a power fantasy that, you know, it's like a form of control that you have that's portrayed as like a positive thing, but actually you are sort of, you know, controlling them and putting them in an unnatural environment for your own satisfaction. The parents weren't there. I like the way this person objects. She'll say leading questions, like as if a trend, not so much the specific question. That is the same thing, right? I think we saw before. Or Izzy, I guess, is another dog. Where's Chewbacca? I guess that's at her house. This is at his house. He did all this just to get a weekend together. And did you even sleep together to make it worth it? You know what's interesting about young people with the stimuli acme too, sexual stuff, is again, it's their own lack of understanding of it that turns into indignance, like, let's indignantly insist upon a process that we're not fully aware of, fully in control of, fully at peace with, and then we turn it into, you know, outward insistence upon a half-mast state, instead of fully treating it like, oh, it's just normal, natural part of life, no undue emphasis, positive or negative, or consistent emphasis, but instead it's selective. So it's like, if you reveal its nature, for example, people would say, I guess even adults, oh, it's just because you don't get it, or oh, because of this, or oh, because of that, but it's a selective sort of false absolute, but then inconsistently held, inconsistently practiced, like practiced at half-mast, even though it's posed as an absolute. No, the camera's wrong, and we fucked with the timestamp. Like, what do you want me to say to that when you bring up the camera evidence? Like, she's kind of sounds so defeated, though, and maybe she's wearing the mask to cover her face as well as anything else. Right, like she just doesn't want to deal with this. I like how they asked that in an interrogation room, too. Who else could have done this if it wasn't you? That's not only an improper question, it's invalid, because even in court to the jury and the defense and the prosecution, they don't get to pose that. It doesn't matter who else could have done it, as long as they didn't do it. So it's not your job to provide who could have done it. Right, even in court, even like Casey Anthony's declared guilty, not guilty. It doesn't matter who else did it. It could be Cindy, it could be it's like some kind of store, I guess. I like this prosecutor, or I don't even know who is who right now. But I like their whole tone. Maybe we approach real quick. Like, she's so casual and chill about everything. And the way she makes the objections in, like, a broad sense. Like, she hasn't made an objection to a single statement. It's like, there are leading questions, like several, even though you're objecting to that particular. There's leading questions going on around here. Something's fishy. Like, I don't know how. Like, she's too good to address it in a singular sense. I actually don't know who is who, though. Is this the defense or the prosecution? I can't tell, even based on the questioning. Yeah, she shouldn't have handed over her phone. Then maybe he wouldn't have been caught or something, but... I forget what she does as a job. I saw some of this before. Or I saw a lot of the police interrogation of her. Or interview, whatever you want to call it. Well, what if she was in on it and you just don't find out and she's the real mastermind? Right, it's possible, even despite all this. Now, is it dumb where he's going to dump some body parts off? Or is he saying going to take a dump? But obviously not the bodies. Holiday weekend and shit. You're so cool. You're such an edgy fucking teenager clown. This trial is so lame and shit. We're gonna be all guilty and shit. I like how people take identity or indignance in that too. The lowering of expression. It's one thing short form just for simplicity and convenience, but instead people attach some sort of identity or choice with it. Like, oh, that's an endearing trait to take language and expression and reduce it to a lesser state and sort of insist upon that. Like, oh, wow, that's so cool or funny or noteworthy. It's not a trait. It's a reduction of a trait. It's a reduction of the infinite idea that you would have, the infinite mind, the objective mind, the infinite expression you can do, the objective, the normal form of expression or deeper expression. So you're reducing it further than normal thought, but then you're also insisting upon it as though it's like some endearing, indignant, desired, defining quality or trait. How else would I know if he didn't tell me? I really can't tell, based on this guy's questioning, what he's trying to do. This seems like, it would be the prosecution that you're trying to catch him, but I don't get really what's happening. Yeah, find somebody who sticks by you the way she stuck by him, at least throughout everything until the trial. But then you would think she would just refuse to testify, right? They're not going to force her, but then they could accuse her instead. So this must be the prosecution, because he's being basically nice, though, still. This would be the kind of witness you'd want to break down, but then again, I can't tell whether she's really for or against. She's just trying to be honest. You thought maybe he was cheating on you, that's why. So I can prove it to him later. It'd be some small-minded thing like that. So it was one of his regular spots, I guess. But that is pretty sharp of her to have taken a screenshot of it. Most people wouldn't have done that. Like, oh, he's just somewhere weird, so... Thankfully, not enough. Not one more time, because then I might have never left, like the parents. So did you ever see him burying a body there before now? That is interesting that she would have done that, or that she would have even kept it too. Or he would have sweet-talked her, you shouldn't keep all this stuff on your phone, or... I don't like the way they treated her with her phone. It was kind of deceptive. Like, oh, it's okay, it's normal for your boyfriends to betray you or cheat on you and lie to you in teenage relationships. Oh, wait, not like this, though. Like, there's some kind of better way you could say it, but like, oh, it's okay, honey, everybody gets lied to by their boyfriend, but, oh, you don't realize what the fuck I was lied to you about. Yeah, you were going to be disappointed for an entirely different reason. What does that have to do with going there, though? I don't get it. Hey, did you pass out? Answer the question. What, you need like constant attention? You're one of those people? Clingy bitch. You're lucky you didn't get killed too then. But I guess you were so unconditionally trusting. This could implicate you in the crime, depending on how you answer, actually. This Smith guy. So they met by playing a video game, like they met online, or they just happened to meet in person, but then they play video games together. He came by just for food. For free food. Normal. He was using his injury as an excuse, whether it's even real or not. We're sort of milking it. It's kind of too broad of a question. If they didn't have that Snapchat image, would they have found the bodies there? Is that like how they found it, or parts of the body? I don't know if that played like a big role. She seems actually reasonably calm, but she's kind of been broken down and accepted this situation. Like the defense could actually implicate her and say, you helped him, or you were the one behind it. That would actually be, I want to see that part. Like you might think, oh, she'll take the defense's side to protect him, but maybe not anymore. But you would have to accuse her directly. I actually want to see that part of it. You would love him. You would do anything for him. Couldn't walk. So the injury was a real thing, or like he bumped his head, which maybe that's what made him do the killing. They'll make some excuse like that. It's like CTE for Aaron Hernandez got CTE and that made him murder somebody. Also, countless other football players get that and don't do anything, so blame that. Like, what the fuck? Just like any other psychological condition, it doesn't make you murder people. It might make you less inhibited in doing that, but that doesn't make you do it. Right? Like, I can be objective. Like, oh, I can do whatever I want, but because I'm a human being and I can self-actualize and anybody can do that. But it doesn't mean I'm going to randomly just do something like that for no reason. If I had a really good reason, sure. If Hitler was in front of me and I, had a way to deal with it, maybe I would, at the time. Like, if I had a really good George Bush, the unconvicted war criminal, I might consider it. But other than that, I'm just saying I would haul him into court and do a citizen's arrest and try to get him tried for his war crimes at least. But I'm just saying, like, you'd have to have a good reason to do it. As much hysteria as there is about Trump, it's weird that it's not that much about George Bush, because that shows you it's not really about what they did. She seemed very well prepared with all these answers, though. Like, they prepped her and she already knew what she was going to be asked. Like, how you answer this in such good detail, just like that. Yeah, so like, that's at least a realistic pause. So you slept at the house, meanwhile the parents are dead and you don't even know it, and maybe some of their body parts are in there, like somebody was saying something to that effect. I love how much people don't know how traffic circles work. Like, they'll be, it's like everybody, whoever gets there first can go, but like you'll wait at the thing like it's a stop for somebody else to come through, but it's a stop for that person too then. So why should they, it's just not how it works. It's like a free-for-all. Whoever gets there first goes, and you just wait for them. You don't wait for the next person who came there after you. And you believe everything he says because you love him so much. I can understand your desire not to believe that he would have done that, but, how would you really know? But you should be a bit more observant. So, like, even if this is a good thing for you, because even if he didn't kill his parents, that means he could have easily cheated on you and you never would have known. You would never, would have always given him the benefit of the doubt. Well, that must happen every year. Look what a gentle, nice guy he is. He could never hurt a fly. Well, like, you don't keep tabs on everywhere he goes and for how long. Like, when you take a picture of a Snapchat, lost to a Snapchat fucking geo tracker, whatever the fuck you would call it, lost to Snapchat maps. Like, just turn that feature off so she can see where you are at all times. Like, that's a one trusting relationship. But no, I want one of these cases that have like a big twist that comes out years later. Like, it was actually George Anthony who killed Kaylee, or it was actually this girl who actually did it and framed her boyfriend or something. This judge almost sounds too happy sometimes, and the prosecution or whoever, I don't know who the fuck is who. Like, why does this guy get to do it the whole time? Give us a redirect or something. At that point, he said. To go to SpaceX, if that was actually true. I don't know if that whole thing is made up or not. Yeah, if he hated his parents so much, then why not just move? So the whole thing must have been made up. You really want to take a fucking Greyhound with him? Look at her supportive nature, though. You said we were looking, though. Objection. Look at this, dude. Look at this. The stimuli acme has you good. So he's trying to make it more expensive by Uber. Why is it $1,000? It would just be... Yeah, oof, you're very off. A true oof moment. She's trying to be all supportive and nice, but people are saying she's a gold digger in the comments. Like, what? Because he's going to get a job at SpaceX after a year of being with him, or however long they've been together? Or like his parents are so rich or something? Like, I don't see what the gold digger aspect is. I don't get the whole story with the SpaceX, though. Is it true? Is it not true? It must be made up. That's not too bad, I guess. 224. Pardon count 3. Everybody always has a hard time hearing one another. You could blame the mask, I guess, a little bit. It's a number, dumbass. She really loves to abuse her screenshot function. So many fucking texts, like, get to the point, dude. And you can track exactly where he's going to. But you still believe him so fully. You need a whole page for just that. Yeah, totally a gold digger, by the way. Like, what the fuck are you gonna get out of it? And from the beginning... So you would know where to go. So you're a bad girlfriend. You're the real criminal here, that you didn't take your boyfriend to a clinic in his time of need. But the injury seems real, unless this is made up too. I used Google, dumbass. People are going to be making fun of her on a cringe level, but is that like him trying to pretend like that's the bad reception, or just need you to know what, though? Was his Snapchat info off, like his location? Did they gave Wi-Fi? That's leading. It was Snapchat. Don't say it was Snapchat. Just establish that it wasn't the text. No, their last location since the thing. Or more to the point, you have to turn it on in the first place. Or for like 4 certain people. Now there you know he's lying. Why do you have to text all the fucking time, though? No, but I didn't suspect anything. Gave it. They all gave it. Oh, here we go, dude. Here we go. Look at him role-playing that his phone's fucking up. That he's sending it twice. Objection. She's not a phone expert. Really? She has... No, I disagree. She's not an expert in this field. And given our characterization here, you would assume it's this latter. I kind of disagree with the judge there, though. And not that you have technological savvy, but you don't have any expertise in this particular area. And you believe him. You believe everything. Obviously, if you did, then why would you be... So the point is, you had no idea where he actually was. You're just too gullible. Or it means you could FaceTime, or... What does the CT scan have to do with the face, though? Like, what, you can't send a picture of your face? Oh, she should have been concerned about him hurting somebody else, not himself, dude. I didn't think this would just be reading text messages the whole fucking time, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, just make her do all the fucking work for you, bitch. So now maybe he's feeling the guilt or whatever. You would think he could just ignore you for a little bit. Like he's still interacting with her. You want him to go everywhere that he goes all the time. I don't know what that means. Asking who? Yeah, why are we doing the whole mask thing anyway? It's 2022. This isn't like the COVID scare time. I guess it could be the aftermath of it, but like, I mean, some people are still wearing masks to this day, but objection, you can't lose what you never had to begin with. And then he was so mad about it that he killed his parents. Like on the computer or something. Do we get somebody from SpaceX in to testify, or do they just decided that he really wasn't hired there? Well, it won't bother you much when you're lifelong in prison. This all just establishes him as a liar, basically. A little breathing ASMR. You asked her to come closer to the mic. I couldn't tell because it was over a text, or was it not? And then you broke up with him because you're such a gold digger. Oh wait, you didn't. Not only did you not break up with him, you stood by him even when he was in jail. Even when he was accused, you still stood by him even then. Sometimes it's a sunk cost fallacy, though. You feel like because you've already done it, you're already with him, you don't want to, I don't know, you look at it as a reflection of yourself and your own judgment. But look at you now. You didn't want to admit something, so look at you now. No, now she's mad. I love this woman. I want to see her actually do a cross-examination or something, which we'll never get to because these texts will go on for fucking ever. Yeah, explain your little cryptic millennial Zoomer text messages. Many messages or any messages? You were concerned then, but then you didn't suspect anything from him, so... But supposedly the cabin was abandoned and hadn't been used in a while. Like, they hadn't been there in some time. He's playing the sympathy card from the injury. Oh, they're going to admit to having sex? Is that going to be a twist that she's pregnant and with his baby that she's going to abort? Really? He could have made a movie reaction channel. Me and my girlfriend react to Legally Blonde, but instead he decided to go down this path. You could make 80,000 that you're going to make a SpaceX doing that shit if you do it well enough. Just do face cam. She works in healthcare, but I forget exactly what she supposedly does. He can swim even when he's injured. I can't swim even when I'm healthy because I can't swim at all. I'm sure I could figure it out if my life depended on it, but why with great expression and emotion behind it? It's always interesting trying to interpret the written word compared to So he likes to vent to you. That'll make it all better. Just swim. Then we'll have some sort of tie-in with the Casey Anthony case that, oh, you're gonna drown. That's how the parents really died. He drowned them in the pool. So you're just trusting it just like everything else. Or wouldn't you have tried to text to call the mother or the father or something? Even if it doesn't seem like your place to do it. See, sometimes it'll take a while to answer some of these questions, which is fine, but... Okay, so here I'm going to do something a little different than just the court stuff all the time. And so this is going to be To Catch a Cheater. I'm going off the playlist, so sort of in order, but I'll still do the timestamps individually. The problem with some of these is, well, either they're fake or either some of them are too short. Like they're going to be like 2 minutes long or something. So what you have is the ability to, hopefully they'll get longer or more elaborate later. I remember seeing like a super elaborate long one a long time ago, which I don't know if that was the same channel, but it probably is. Like, it's like a 30-minute long thing, and it's crazy, and they have hidden cameras, and the mom of the girl is going to make out with the guy, and like, it's so elaborate, right? They have a hidden camera set up and all this kind of crazy crap. And why would the mom even agree to do that? Unless the mom is genuinely doing it and they just caught her on camera, but I don't get it. Or it could be somebody no, but he would know who the mom is. Indian guy caught cheating on his American girlfriend, starting in 3, 2, 1. But no, I like posing this as a real experiment. You could say, oh, you would never do that, but the majority of guys would do that. If an attractive woman walks up to them and is all over them, you might think they're... Wait, but it said American girl. Oh, cheating on American girlfriend. Well, he's like propositioning her. He seemed like he was into her more. His delivery seems more fake than hers, though. The Kama Sutra pickup line. He's got that Kama Sutra Riz over here. But yeah, like, he was more into her. Some of these girls will be all over you, and it's, like, kind of weird. You would think, oh, you're getting robbed, or she wants something from you, right? You wouldn't really believe that it's authentic. Or yeah, this guy's always like, I don't know if you consider that cheating. They had sex, and they had kids, and they were together for 10 years. But I don't know if that's considered cheating. They literally have a family together, and they've lived together for 50 years. But I don't know if that counts as cheating on you. Okay, to see more. I don't like these episodes, though, because they're too short, and they probably are fake, actually. Because it would have been easy to fake. And this, you know, there's no, like, real follow-up or elaboration. It's still kind of fun, but you have, like, you know, he was asking for her number more and, like, more into her. Some of them, I give them the benefit of the doubt if they're more into you, like... But see, I would be more open about it, like, oh, yeah, let's just have an open relationship, and if you don't like it, then fine, you know what I mean? Find somebody who does like it. why do you have to be like all inconsistent and half-assed? Because society is telling you to do one thing, your inherent nature is telling you to do another thing, right? So make up your mind. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm observing the conflict, and therefore you have to decide, right? If you want to just be open relationship, go ahead and do it. If you want to be in a single partner relationship, then do it, but then don't suddenly, have this tendency like, oh, now I'm going to cheat, but then you're the one who chose to be in that relationship. Like, it's you don't know what you want yourself. Well, this one is, girl's reaction to boyfriend caught cheating goes wrong. I'm sure there could be multiple videos actually that could have this title, but it's like from 8 years ago. I'm in the playlist, so we're only on like number 7 or something. It's like early in the playlist if you go back to the first playlist of To Catch a Cheater, but it's called Girl's Reaction to Her Boyfriend Caught Cheating Gone Wrong! ! Starting in 3, 2, 1. To Catch a Cheater, which of course they copied the name from To Catch a Predator. I feel like I've seen this one before, or they're reusing the same actress. I like LA, said nobody ever. Yeah, like how often does an attractive woman walk up to a guy like how often does that happen? It happens to women all the time, just objectively. Okay, look at that though. That's a man who knows what he wants. That's a man who has... Look at that, dude. Look at that 5-star reaction. Not only did he say no, but he shut her down. Like, he shut her down completely. That's a 5-star reaction. I don't think that's even necessarily why. I think it's more just, it's not worth the trouble of getting caught. If you felt like he could get away with it, it's like you don't have enough faith in your own abilities. Oh, you wouldn't commit a crime because you're a good person. Don't flatter yourself, you half-assed human function clown. It's really just because you don't have the confidence that you can get away with it. You're just not smart enough to get away with it. That's why. So it actually just means you're an idiot, not that you're morally, don't mistake lesser ability for greater morality. Like, oh, all the other kings trying to kill and subjugate and conquer during the time of Genghis Khan were all good people, and oh no, the big bad Genghis Khan came along, and because he's so brutal and ruthless, that's why he was able to do it. Everyone else was just a good person, and he's evil. No, they were all trying to do the same thing, basically. There was war, subjugation, all the time. Everybody wasn't just holding hands and getting together. There was constant conquest and war. He was just better at it than they were. So he was playing, don't hate the player, hate the game. He was playing by the same rules as everybody else, which meant, basically a form of Darwinism in a militaristic sense. Countries, empires that were powerful enough to do it would conquer one another, and that's that. There was no other, that's just how the world worked at that time. I'm not saying whether that's good or not, but I'm saying every other king would have loved to and was trying to do arguably the same thing, conquer others, but he was just so much better at it than them. So the reason why Genghis Khan's name is not because, oh, he was uniquely evil, or he did something that nobody else was trying to do, or he did some other process that nobody else was practicing. No, he did the same thing as everybody else. He was just better at it. So, he's not a monster. He's just ahead of the curve. He's just better at doing the same thing everyone else is trying to do. So it's the same thing when people point to, first world countries, oh, look how spoiled this country is or something. That's where other countries are trying to get to, though, right? Those same countries are developing, so they're just not there yet. Then when they have that kind of technology, they'll be spoiled too, and then they might decline. It's the same process. You're going by the same process, so don't condemn somebody for just being better at it. If I'm in such a way that you have that's the best example. Again, don't mistake, you're not as good at doing something, so, oh, you're morally righteous. No, you're not. You're just not as good at doing it, so nobody knows your name. Nobody knows about this random Assyrian king or this random king in Genghis Khan's time who tried to do the same thing. He just sucked at it because of the simple fact that they just weren't as good, so you'll never hear their name. You won't condemn how bad they were, even though they were bad. They just weren't good enough at being bad. That's the problem. Like, oh, the British Empire is so evil, and the same argument like with slavery or something. It's kind of like the defining trait of the British Empire was that they had greater technology than other countries. They had other sort of advantages strategically and stuff like that. Right, and so now that becomes why they did it. It's not that, oh, they're evil and they're white and they're just bad, right? Assume that everybody's like that, but what gave them the power to do it, that arguably anybody would do with the same power in varying ways, is, oh, they have greater technology, greater military, greater navy capabilities, they have everything, and so there's nothing you can do. So when you have that much power over somebody, over others, they're going to do it. That's just how human nature works. You might think, oh, in the modern day, we're somehow, this is where the machination process conflicts with morality, and the simple way that I state it is, morality is defined by technology, not the other way around. In other words, like, I don't know if you would really accuse it of being the other way around, but like morality is not inherent. Like, you today are no more moral than anybody in the past, right? If you lived in those times, you would be the same as them, right? So it's all about the circumstance. It's all about the influence, the reactionary, nature versus nurture. If you were part of the Hitler Youth as a kid, you might have been a Nazi. If you were, it's all about your influence. But even beyond that, it's like the technology available. It's like if you shut off electricity and get rid of everything right now and go back to the Dark Ages, what would happen? Everybody would revert to savages, Darwinism, killing each other. Most of the world population would die. So, in other words, it's nothing to do with you. You're not inherently more moral than anybody else. You just have the benefit of certain technology that enables all this overextension and all this sort of illusion of that. So don't act like, oh, you're just a better person than they are. Like, even, again, that doesn't justify certain things like, oh, slavery. Like, they didn't need to do slavery, right? That wasn't necessary. But it's more like, I don't know, it's sort of a feature of the time where things like this would have been done by various countries. That doesn't make it okay. That is a little bit harder to explain, actually. That has less to do with technology because, like when that happened, like slavery in the Americas, technology was already at a good enough point where, again, it's not like, oh, we need slave labor to survive. Not that you would have ever needed that, but especially, the British Empire didn't need slaves. They just wanted slaves for, free labor, convenience. So that part is a little bit different, but still, in a general sense, like, it's easy to act all moral when you're standing on a country built on the backs of slaves and built on the graves of the Indians. Built on the backs of slaves and on the graves of the Indians. That's an expression I would use. And it's like, that doesn't mean that you should feel bad about that because you had nothing to do with it. But it does mean that, this is the expression I use also. Morality is the plaything of conquerors. In other words, like, you'll benefit from some brutal genocide. Like, everybody who lives in the United States right now only is living here and in the current kind of government and structure and state that we're in, right? You're only living in this particular country in this form, in this way, because of the genocide on Native Americans and partly because of the benefit of slave labor, etc. So the point in that is only to say that it's easy to act high and mighty and moral and virtuous when you benefited from the sins of your ancestors. So like, the high and mighty moral people, if you trace them back a couple generations, oh, they were slave owners and they were committing genocide and they were terrible. But now we want to just pull the wool over our eyes and act like, oh, we're all good people and look how virtuous we are and we're going to turn our nose down at other people. And like, you're not getting it. Like, it's easy to be exuberant and in a, ideal situation, having a great deal of success and all this kind of stuff that was ensured by the past, right? It's like a spoiled child kind of thing. It's easy for you to be all high and mighty because your parents were rich, and so now you can look down on everybody, which is actually kind of an absolutist mindset still, when you consider how they interpret they would interpret the stimuli acme, but that's besides the point. The point is that it's easy to look down on others when you had everything handed to you or anything like that, even though the standard is good, that's how it should be. You should have high standards, but so it's the same thing. Like, it's easy for you to be in the modern United States and act like, oh, every other country is so immoral and everybody is just so bad, and look, we're so righteous and virtuous and amazing. Also, you wouldn't be in the current state that you're in to be able to feel that way or be that way if it wasn't for massive atrocities committed to enable the current lifestyle and country and circumstance that you have. Or even in a literal sense, like turn a blind eye, like, oh yeah, we feel all self-righteous. Also, let's commit war crimes in Iraq and take their oil. Let's use child labor, buy products made by child labor in China. Let's do all these things so they're out of sight, out of mind, but in reality, you're going to act all virtuous about something insignificant, minor, like recycling a little plastic fucking bottle, but then you'll feel very self-righteous about, or you'll ignore, child labor or concentration camps in China, and a lot of your products are made by child labor or something of the sort. So it just shows you that there's a great inconsistency with it, with respect. How did I get from To Catch a Cheater to Genghis Khan and the don't mistake greater morality? I don't even know how I made that connection, but don't mistake greater ability for because it's like you're only afraid of getting caught. So that's what it comes down to. It's like, it's not that you're moral enough not to commit a crime or do something wrong. It's that you're just too much of a pussy or too much of a wuss or too much of a clown, where you don't think you can get away with it, or you don't have the balls to try to get away with it. You don't have the balls, the guts, the determination. You don't have the intelligence, the wits to get away with it, right? So you would want to do it. You're just not able to feel like you can do it without consequence. So, but see, doesn't it almost seem like a setup when, like, nobody is throwing themselves at you that much? Like, that just doesn't necessarily happen. It happens to women sometimes, where, they're getting hit on. I get it, the stimuli acme nature, but what you have is, it doesn't happen to guys very much, so something about it seems a little bit sus. Like, he's going to try to rob me or kill me or something. That, honestly, is probably more so what he's thinking, not just, like, something about it seems off, right? If it was more genuine, like, let's talk for a little bit, we meet a friend at school, and she is flirting with us over, like something that's more broad. You just met this person. Why is she being so fucking horny? What is she, a stereotypical man within the way people look at it? Okay, wife's but he gets a 5-star reaction to that. That was actually good, because he doesn't know he's being watched, presumably. Wife's reaction to her husband. That's the first one that didn't cheat or didn't do something that's sort of like cheating. That would be the joke with the guy behind her, right? Sort of the host or whatever. No matter what happens, they could kiss, they could flirt, they could say, come to my place, they could say whatever, let's have kids together, let's have babies, I don't have a girlfriend. Like, they could do whatever, but he'll say, oh, that's not really cheating, was it? So the whole joke with that last one is, oh, that was totally cheating. He totally cheated on you, even though that was the one where he didn't. Like, his interpretation is just the exact opposite. Oh, this is wife's reaction to her husband caught cheating with younger girl. Starting in 3, 2, 1. I want to see the ones where they put the camera in like a hotel room and have them come in. Wait, this is an ugly old woman though. Now this is a little unfair. This could turn into like a little pedo creepy vibe with respect to if she was a little younger. If she was a little younger, then it's like using the Santa vibe to seduce her. Put a ringtone and ho ho ho? What does that mean? I missed what he said exactly, but at least this guy has a lot of confidence. I can't blame you with the age thing. Like, look, dude, this is like 100-to-1 ratio. If an old man has a young girl come up to you, not that young, but like, you know, some attractive 25-year-old come up to you and do that, I can't really judge you too hard. Like, most people would go for that. I'm not encouraging it, but basically, it's like the problem with these is like, it's a scenario. I say the same thing in like To Catch a Predator. It's a scenario that might never occur. There is no 10-year-old girl who's going to be saying, yeah, I want to have sex with you on the text messages to bait you in. Let's say there is no 10-year-old girl who's going to say that. If there was, you'd still be wrong for doing it, but pretend like nobody's doing that. So these people might want it, or they might be open to it. But it's like, oh, I'm on this site looking, like, you know, hypothetically, these people on the show, they're on the site looking for people who are underage, or maybe not even underage, but they're just looking for whoever they can get. And if they get messaged by a 13-year-old girl, and they're like, oh yeah, totally, come over, like, you're creating that scenario. So it's like, now, it's still their fault, it's still bad, but that scenario might never have happened. So if there was no such example, you're like, oh, well, if it did happen, what would they do? I get that that's wrong, but let's say there was nobody like that. There was no such 13-year-old who was ever going to message them, who was ever going to tell them to come over, so that scenario just wouldn't happen. So now what you're saying is, oh yeah, let's give you a key to the vault, and say that the cameras are off in the bank, and give you the key to the vault, and like, oh no, how could he possibly rob it? It's like, you're the one giving the scenario, and now you're going to be shocked. Like, you're giving them what they want, right? You're the one encouraging or baiting it. It's still bad, it's still wrong, but you're creating a scenario that otherwise might not exist or might not happen, and within reason, you know, probably shouldn't happen, better parenting and stuff. I'm not saying it never happens, but I'm just saying, like, you're maybe doing something weird, like, you're doing something weird because, like, here, oh yeah, how often does a 60-year-old man have a beautiful 26-year-old come up to him and flirt with him and fall all over him? Probably not very often. So now you're creating a scenario that doesn't normally exist. So yes, in that hypothetical scenario, you might do that. Like, oh, would you break up with your girlfriend or wife for like $1 million? Or boyfriend, or like the, what was that? Indecent proposal. Would you do that for like $1 million? And the answer is, you'd say no, of course not. But then if the scenario actually presented itself like indecent proposal style, now you would say, I like the part where she says that's an indecent proposal, and the movie ends. Now it's the case where that scenario might never occur, but then if it actually does, I'll give you $1 million if you break up with your girlfriend. Now what do you say? Oh, now you will do it. Right, like if that scenario actually presented itself, and then you'll just get back together with her the next day, like, and each be 500,000 richer. But no, it's like, it's easy to say you would or wouldn't do something when the scenario is or isn't there. Like, again, if I don't know, if you could kill somebody and get away with it, you'd say, oh no, of course I wouldn't do it. But if that scenario was in front of you, and you had some other, I guess, incentive reason to do it, then you might. Boyfriend Caught Cheating. What a great title that totally is unspecific. Like, there's probably 1 million videos on this own channel that are called that. Boyfriend Caught Cheating, ! Starting in 3, 2, 1. But this is basically from oldest to newest of their videos, and it's on their first playlist, To Catch a Cheater playlist. Are you from here? What city? She looks like somehow older than what she's saying, or I can't really tell. She's just big boned, I guess. what the fuck? This is To Catch a Predator. This isn't To Catch a Cheater. This isn't To Catch a Cheater anymore. This is To Catch a Predator. That's weird as fuck. That's weird as fuck. Bro wants to be the next Chris Hansen with that one. I don't know if he's really selecting out for the underage thing. That's actually what he hesitated about. She was about to say, like, she's 20, and then she said, I'm 17, 18. But yeah, that's the other voice chat thing I could do. Like, I could play a card game by voice. Like, I could play Hearthstone, or I could play Pokemon or something. That'd be so funny to do. I love card games so much that I always, you know... I mean, chess is pretty perfect for it, but the voice shit is a little bad. Of course, I'm good enough to compensate for that even still, but... Chess is such a farce of a game, though, in the way it's presented. Like, it's good, it's enjoyable, but the way people act like, oh yeah, genius, you know, you're a genius if you're good at chess, but the amount that people study and everything kind of misrepresented. Like, yeah, study for 20 years and then act like you're so smart, but obviously if anybody studied for 20 years, they would probably be pretty good, so... Right, that plays a bigger role than anything else. So this is To Catch a Cheater is coming to Philippines and Singapore. What does that even mean, though? Like, starting in 3, 2, 1. It's on YouTube, so it's everywhere. Like, he means he's actually going to do them in there. I appreciate this guy's passion, though. This is the kind of shit I would do if I was a millionaire. Like, I'd make if I hit the lottery, I mean, I hit the lottery and I'll start making videos and pranks and all kind of weird stuff. I don't know, I kind of like that presence of it. Like, I have a certain quality where, like, I don't care about the performative aspects. I just care about, like, what point are we actually trying to get to? And so that resonates with some people, and a lot of people obviously prefer the performative aspects, but that's actually the reason to shun performative aspects too. Like, without them, now you're forced to do something that's actually of value, right? Instead of, oh, I'm hiding behind enthusiasm and undue emphasis and all these kind of things, like superficial stuff, fake stuff. If you take all that away, you know, like my superficiality protest thing that I did, like, take away makeup, take away emotion, take away, you know, enthusiasm, undue emphasis, take away social contrivance, take away, you know, all these kind of canned phrases and how are you and thank you. Take away all of that and now see what's left. And what's left would be accountable to a higher level of value, or it would reveal its artifice and self-defeating state. Or if not, then it's fine, just do it anyway. But you shouldn't need to overcompensate with all this undue emphasis all the time, because that shows you an imbalanced and unnatural process that's ripe with overextension. So now you have the simple ability to recognize the simple fact that you have no real way of knowing the difference there. So you shouldn't require that, right? Like, so think about the most boring, banal kind of person or mentality. But now, whatever you do has to have substance to it, otherwise there's no point. You wouldn't need to do it in such a way that you wouldn't need to put up the performative aspects or artifice or anything. You wouldn't need to do it because you have nothing to overcompensate for. Either what you're doing has inherent value, or, you know, it doesn't, or it speaks for itself, but you're not overcompensating and pretending like, well, based on my undue emphasis, such and such. Like, one of the fakest of the fake people is Alexandra Botez, speaking of chess. Like, it's just not, I don't know. I've roasted the shit out of her in the past, too. Like I was identifying that one video there was this one really authentic video where she was being all nerdy about some thing, like she's doing like some test to memory test or something, like see how many numbers in a row you can remember, and like that was really authentic, and she's being all nerdy and freaking out about it and getting mad, and her sister's like being all freaked out, but that was like her maybe being genuine and nerdy, like she really cares about stuff like that a lot. And then you have oh no, but they took it down because that was too authentic and everything else has to be fake. Like, it's just, I don't know, I see through stuff like that too easily, so it becomes kind of a little bit stupid. So we got, yeah, watching, that's a fun format idea, watching Alexandra Botez until she's fake, and then just play that thumbnail video of her like posing faces for the thumbnail. Like, I'd have to identify exactly how she's fake too. I should almost do that, like even from her oldest videos, even to the extent that you have that is actually pretty funny, watching somebody until they're fake, Pokemon until they're fake. I mean, that's what they're always accused of being, but it's a case where you know, everybody's fake from a point of view that, you know, it's all performative aspects. Like, you have no, obviously you're not sitting there in front of a camera when you're playing a game and just talking and saying random stuff. You're doing it for performative aspects. You're doing it because you know other people are watching. You're sort of playing into it. Nobody's sitting there saying the same things that XUC or whoever would be doing, like what I'm doing now. Nobody would be doing that. This isn't, well, to an extent, it's how I think, and, you know, maybe my stream of consciousness would be going in a similar way, but nobody would be doing this like, oh yeah, I'm totally talking in my car and not recording it. At least I'm doing it now with that I mean, kind of, this is a little more authentic because these are things that I've discussed in the past, so it almost serves as like a journal, right, like an audio journal, so I like it that way. But no, I wouldn't be talking right now if, you know, there wasn't the impression that I'm going to upload it or whatever. And so I find that strange because of the simple fact that it's just dumb. I don't know. But no, I've enjoyed doing this very thoroughly. Like, there's something, I never wanted to do it quite like this, but it's a realization that, like, I'll never have enough time, and because I'm driving so much, I may as well just do it. And I don't care if my channel has like 0 likes or whatever. I just don't care. Like, it's not, I wonder if that's because of the audio quality. It's probably that, plus because of the lack of video, it's just like a image the whole time. It's still image, so it's just all like you have to line up the timestamps yourself. It's the sort of thing you can get away with if you're already established, like you're an established creator, like XUC starts doing this, of course he would still get views, and of course people would still like it because they've already been ingratiated to his cult of personality. But it's the sort of thing, like, when you're doing it as an unknown, like me, even though I have had some whatever presence in the past, I don't really care, but some of these concepts are really quite valuable, though, and I wish I'd chronicled them in a better way, but at least I can take credit for them in this sense, like, they're in my recordings here somewhere. I wouldn't even be able to find them. Folly, favoritism, stimuli, acme, you know, all these logical razors, undue emphasis. So some of them are just like, sound like very basic terms, but the extent to which I use them and extrapolate on them and the absolutist tendencies, there are a lot of good things here. So you have, it's just very true and organic to my, I don't know how to explain it. Guy tests girlfriend to see if she cheats. Now this one's at least a little different. Starting in 3, 2, 1. To catch a cheater. I do like this. This is like the social experiment segment that we're trying to do. Like, this is a little too transparent, or she would just shoo him off. Like, he'd have to be a really handsome guy, which I can't even see him out of the corner of my screen. And her face is all blurred out and stuff. she just sort of shut him down. It's a lot easier for a girl, or I mean, they're more used to it at least. I don't think it's anything to do with you. She's just like standing there minding her own business. See, guys are so much more flattered. There's all kind of memes to do with that. Like when a girl gets a compliment, she's pissed and shrugs it off. Like, oh yeah, the 100th guy today saying that I'm beautiful, the most beautiful girl in the world. Yeah, rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, a guy gets one little compliment. Hey, I like your shirt. And now it shows like some big existential crisis he's having, that he fills his closet with 100 of those shirts, and like he just changes his whole lifestyle, and oh my goodness, like it's such a big deal for them. Like if a girl compliments a guy versus a guy compliments a girl, they're sort of used to it. And so obviously kind of par for the course. So what you have here is the simple ability to consider that. Let's go to the next one. Daughter's reaction to her father caught cheating. Starting in 3, 2, 1. They're getting more creative with these premises here. I like this. View description. I want these to be longer though. Give it longer, like a 10-minute video. This seems innocent enough, though, just teaching you how to play football. I mean, she's the one who's initiating it, so I don't know. See, he's initiating with her. He sort of started off good, but then he sort of was pushing her a little bit too hard, but she's the one who showed interest, so. It didn't seem that bad. She seems like she's sort of fake. Can we record that too? Classic. Can we record that too? Give this guy a fucking subscription. Now give us the legal proceeding papers to prove that they divorced over it, to prove that this is real. Side note, are you single? Okay, dude, okay. Some of this stuff is a little bit like they're trying too hard, bro. So you have guy's reaction to his Chinese girlfriend caught cheating, starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so now they're on the girls trying to cheat. She seems sort of flattered by it. But she's just trying to use him as a sugar daddy or something. What did she say? Oh, Chinese. What does that mean? How can you call yourself Chinese and you don't know what WeChat is? How dare you? How dare you call yourself Chinese and you don't know what WeChat is? Like, what was that phrase? Chinese. Like, just... She could just be trying to get rid of him. You know, you gotta have them really seem like they're a rich dude or something. That one wasn't really too big of a deal. That is like a good pickup line thing. You know, and you could have been only with this guy for like a month. Like, you don't know how much support I pay. Maybe you get to see the full episodes on Patreon, but I have seen some longer ones on here. So I know there are some later on. Okay, let's see the next one. This is going to be a pregnant lady. Girl's reaction to her baby daddy caught cheating at church. What the fuck is that title? What the fuck is this, dude? Starting in 3, 2, 1. That is a legendary classic title. Here we go. What the fuck are you doing, dude? That's a good way to initiate, though. I'm like a sex addict. But that means you might have a couple things going on. I would want to see him just try to convert her to celibacy and actually change her mind. See, she seems sort of fake, and yeah, before Trump becomes president. Because yeah, he totally... Didn't you know when Trump was president, 0 abortions happened? Nobody was having abortions. Like, national ban, apparently, even though he doesn't even have the authority to do that. I mean, he did celebrate the Roe v. Wade thing, but... Yeah, would you see that as a bad thing? Like the fact that they try to set you up? I'm pregnant so I could fuck somebody and you wouldn't be able to tell? Like, is that really how you can tell? Like, oh, you'd be guaranteed to get pregnant if you cheat, even though that's not how that works? Or, I don't get that. That's such a weird thing to say. Boyfriend caught cheating with big booty in 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, dude. Put the boyfriend to the test. Like, reverse the roles, though. If a guy did this to a girl, it's like, get the fuck away from me, you creep. But here, it's like, oh, you're flattered by it somehow, or whatever. Just do it right here. Do it right now. I might have seen this one before. I'd just be surprised by this. Like, it's weird. Not that serious. Was my number 6969? Haha. Or you're already being too obsessive and clingy. Now, isn't this weird? This is an actress, but she's okay with her butt being touched? Like, what the fuck? That's commitment to the role, I guess, but... That is so fucking weird. He touched her butt. Maybe I get even. How about with me? Because this guy's always trying to interject himself and stuff like this. So you have the ability to, yeah, somebody with money, if you can somehow show that, like, I don't know, somebody driving like a nice car, right? Like gold digger prank. Guys react like you pretend like, oh, this is your car, and then they ignore you. But as soon as they see, oh, you have a nicer car, I actually find that kind of to be a fetish of mine too. Like, not necessarily like financial domination the way that people would say it, but like sort of, I like seeing that authenticity. Like, you know that the reason why somebody likes you or is reacting a certain way to you is because, oh, you know, whatever, you're successful or you have money, to what, even to a minor degree. So it's like, I kind of find that refreshing because it's sort of to the point. They might not admit it or they'll pretend like that's not the case, but you know kind of underlying it is, and it's kind of flattering. Like, oh, that's kind of cool. You like the fact that I, whatever, you know, have a decent job or whatever. So that defines the reaction right there. And so that kind of has a cute quality. It's very, like, authentic, you know what I mean? Like, let's not pretend it's about something other than zero-sum means or stimuli acme. Guy's reaction to a girlfriend caught cheating. Okay, that's enough of these. I'm done with this, but it was pretty good. A lot of them seem fake. A lot of them are too short. And that was almost the whole drive. How did I think a big part of it, I wasn't even watching anything, though. I was just sort of talking. The Genghis Khan. See, that's me, dude. That's what you don't get. This associative process that I use. We go from watching To Catch a Cheater to Genghis Khan was ahead of the curve to all this kind of other stuff. It's very free form, but that's the biggest piece of advice. Not that you need my advice on anything, but it's like when you have all these sort of lucid takes, like you say them over time and you develop them and you're able to basically grow, have them grow. And so now when I say them, it's like a well-formed take over years and years of consideration and study and talks. So now it's no longer like some sudden spur of the moment thing. It's an ongoing thing that I've said in the past. So it's sort of a little better established is basically the point here. And so you have the ability to basically... Okay, let's see what we got. I could go for a trial. But no, like, now we can check off the box. We've done the courtroom stuff adequately. We've done the... I at least want to do, like, one of each thing here in the month, even though that's underwhelming. And yeah, I bought the $40 lifetime plan to the voice changer, voice mod, which maybe wasn't the best idea. Maybe there's a better one out there, but I spent $40 on that, and then I got my YouTube going and stuff, so what you have is, again, Skibbity Toilet, we're going to wait. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I just want to watch like maybe one part just to say that I did it. Social experiment thing we just did here. Now we've done some gameplay related stuff, but I don't know why I find it so boring to do. Like, I've watched people play stuff in the past, but I don't really feel too adventurous. The one thing I should still do is the reaction to somebody's live stream, if I'm able to do that. Like, you watch their live stream and it's basically like give a running commentary, ongoing commentary. The problem with it is you won't even know what I'm reacting to, and it'll be lost to time because I'm not going to save it or upload it or anything. Like, I don't give a shit, but you'll have an idea or something. Because the whole point is I want to see like a really small streamer doing that. Or that's a good piece of advice as well. Like, try to do it in such a way that whether you have 0 viewers or whether you have 100 viewers or 1 million viewers, give a running commentary and just do it like that. Do it like you're doing a Let's Play that you're going to upload to YouTube later. So it doesn't matter, instead of like, oh, there's nobody here, so I'm just not going to say anything and I'm just playing the game silently on stream. And then somebody comes in and then I'm talking to them and relying on them for content. And, hey, how are you? And you're reacting to whatever they say and relying on that. No, it should be like, give a running commentary. So there could be 100 people in there or there could be 0 people in there. But you're still doing the same thing, right? You are the content. Because, when you rely on other people, then what if there's nobody there? Or what if they're not typing in chat? Or what if this? Or what if that? Like, it doesn't matter. Right? You wouldn't rely on it necessarily. Yeah, you can tell with the amount of sessions of this that I do that, like, I drive way too fucking much, actually. And the reason why is because, I don't know. I want to see some other trial thing here. I'm obsessed with these now, I guess. Did I finish Catherine Melender's testimony? But no, it was only a 10-day trial, which is actually pretty short in the big context of it. Chandler Halderson trial. Yeah, like you've heard of teenage young love heartbreak, but never anything quite like this. And she'll blame herself in 2 ways. One, that she couldn't stop him from doing it, or somehow figure out that he was planning it, or somehow dissuade him. But also, number 2, that she, like, on one hand, you couldn't stop him or identify that he was going to do it. But number 2 is that you might have been part of the reason why he did it. Like, oh, I did it for you, so I could be free to be with you more, and we could move together, and we could, like, we could basically do it in such a way that, like, my parents are stopping me from going anywhere and seeing you and stuff like that. Right, so I partly did it for you. And so now you have the potential guilt in two forms. Oh, shit. Somebody just did like a backup in their driveway in a way that was like super dangerous. Like, because you got like cars behind me and I'm coming. And like, but they did it actually pretty quickly and pretty smoothly that I can't even question it. So it's a bad decision, but well executed. That's a good absolute standard. Like, nothing is a bad process if you're good enough at doing it. But then again, no matter how well you do something, a bad process is still a bad process. You shouldn't have to overcompensate for it and things of this nature. And so you have the ability to let me see here. But yeah, that Jodi Arias thing never gets fucking old, dude. But it does get old because I've seen. Let me try to do this again. Like, I hate that aspect of it. I don't mind watching like hundreds of hours of it or whatever, but I mind watching the same parts over and over again. But I'm not organized enough to figure out which parts I haven't seen. Jodi Arias breaks down during Cross. Court TV archive, starting from the very beginning in 3, 2, 1. Whenever I say starting in 3, 2, 1, like without a timestamp, that obviously means from the beginning. Took your luggage and placed it in your car. Do you remember we were talking about that? I don't know exactly what instance they're talking about, but she keeps hiding behind her memory issues. Some of which might even be genuine, but do you remember about what time? So I don't get it either. Like, she goes and gets her nails done and all this kind of stuff and goes to Salinas. Or that's before, though. That's before she goes and kills Travis, not after. That pardon could mean either he didn't hear you or you know, he's shocked. Two o'clock. He's not being that aggressive here. This is sort of asked and answered. We get it. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. Argumentative. Argumentative. It's sort of argumentative, though. You were better, you were nicer with the defense attorney. That's a good line. Unless we were engaged in other things, I was always dressed. You clean up nicely, Jodi. But she kind of does in terms of the whole librarian look. She kind of does both looks pretty well. I don't find her really attractive on any aesthetic level. I'm not even talking in terms of Stimuli Acme. I'm talking in terms of like the Allison Williams standard of aesthetic faces. When would mean the precise moment. But these are not things you would be worried about at the time, so why would you commit it to your memory? What a bad boyfriend that he didn't help you. Sad faces from the family. Count 1 million. We get it. We've seen it. Would it be fair to say you stole that from Daryl Brooks from the future? Would it be fair to say that I'm a complete fucking clown? She was giving a proper, complete answer, but he's just trying to cut her off at this point. This guy thinks he's so smart. Like, I wish I could face off against somebody like this. I would shut them down so easily. Like, you don't have to indulge him. I don't know. Like, it might make you look bad in front of the jury, but it doesn't matter. You got to be confident, or somebody who's truly smart would never even let themselves get on the stand in the first place. That's like the anti-red-white effect. Red-white has so much power, but then he volunteers to come in the stand. Not unwanted, like double negative. He does do a pretty hard double negative later. But it seems inadvertent. I can't remember exactly what it was. Then he was jerking off to little kids' pictures. That was more so in the shower, though. In the shower and shaving. It wasn't... He just has this always ready when he's shaving and stuff. This would be hard to keep track of all this shit, though, man. I want to see Juan Martinez play chess with Jose Baez. But it'd be like more like playing checkers versus chess, because Jose Baez is a goat. But this is like a different instance she's talking about, I think. Is why would she say this on the day of the crime if she wanted to pretend like she wasn't there? She doesn't admit that she was there, I don't think, until... No, I guess she says the two people killed him. She doesn't come up with the self-defense thing until court, though. That sounds kind of authentic. That's probably a true story. but not that day. Sort of in preparation for that moment. You're cutting her off a lot. That's not normally acceptable. Let her finish. Like, what? Where are his attorneys? Just asleep? Objection, let her finish. Let's take a listen, more like it. Like when he was shaving prior, she does say prior. You could still say that was at a different time. He was shaving prior at some earlier time. But no, now I'm kind of obsessed with doing that other thing, but I don't know how to do it. I gotta play around with these voice. It seemed like maybe there weren't enough on there, but there's like fan-made ones too. And since I don't really care about the channel, it doesn't matter if I'm like, oh, I'm stealing somebody's thing. But no, like the VTuber thing, I probably... Yeah, how could this be on June 4th if he used it on his profile picture in MySpace? How is that possible? So he died and then his ghost came back and used it as profile picture? This must have been at an earlier point. I would use that. Yeah, how could he have used it as his MySpace profile picture if it was June 4th and he died? Show us the family again. Show us. Just remember, anything to do with dominance and submission is submission and deference to the stimuli acme, more so than the other particular individual. So you're surrendering to your base nature. But no, they let him cut off. You might think this is sort of inane too, but it shows you her lying nature. But no, Nurmi is literally asleep. I mean, is there a limit to how many times he can play this? The defense is just asleep, dude. They don't care. Maybe it makes Juan look bad that he's badgering her so hard. Prior. She says prior. Prior means before. Prior, not prior to June 4th. She had a lot of run-on sentences because she would just ramble on at times. Okay, so today as we get closer to election time, or at least a lot of states already have early voting, it's like October 20th, so you got like a couple weeks left, obviously. But I should pose it as a hypothetical, like pretend an absolutist or a independent thinker, independent voter, whatever, right? Independent-minded, objective absolutist votes for Donald Trump, and here's why, just as in a vacuum, right? The reason why they would do it is very nuanced and complex. So they're not doing it because they think he's a good guy or anything like that. So you'll hear all the negative criticism like, oh, his idiosyncrasies, he's weird, he's says some weird things, and all these kind of things, right? The reality, though, is the reason why so many people hate him, the corporate-owned media, the one-party state hates him so much, is because he's outside the norm, right? Just suppose it like if an independent won an election, right, not beholden to either party, they would hate him for that reason alone, right? Remember, Republicans didn't like him, and people love to bring that up. But that shows you he's an outsider that makes everybody look bad, regardless whether he's good or not. He makes everybody else look bad, like, oh, that's all it takes to beat the two-party state, and in this case, what feels more like a one-party state, that, oh, Republicans are bad no matter what, and Democrats are good no matter what, and one unpopular candidate after another is going to rise to the top in terms of Biden wasn't popular even with Democrats. They didn't like him, but then he suddenly gets 81 million votes, and then Harris isn't popular with Democrats. She gets 1% of the vote. Now she's going to be the next best thing. That shows you that it's not really about the individual anymore. It's about the one-party state. Democrats have to win because the corporate-owned media likes them and because the elite power structure likes them. And yet, you just don't see the big picture. Celebrities love Democrats. Wealthy people love Democrats. Millionaires love Democrats. Corporate-owned media loves Democrats, owned by billionaires, just like Big Bad Trump. Everybody except for Elon Musk, pretty much, right, likes Democrats. So how is that? But no, Democrats are the good guys. When the corporate-owned media is on your side, you're the good guys. Like, what is the thing? So what you're doing is you're sort of spiting the one-party state, holding that back. You are looking at it that way. So you would acknowledge, okay, Trump is a flawed person. He has idiosyncrasies. He's an idiot. He's a useful idiot in the sense of, to the American people, that he might do some good policies despite all of his flaws and idiosyncrasies. And so that would be the reasoning. He's a moron. He's terrible. He's this. He's that. But on one hand, a lot of those same flaws people don't see on the other side. This is where the media's influence comes in, right? Everything you're saying about him could be true, But then the same people who say, oh, look how old and senile he is. I can't even talk. Look how old and senile he is. Also, 81 million people, so the same person saying how senile and old he is, voted for Joe Biden. So that kills your credibility. You might say, well, you have Harris this time, but I don't buy that because you voted for Biden last time, despite the fact that he was old, he was senile, he had to drop out of the race, all this kind of stuff. So that doesn't give you very good credibility. In other words, all the negative things you point out about him, you're not seeing on the other side. Oh, he's fake, he's a liar, he's this, he's that. Meanwhile, Harris has flip-flopped on every major position, a whole full 180 in extreme ways. But all of a sudden, oh no, he's the, you'll see the flaws on one side, but not the other. So that just shows you the selective treatment, right? And so that becomes the problem. So again, you would say he's a useful idiot. He might do some good things despite, all his flaws. And again, it's not like the other candidates don't have flaws. Like Harris is just perfect apparently all of a sudden now, even though it's all fake. But not only that, it's again, you're more fearful of the one-party state. You're more looking at him sort of bucking the system, which in some ways he isn't, but at least more, it's like a 1% step in the right direction. That's the sad part, right? Pretend like some random person who's not a politician is an independent and they have like some sort of following to them, right? Like a Noam Chomsky type or Jordan Peterson or somebody like that, right? Pretend they ran for president and won. How much do you think the corporate-owned media and the elite of the country would like them? They would hate them. They would destroy them the same way. But that's what it represents. It's an independent thinker who has their own ideas. And if they're outside the norm of what the media wants, right, again, like this one-party state, now they'll say, oh, they're a threat, they're this, they're that. But that's the real issue it exposes, is that he might have flaws and he might be terrible, but the other side is worse and they're more dangerous and they're more interchangeable, again, within the one-party state platform. So it's not really about the individual there as much. And so the real danger comes from, basically he's 1% in the right direction, one small step in the right direction, even as flawed as he is. So you got a long way to go, but it's still a step in the right direction away from the conventional structure that you have of, what really feels like, because they use all these terms too, like back to the norm, back to the normal way things are, and the way the politics work, and the mainline Republicans or whatever. But the problem with that is that doesn't mean it's a good thing, right? Just because something is normal doesn't mean it's good. So we want to keep the status quo. We want to keep all the war crimes of George Bush, and we want to keep all the deceptiveness of Democrats, and now this open border, that's the new normal. Like, we want to keep all this stuff going, but just because it's normal doesn't mean it's good. And what makes it normal is the corporate media appearance that they're giving you. And so it is strange. Republicans shoot themselves in the foot with like issues like healthcare and abortion and stuff like that aren't really that important, right? What's important is, again, like basic border security, basic economic policy, things like that they win on. But instead, abortion has turned into the big thing. Like, even though it's sort of propagandized that, like, you're not seeing, nationwide abortion ban. You can't do a nationwide abortion ban now that Roe v. Wade is even gone, because now the federal government doesn't even have power over it. So the only way you'd have a nationwide abortion ban is if every individual state wanted that individually. They would have to come to that conclusion on their own. So, and you would assume that would reflect what the voters want, because, it's Texas, and Texas is being harsh on abortion. But that's what people voted for, like, for voting for pro-life candidates. So, like, obviously, not saying that everybody wants it, but in that state, but clearly there is a certain consensus majority that does. So it's more a reflection of what the people in the state want. And so now what you have is the ability to consider that, yeah, but that would be the way they break it down. He is flawed. He does have idiosyncrasies. He is imperfect. He does have all these issues, but so does the other side, obviously. Right, the other side that uses him as their sole platform. Like, look, like, you're not looking at it clearly. That's the issue. You'll look at him under a microscope and criticize everything he does, but then you'll ignore the same things that you see on the other side. Biden's also old. He's also senile. He's also geriatric. Got issues, but yet somehow that's okay. That's normal because that's carefully curated and protected by the media. That's the double standard that is so dangerous, right? You can look at two things that are exactly the same, but one is good and one is bad because of the way it's portrayed to you and the way that, the hive mind of corporate-owned media or state-controlled media, whatever, would portray it. That's the issue. They could be exactly the same, right? But so it doesn't even necessarily mean that one is better than the other. So it's a very nuanced look at it. You're not saying that he's good. You're not saying that he's even any better. But you're saying that they're no better, number one. And you're saying that, again, it's a small step in the right direction outside this sort of mainstream idea, even though it's still a Republican ticket, which is unfortunate. You would rather see him have run as an independent or whatever. But, it's a case where maybe if he loses this time, he'll run as an independent and Republicans will reject him. But, somebody who won the Republicans their only presidency in the last 16 years, right, could be 20 years. How are you going to blame him? Like, oh, John McCain was such a good guy, but he lost. Mitt Romney, oh, what a good guy, but he lost. So in other words, the good Republicans are all losers. With all due respect, either you win or you don't. So they didn't win. So what do you want? Oh, they're such good guys, though, but it didn't accomplish anything. It didn't do you any good. So what did you want? So let's keep grooming somebody. Instead of Donald Trump, it should have been somebody else who's a loser and who's going to lose. So what do you want? That it's not getting you anywhere. Jeb Bush or somebody like that who would have, continued on the same one-party state mentality. And you have a case now where that would be the whole point. He's a useful idiot. He's slightly better than the others. He's, going to bring you away from the one-party state that the Democratic Party alone is now becoming. He's going to bring you away from the ability to consider that the selective media determining unpopular candidates, being an interchangeable revolving door of corporate appointed candidates for the one-party state. It's going to be a small 1% step in the right direction towards independent candidates and independent thinkers and moving away from this pre-established structure. So that would be the reason why. So the whole point is you don't even necessarily have to like him to do that at all. In fact, you could think he's terrible, but the alternative is worse, not just within the individual basis, but within the party itself, that you would have the ability to basically that's the deeper nuance. And so on one side, you have people voting for Democrats that'll say, oh, well, it doesn't matter how bad or unpopular these people are, just you don't like Trump, but then by that logic, you could vote for an independent. And then on the other side, you have, well, it's at least a better reason, right? Saying, oh, Trump is bad, but if you don't like him, don't vote for him, and that's period, end of story. That doesn't mean you have to vote for the other party. That doesn't mean you have to vote for some other unpopular candidate, right? It would just mean you don't like him, so don't vote for him, that's it. Don't use him to justify a specific take or a specific person because, oh, well, at least they're not Trump. But then by that logic, you could vote for literally anybody, and that's what it actually turned into. Oh, that justifies voting for Biden. Then that justifies voting for Harris. Then that justifies for voting, whoever the Democrats choose. That becomes the issue. And then the other side of it is that at least when you're doing Trump, it's okay, you're trying to buck the one-party state and all of this. That is a real danger in the corporate-owned media and the elite power structure. At least there's a consistent thread going with that where it's more than just the individual, right? Who cares about the individual, really? That they're all interchangeable anyway. So, yeah, that would be I should use that as one of the titles in, it doesn't even necessarily mean that it's me that we're talking about, but let's say an independent thinker, an independent absolutist votes for Donald Trump for a very nuanced reason. Here's why. He's a useful idiot, but 1% in the right direction. So it shows you the standard is much higher than anybody could live up to right now. But the reason why everybody loses their minds and why the corporate-owned media hates him so much and why, oh, he's a threat to democracy, he's so terrible, he's this, he's that, is actually a good thing, because he's a step in the right direction of moving. If you make an actual meaningful difference, that's what you'll see. Instead of, oh, we're just going to do the same thing over and over and do this sort of managed decline into destruction. Right? Nobody freaks out when it's just, oh, it's just another Mitt Romney, it's just another John McCain, right? They're just another, same old assembly line type of guy. Right? Nothing's really going to change with that. And so just look at it from a hypothetical that if somebody was actually on your side, not even saying that he is, but somebody's actually on your side, actually trying to make a change, actually trying to abolish, sort of big government and all this kind of stuff, now you have, oh, everybody freaks out now, right? Everybody promises change, but when there actually is some change, then, oh, everybody loses their mind because they just really want the status quo, they just really want the same thing. And so that is what's interesting about it. Why do corporate-owned media outlets and billionaires and all that hate him so much if he's really such a bad guy? And this is what people would use to justify it. It doesn't mean that he doesn't still have flaws and idiosyncrasies, but it means that it's not quite the same as you realize. Like what side is he really on? And the way that people try to discredit it is, oh, well, everybody who supports him is a racist or uneducated or whatever like that. But what you're really saying is those are ordinary, everyday people. So he's the candidate of the ordinary, everyday person, even if you want to say, oh, well, they're too dumb to realize blah, blah, blah. But then the other side is, oh, who likes them? Oh, all the wealthy people, all the, celebrities and actors and Hollywood and corporate-owned media and billionaires who own that. And so all those people like Democrats, and all the ordinary, everyday, uneducated people doing everyday 9-to-5 jobs and, normal, everyday people like the other side. Now, that doesn't mean that those people don't also go the other way, but it's like the influences behind it. Right? If you would have listened to the media in 2016, Trump had a 0% chance of winning because everybody hates him. Every media outlet except for Fox hates him. Every celebrity hates him pretty much. Hollywood hates him. Like, who really liked him? And that was, oh, ordinary, everyday, normal people, right? So how can you attack a candidate like that that's popular with the everyday, ordinary person? And the way that you can do that is you can't attack them anymore then. You would attack the voters. Say, oh, well, this person who has genuine public support is just bad, and everybody who supports him is bad too. But where does that sort of mindset come from? It comes from, oh, well, they're not like corporate appointed, they're not corporate media approved, they're not approved by the elite of the country, so we have to discredit everybody who votes for them too, even if that number is such a vast, 74 million, 60 plus million the first time. Like, that doesn't work because you're just trying to minimize what is otherwise a normal, segment of the population. You can't just, suddenly 74 million people are just racist, many of whom are black and other, Mexican and etc. Like, they're not all white. Maybe the majority of them are white, but they're not all white. They're not all men. They're not all whatever stereotype you want to use. And even if they are, that's the stats of the country. Like, their votes count too. You can't discredit them just because you have some sort of bias against them. So it doesn't make sense because everybody is going to... It's just a sad argument, right? Like, just think about it in a hypothetical vacuum sense, right? Okay, we're in Russia and pretend like somebody doesn't get dropped out of a window or doesn't get arrested. But like, okay, my name is Arthur and I'm running against Vladimir Putin, and the elite of the country love Putin. Pretend it's even a free and fair election somehow. The elite love Putin and the public likes me, and so I'm going to win. So how would they try to get rid of me? They would try to arrest me, indict me, convict me, like how you see, the political persecution of Trump. And then they would also try to, maybe get me killed or whatever like that. But if those things don't work, then what else do you have? And the answer is the answer is the simple fact that you have that you would try to discredit it, basically. Like, all the media outlets collectively would, again, state-controlled media, whatever it might be, or in this case, state-aligned media, like in the United States, they would all work together to protect the state-approved, state-favored candidate who's either already in power or whatever the case may be. And then, so all those forces would work together. So that's just a hypothetical. Like, pretend some ordinary, everyday, average Joe. Like, pretend I ran for president and I had a real chance to win and I had genuine public support, right? Or just some independent candidate or whoever, Jill Stein or something. What would they do to try to stop them from winning? Because that's outside the corporate-controlled, elitist-controlled structure. How would they stop some free-minded, independent thinker, genuine grassroots public support individual from winning? And the way that they would stop them is through the media, right? That's the point. Whenever the people choose somebody who they genuinely support, the media is going to buckle on them and say, now, oh no, you got to vote for these approved candidates that we like, that nobody liked before really that much, but there's something disturbing about it. Just hypothetically pretend, right, that there was somebody who the elite of the country didn't like, and yet they were winning anyway, and they couldn't convince people that they're so bad. What would happen? And what would happen is the simple fact that, again, you can't arrest them, you can't kill them, let's say all those things fail. Now you try to go after the people who vote for them and say, even though this is 74 million people, even though it's an overwhelming number of ordinary, everyday people, we're going to just try to minimize and discredit them and say, it's impossible for you to vote for somebody that is not approved by the corporate-owned media and elite power structure. It's just not allowed. It's not acceptable. And the way that we make it unacceptable is, well, we have, because again, if they're so bad, then why are so many people voting for them? If they're so bad, then why do they have so much support? And so you're looking at it through a certain lens of like preconceived bias that, well, their opinion's just invalid and they're just bad people and that's it. But that's not really a valid argument, because if that was the case, then why would they win in the first place, right? Why would they have so much support? What you're basically doing is treating it as a marginal group. Like, oh, if 1 million people are just bad or something, okay, fine. But it wouldn't be enough to win the election. If it's enough to win the election, then you can't say, oh, suddenly they're just all bad people, because how is like half of the voting constituency just suddenly bad people? Isn't that convenient just to support a one-party state mentality? And so it's it's like one of those authority reinforcing, punching down type of mentalities. Like, you think you're doing something when you're really just going along with the pre-approved corporate appointed kind of thing, agenda, right? Like, why would you think voting for a career politician like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, why would you think that's really doing something? Oh, I feel so proud, and you got to get out and vote, and we're really going to make a difference, we're really going to make a change by voting for somebody who's been in politics for decades, who hasn't done anything significant, who's just some other nameless, unknown kind of person who was unpopular with their own party until now. Suddenly you think, oh, that's going to make a big difference. We're really standing for something. We're really resisting. Even though, again, all the powers that be are on your side, right? I love that mentality that you really think you're doing something. You're just keeping some sort of power structure in place, some status quo, etc. And even then, I don't know, it's just something about it feels weird. At least with the other way, it's like, okay, you're actually doing something that is different, and it brings me back to one of my expressions I said at some point in my old debate format, like, every revolutionary is considered a radical or a terrorist or something in their own time. And so, the power structure that is in place is always flawed in some major way, that we end up looking back and saying, oh, how could the British Empire rule for so long? Or how could something, happen for so long? But that's why they would use the powers that they have at their disposal. So in the modern era, it's going to be the media. So if the media is telling you, oh, you can't vote for this person and you should vote for this person, and they're taking such a clear side, now it becomes, because you might think now it becomes clear that that's just their own incentive. But so if somebody was genuinely favoring the people, they wouldn't like them and they wouldn't allow them to win. It's always got to be somebody corporate pre-approved. But the problem also is that you have the problem is that you have this other ability to consider that you have this other ability to consider that I kind of forgot what I was saying. It's got to be some sort of preordained structure, and the way that you go about that is it's just like so obvious, right? There's always a different method of control at every time in history. It could be the church, it could be religion, it could be, so now it's the media. It's like I don't want to make it seem like the other way that you say, well, in that case, then somebody who's being criticized can never be wrong. Like, what if somebody's just genuinely a bad person? What, is the media not allowed to criticize them? But the difference there is you got to believe in social Darwinism a little bit. So like, oh, what if it was Hitler? Are you saying that the media couldn't criticize them? But it's a little bit different, because this is my whole absolutist historical contention. If Hitler was around, right, like let's say it was, we're back in early 20th century in Germany, right? What would happen is, it's not so much that you would need the media to stop Hitler from coming to power, it's that you would need it to not help him. That's the defining factor, right? Like all these North Korea, China, it's not so much that they need the media to stop the bad people from coming to power, it's that they need it to not be on their side in the first place. And so what that allows you to do is just don't take sides and be neutral. And if somebody really is so bad and there's free speech, then that should naturally come about through social Darwinism, that people would come to that conclusion on their own anyway. Or here's one of these social contrivance points that you could say, like, on one hand, like the initial-minded using eye contact as a measure of sincerity or something like that. And then absolutist mentality would say, like, imagine judging someone's intentions or sincerity, or even imagine judging someone's sincerity, intentions, etc. by simply something as simple as the physical realm, as eye contact, right? Like you can really judge what somebody's thinking or doing or what they want just based on that. Or even imagine that you would do it like, you would define the infinite objective mind by that criteria. So we're going to go through, some random stuff here. Let me think. So I've gone through 3 different types of shakes in the last several days. We did the vanilla malt thing, which was okay. We did the chocolate one, which is good, and now we're doing strawberry. You could do make it a food review channel, but there's not really much to say about it. The malt thing kind of messed it up, because these are just regular shakes, but the first one was the malt. That one messes it up because it was kind of like too maybe milky and stuff. And then I let it sit for a while, and then I had a little later, and then it was bad because obviously that's going to spoil faster. I always have this bad habit food-wise. Like, there's this conventional wisdom, you shouldn't leave chicken or pizza or whatever out for more than 2 hours and eat it. I would leave it out for 8 hours sometimes and eat it. Maybe because it was in a container or something, it's fine, but I would always do that in a way that you probably shouldn't do. But no, we're going to go through some of these boxes and check them off, and I was looking through some of this audiobook stuff, and I'm looking at, like, Lord of the Rings books, and the Silmarillion, or however the fuck you say it, Silmarillion, his big fucking thing where it's like history of the Lord of the Rings universe, and the audiobook is like 19 hours long. So I don't know if that just means that book is very long, or if that means that audiobooks in general are going to be very long themselves. Like, maybe I'm underestimating how long they are, but it must just be a really long collection of works. And supposedly his son published it, but it was just Jose Baez, defender Casey Anthony, and Aaron Hernandez is on killer cross-examination. Is this like an interview or what? I mean, yeah, and don't hate him. Like, he's just good at his job. Baez or beast. Baez was the underdog at trial. Now he's the king. Yeah, he wasn't like established. That's really the one that put him on the map. You have to appreciate the fact that he's, he's willing to take those kind of tough cases and everything like that. I mean, even if he lost, he could have written books about it and the way that people do things, but when you accidentally prove your boyfriend's guilty, this is that one that I was watching. Maybe not the exact video, but as long as it's not JCS. So yeah, what were the other boxes we got to check off? I've done enough of the court-related stuff. We did a little bit of the social experiment thing yesterday. But the only other formats I really want to check out here as part of the YouTube series is like the Skibbity toilet ship, apparently. Even if I just watch like 1 or 2 parts just so I can say I did it. That one, and also the, see what an incentive there is to have channels that make content about stuff like this, don't you? Kind of exploiting it. The Skibbity toilet thing, what was the third thing? Like, some kind of a gameplay related stuff, which I don't really feel like even doing. But that, and then 4 and 5 was like, I think mainly just like watching somebody's actual live thing. Let's see what this is. When you accidentally prove your boyfriend's guilty by like something reading crime and psychology in 3, 2, 1. It's an hour 39 minutes long. But then she ends up testifying. I don't know if they maybe threaten her sometimes. But it's all performative aspects anyway, so even if they are, you're just putting it on. You know, somebody in private is not going to act the same way they do in public, so you'd be aware of that. Like, that's what I hate about how people think and judge others. Like, you know that they're not really like that, but they only do that around others. So you know it's an act. You know it's performative, but you still take it for granted. Like, oh, that's how they are. That's what it means to be initial-minded. It is partly your fault, though, too. Your judgment must be bad or you must be blind. It is still your fault. You can't just use an excuse that, oh, you know, there would have been still signs. Even not using age as an excuse. Dreading. Not reading. She's kind of in too cheery of a mood, though, considering her boyfriend's parents are gone. Or I guess maybe they weren't found dead. They were just missing at this point. And they never let on as much as they actually know. That's a good standard. Don't exploit it until it's solved so you don't say stuff that's wrong. He was unlucky, or he just always made excuses. So he's just probably lying about them. Like what? Beyond his control. Though this must have at least been true. Or is he just still... Is he just playing into the lies that he's made? Some of it must be true, at least. So she stuck by him through the injury, through all these failures, through all this bad luck, and through a murder accusation, and still was by his side. But yeah, if she was in on it, then she would have tried to protect him. Or maybe she was in on it and she's trying to scapegoat him. Do it for the life insurance or something. Yeah, she was bad for him, not the other way around, clearly. But she seemed to have fond things to say about the family. Yeah, I sort of suspected that, but I've only seen the case in bits and pieces, so I don't know if some of it's true. But isn't he younger than him or something? Mitch. I love how nobody can ever figure this shit out, though. like Casey Anthony pretending she was working in Orlando or something, but then how is she paying for stuff, and how... But is it really an act if you commit that hard to it? But you could easily confirm it, like meet him at college one day, or I don't know. So he'd rather kill them. How would you believe some of this, though? Like, he's pretty smart, but... So maybe he believed it, but... Or you could just contact the school directly. Yeah. Really, he was doing like a fake... I have to appreciate his commitment. But didn't they think he had a job of the volunteer rescue driver, but also they worked for some insurance thing, or maybe he got fired from that. But I thought he kept up the lie that he was still doing that. But no, like, imagine being in a relationship with that guy. Like, he's lying about all these things. He wouldn't lie about something else there. Like, I think I saw most of her testimony, too. Now it'll be impossible to see which parts I didn't. Like, let's see some big cross-examination part of it. Yeah, I love the objections you get here where they object. Jury instructions. This is one that you could actually watch the whole thing because it's not actually that long. Like 10 days. Prosecution opening statement. Defense opening statement. So the woman is the defense. Sheriff, county. Mitch. I don't really want to see Mitch's thing. Sergeant. Yeah, let's see what some adversarial thing is like from the police here. It'll be Wisconsin versus Chandler Halderson, trial day 1. Sergeant Justin Groans, detective, starting in 3, 2, 1. And I almost would want to see somebody's reaction to it too. Some of the titles are generic on those, like JCS, when you're such and such, so you won't even know what case it's really about. It won't say the name of the case in there. And a lot of these people who are watching this are going to be hearing about some of these for the first time. I almost want to see that. Like, did JCS make a video about this? I think I maybe already, like, not that I really want to see that. I want to see somebody's reaction necessarily to it. So he was even using COVID as an excuse for, like, why he can't meet people. So he even pretends to be him on the phone. I like the lengths to which he goes. What was that about? Where the heck is that? So why are you involved in this case then? If it's so far. Maybe because they're too far and, like, they're out in the middle of nowhere. See, this one is really good. The strawberry. So the malt thing gets like a 3 out of 5 stars. It was good. The chocolate gets like a 4. This gets like a 5. So they're going to use the body cam footage. Let me actually look this up. Like Chandler Halderson thing reaction. I want to see somebody react to the heartbreaking, like Valkyrie reacted to some of those JCS ones. Yeah, I love how everybody buys into her whole persona. Like, oh, she's so genuine and sweet and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's all fake. Again, I'm not saying that in a bad way. And it might mirror parts of your personality, but, like, it's just not the same. Like, everything is a persona that you're putting on. Like, even what I'm doing now, sort of, but yeah, like, am I like this normally? Like, where when I'm watching something, I'm talking to myself, or just in general, like, it's more like about your stream of consciousness than whatever. So whenever people define one another by their social contrivance state, that's all reactionary and reductive anyway, because it's what's left after you reduce it to a social contrivance kind of environment, right? What defines you more is the structure of it. And so what you have here is I should really do this before I start driving, but something crime and psychology. Why is that even showing up if let's just do Chandler Halderson. Okay, I fucked up. God damn it. But yeah, that's the beginning of a great, great faith that you have in relationships, that she seemed unconditionally sort of into him, that it wasn't like, I don't know, everybody's simping over her and stuff in the comments, that you have, oh, she's so nice and sweet, but she has bad judgment. in men that, if this is where she starts with her relationships, maybe she'll be more careful now, but you should almost be grateful that it happened, because imagine what you would have been dealing with, or you could have been next. Chandler Halderson, just go reaction. Let's see if we can find something. Prosecutor shocks jury with evidence that seals his fate, Chandler Halderson trial. This is that Bose versus the World that I've seen a little bit of her stuff. Her stuff is okay, but I almost would want to see larger parts of it. Like, she's editing it down, and presumably she watched maybe the whole thing on stream or more of it, but I don't know. Chandler Halderson and covert narcissism. Lawyer reacts. I don't know. Please no bully. Opening arguments, Chandler Halderson. Lawyer reacts, day 10. Whoops. Oh my god, I can't navigate this shit, man. Fucking bullshit. So fucking stupid, man. No, like, they deliberately made this difficult to navigate. You might say, oh, that's to encourage you to not do it while driving, but I don't know. So we got Bose versus the World. I'm just seeing if, like, there's a JCS thing or something. I guess there's not. The stupidest criminal. Let's see how she does it. So this is prosecutor shocks jury with evidence that seals his fate. Chandler Halderson, Bose versus the World. Starting in 3, 2, 1. I didn't even know she's an attorney. Or maybe she's just role-playing. The guiltiest man alive. I don't know about that. His parents and certainly his girlfriend. But how is he... I guess he's saying he's doing it online. But see, he was getting the books and reading the books and doing quizzes, like... So he's committed enough. So if you do an act well enough, you'll end up doing it for real. So it's no longer an act. So was the injury fake too? Because I don't think that was. The hitting his head on the stairs. Oh, here we go, dude. Wait, really? I don't believe that. I don't think that's true. No, I disagree with that fully already. Okay, I'm already stopping watching this. I thought it'd be things other than... That shows you the bias and how people don't understand. It has nothing to do with the prosecution or the defense. So if the case is open and shut and you have tons of evidence and DNA and fingerprints and, fingerprints and blood on the murder weapon and all this, so you could have the best defense attorney ever for the Jodi Arias trial, but there's a lot of evidence against her, and you could have the worst prosecutor ever, but you still have a lot of evidence against her. So you don't think the truth and the reality and the quality of the evidence and the case and the material and how open and shut it is has more to do with the outcome than the prosecutor or the defense attorney? Like, it makes no sense. People look at this totally the wrong way and turn it into like some cult of personality basis. Jose Baez might be a great attorney, obviously, but if he was there instead of Wilmot and Nurmi, you would have probably gotten some lesser charge, actually. But that's a very tough case because she stabbed him 27 times and it was so brutal and she's a liar and all this kind of stuff. He would have probably made sure she didn't testify. That's number one. But, it's really unfair. Like, is the difference in this case the difference between the prosecution and the defense? Or is it, lawyer diff? Or is it the fact that... just the facts of the case are in your favor, the truth is literally on your side. It's so unfair to look at it like that. Oh, so if you switch the prosecutor and the defense attorney in this case, suddenly, oh my goodness, now they're going to be better. And it's like taking this phony moralizing stance, but that's not how it works. Like, oh, let's take a side of the prosecutor because he's actually guilty, but it doesn't mean that the defense is a bad person. It doesn't mean that the defense is bad at their job. It just means that they're in the unwholesome, unsavory position of having to defend someone who's actually guilty, and they have to do the best job they can, and they have to, make the most of what they have. So it's never really a fair match like that where, somebody really is guilty. There is a ton of evidence against them, and, maybe there's not as much evidence here. I don't know all the facts of this case, but I think that's a dumb way to look at it. So I'm already triggered by what she said in the beginning. Like, she's saying, oh, that sometimes having a good defense attorney is good. Like, you really think that's the defining factor? Again, you can have the worst prosecutor and the best defense attorney, but if the facts of the case are the facts, then it's not going to usurp that or the truth of the matter. So, yeah, I disagree with that. Okay. And just the fact that she's watching only the opening statement. Here, let me try to do, it's so annoying to navigate. I hate this. I hate it. Okay, let's do one of those actually, just because I feel like it. XQC reacts to like JCS or whatever, or I don't know. Oh, I guess she has other videos on the subject. Girlfriend testifies against Chandler Alderson in court. Fine, I'll do that one since I wanted to watch parts of that anyway, or I already saw it. So this is Girlfriend testifies against Chandler Alderson in court by Bose versus the World, starting in 3, 2, 1. Good morning. Now, how long is this intro going to be? Is this going to be an ad for something? Yeah, that's what I'm doing all the time. When I'm driving, I could listen to court cases. Yeah, this is what I'd rather see, is the full upload of something. But yeah, I don't like how you're making it about the attorneys that way. That's very unfair. Like, you really think, oh, Juan Martinez is better than Nurmi. What is Nurmi supposed to do? She really is guilty. She really did do it. There's plenty of evidence against her. But, oh no, Juan is so impressive and Nurmi is so bad. But that's ignorant. They might be the same. Nurmi might be better. But the case is just so impossible. Switch the roles. Now, Juan has to argue for Jodi. That wouldn't have worked very well because she's actually guilty and the public discourse would be against him. So it's just looking at it the wrong way. Like, where everybody jumps on the bandwagon. Yeah, that was the opening statement that she was talking about. Okay, at least the intro wasn't too long. Part 2. She didn't seem to know, but I almost suspect maybe she was in on it a little bit and she's just acting all innocent. Yeah, taking sides with attorneys like that is so ignorant. You can do a good job and lose because the facts, like, really, what do you expect? So Nurmi is supposed to be so good that he can go against all the evidence and all the truth of the matter. But yeah, like, again, the facts are on your side, the evidence is on your side, but oh no, it comes down to who's better or worse as an attorney. There might be some evenly matched cases where it's not super clear, where the attorneys can shine, but generally that's not what it should be about. Now you're going to hold it against that friend. How dare you introduce us? Look at what it led to. Was he really attending college, though? Yeah, what kind of low state might you have been in that you would go with a guy like that? Obviously, that's the whole point. Like, what do you mean? Why is that a surprise? Well, that's partly her fault for being so naive then. So I've seen obviously a lot of this, but let's just indulge it. She's actually kind of annoying. I'd rather just watch the same thing. This is like really rubbing the salt in the wound about your relationship, though. I get that point. So you went on a walk into the woods where the body was buried. Start shows, but we'll never be able to finish them because he'll be in jail. Imagine if she still stays with him even after this. Even when he's in jail, you still stay together. And you have conjugal visits and stuff like that. Imagine that. Now that would be a heck of a sunk cost fallacy. We're already together, so I don't want to break up. That's leading to suggest that there could be other things, or that calling. You just ask, how would you communicate? That's not a valid answer. Is that a yes? They're being kind of easy on her just because of the stress, but... Yeah, he goes through the text for like a fucking hour. Yeah, I like how the stimuli acme is treated in that way too. It's like some sort of a controlled commodity that you have to do with this fallacy of permission, like by society. It's weird. Like even in your private relationships, it's like you're going to restrict it in such a way that I don't know. It's just weird. Now you're just a Mitchell I used to know, huh? But the family supposedly didn't like her, but she's talking kind of fondly of them. Or even in the interrogation, she's like saying, oh, I would go over, and she didn't seem to dislike them or think that they disliked her. Maybe it's more so just a way to punish him, like, for being a loser, not so much that she's a bad influence. It's impressive that you'd be able to type that. Yeah, this is the kind of content I should basically do. It's basically what I'm doing anyway. You should have put the chat in there, though. Right, how they do like the chat overlays. That's the sort of thing that fans had to do. All these big streamers that were too lazy to upload their own VOD, so Asmongold and XQC and Forsen and all these people, they would never upload their own VOD, so fans would do it, and fans would also do the chat overlay, so they were way ahead of the curve of the streamers themselves. That's how it was for literally years before they finally started to do it themselves to some extent. Obviously, you knew him through Chandler. Like, why would that be a surprise? How else would you know him? She doesn't cry much in this part. I think she cries later in, like, the second part. But they hated you anyway, so you should be happy that they're dead. You can't replicate this kind of emotion in a movie. This is why you need drama. But he did it for her. He did it for love because... No, he definitely disliked them. He definitely disliked them. No, you're wrong. He didn't like them. They were being kind of harsh on... No, you're totally wrong. Like, they were being too restrictive. Not saying it's their fault, obviously. I'm just saying, like, he definitely didn't like them. It wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment thing. He had complained to her many times that he felt that he was being imprisoned by them, basically. They treat me like a slave, basically. The most tragic event involving a Chandler since Matthew Perry passed away, in a very different way, obviously, but maybe they were richer than I realized, like the parents, because people were saying, oh, she's a gold digger, but in what way? Like, the guy barely had a job, so what are you exactly doing? But it's not about trust issues, it's about judgment issues, though. Victim blaming, even though she's young, I get it, but like, you're telling me you can't see some of the signs, the writing on the wall, that you're so blind to his flaws? Which sometimes it's not fair, but... There are leading questions going on. I like how she says that. Or if you say no, then that gives you a motive. Just for him to say where it was instead of making her say where it was. See, one of those are just kind of petty objections that, like, we get the point. It doesn't really change anything. You're not really leading unless you're telling a lie, but like, I'll sustain your objection and correct it myself before the judge even has a chance to say anything. That means you have the freedom to cover up evidence and whatever. Like, this is what the defense should really do, is accuse her. But they really don't. I would be that guy. Don't be that guy who accuses the ex-girlfriend, the cute, nice little ex-girlfriend, of the killer, of doing the killing, or being involved. But I would totally do that. Where were you the day of the crime? Where were you the weeks before? You saw the fridge, you saw this, you saw that. You would implicate her to try to clear his name. It's the perfect opportunity, and I would do it with no remorse, because I don't know for sure that she didn't do it. She doesn't seem to know a lot about the case either. I mean, I don't know much, but I've seen more of this at least. But no, I actually like this defense. But they're all too nice to her. You gotta accuse her. Prove that the parents didn't like her and that caused some contention for you. I'd be a total dick. I actually kind of like that. Yeah, I will accuse you. I don't give a shit. I don't know your whole life story. You could be a bad person. You could be covering it up. That actually is the elitist victim blamer moment. Oh, I love that I have that quality, actually. I should be a lawyer for this reason. I would have no shame. Because it doesn't matter. Like, you're trying to get your client off. It doesn't matter what you have to do. Okay, let's move on to something else, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, these trials can range from dramatic, like this is dramatically satisfying, to hilarious, like Daryl Brooks, to kind of also dramatic, the Jodi Arias. I don't know, like there's certain things about it. That is one of my favorite ones, though, because of Juan's whole demeanor, even though he's partly wrong for doing it and he got disbarred, but I do like that, because that is like something out of a movie that he's almost playing into. And I really wonder if I can see other cases of his. There probably aren't any that are actually on video, but other cases of his that are like, is he really that aggressive all the time? Like, or I guess he's mainly just aggressive with the adversarial witnesses, like he does. But that, like, his tone is argumentative, so I could object argumentative to everything he does and says, because that's just his demeanor, his whole tone, his delivery, demeanor, the way he says it. That's all argumentative inherently. Never mind the fact of what he's actually saying, which is often argumentative itself too, even like admonishing the witnesses himself in a way that is kind of improper. I'm surprised actually the defense never really brings that up. The whole "did I ask you?" That's not something that ever, you would more so say, "I didn't ask you that, could you please answer my question?" And then you re-ask it or whatever. Not like, oh, like, "Did I ask you that?" And then they answer that as if that's a legitimate question. That's not really right. That's not a normal thing. That would be argumentative. You're like rubbing it in their face and making them answer a question. "Did I ask you about that?" Right? That is weird. There's no other case that I've seen where that really happens. So he gets away with that somehow. Normally you'd say it to the judge, like, non-responsive, then the judge will say, "Please answer the question if you can," and then you do that. But because of how often it happens, the judge is just like, "Fuck it, I'll let you admonish, because we're dealing with all these clown people who talk round and round, Alice Laviolette, and Jodi herself, and the other Dr. Samuels and Gaffner." I actually kind of like Gaffner, though. His whole demeanor is very nice. So you have the ability to I don't know, I keep trying to watch something different, but then it all comes back to the Jodi Arias trial anyway. Maybe I should watch like an earlier part of it, though. That might be worth something. If you have, let me see what I can do here. Like, I probably watched more of this in this month, the YouTube month, than anything else. Right, just this one trial. And unfortunately, I've watched maybe some of the same parts of it over and over again, too. Like, some of her cross by Juan, which does actually go on for a while. Or it makes it hard to sometimes find these segments, because you'll start a video and it's Nurmi, so I'll skip it, but then part of it later is Juan doing it. Let's see what we got here. Jodi Arias trial, so we saw the Marie Hall and the fastest testimony ever in that Sterling Williams guy. Audio only opening. So the one thing I haven't seen is the defense opening statement. I saw Juan's full opening statement, so I skipped the defense opening statement. I don't remember what else I was watching. Day 2, part 1. So what is this? Or there's going to be a lot of like silence and stuff? I don't know. Okay, Jodi Arias trial, day 2, part 1 in 3, 2, 1. So it's Jodi talking to Wilmot. So I don't know what happens on day 2. But day 1 was obviously the opening statements and the 2 testimonies, one of which was reasonably long, Marie Hall, and one of which was super short. The Sterling Williams are trying to speed run it at the end there just to get rid of this fucker that nobody likes and who's boring as hell. Some of these you'll have to sit through the sidebars, though, which, I don't know. Oh, so we got Detective Flores now? Okay. Soft-spoken, unlike what he was portrayed as in the movie, and he doesn't have all the mustache and weird shit. That's one of the most bizarre 180 representation. You have one job. The testimony you're about to read, because we have it pre-prepared. I want to question the court reporter now. So I'll put on subtitles. He doesn't even look like him. He's soft-spoken. What was that sound? It was like some horrible buzzing sound. Was that like a plane or what? That was hilarious. Juan's all mad about that. Look at him mad, dude. Juan Martinez has high blood pressure, fucking cholesterol. Oh my god, he's gonna have a heart attack. He's fucking seething. He's worked his whole life for this moment so he could write a book about it and finally retire. He's a man at the end of his rope on his last days, dude. He's so mad about everything. Look at how he reacted to that. Like, oh, here we go, dude. He's so mad about everything in life. Oh my goodness. Take out your anger on the right people, at least. His demeanor is just so funny, like. So just following protocol. So she calls maybe a bit too soon and makes herself stand out. Because if you don't know anything about it, then why do you even want to talk? You might be concerned, but... Oh, so he pulled an all-nighter. Good for him. So she was trying to get ahead of it. I have to appreciate some of the things she did, though. Like, disposing of the weapons was pretty expertly done. The fact of the message was actually really good, and I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, but the message she gives to Travis on the phone is really good. The problem is the location she gives it from is incorrect. You should have waited a little bit longer and then gone back home and done it from there. Play the whole call, I guess, which is sometimes boring. In the middle of court proceedings, you sit there and watch the whole hour-long interrogation. Except for the handstands, they got to cut that out because that's prejudicial evidence that has nothing to do with anything. It's like, what, she's a little restless and has ADHD or something and likes to do handstands and fucking who cares? Like, that doesn't mean you're innocent or guilty. If Casey Anthony did handstands, she would have been guilty. Like, this is how stupid people are, but that's actually how they would think, basically. So she doesn't have the librarian look going, yeah, with the glasses. But no, like, do you really feel like, especially when you're, like, state appointed, like, you're forced to do a case, you're trying to get off of it, they keep you on, and you have no choice but to defend her, and you do the best job you can. Like, what do you want me to do? It's so wrong to do that, to pick on them and bottom feed her, like punching down. she wants to figure out like what they know, I guess. Which again, this doesn't necessarily make you as suspicious as people might think, but they would have looked into her eventually. But my whole thing would be to keep a low profile. I would just move away. I'm just gone. I'm out of there. You'll have to find me. You would have to extradite me from China. Like, I'm out, bro. I'm out. Nobody would have stopped her from leaving at the beginning. They had no idea it was her for a while. Even now, they don't know. Well, I guess this is immediately after, but still. You gotta apply the long form postulate, though. You can't display snippets to benefit your case. You gotta play the whole thing, even though some of it might be prejudicial too. That's why juries go against the long form postulate, that everything is carefully sliced and spliced and curated just for them. But the implication is you would have to think for yourself, that you have no outside influence like the media, but you should be available to all pieces of information, but not all like media pundit Nancy Grace type shit. Now, do I have to sit through the approach? It's sometimes not edited out, and sometimes these go on for a while. At least if you could hear what they were saying. But no, I don't think I've necessarily seen this exact part. I think I saw some of Nurmi questioning him. I've just kind of skipped around so much over time where I've watched bits and pieces, but I don't think I'll ever end up watching the whole fucking thing every second. But Marie Hall's testimony was always good because you saw how, like, Travis seemed like he was obsessed with her and was stalking her almost, or like wouldn't take no for an answer, and really, really liked her. And she was even for a dead man, you're still talking like kind of in a condescending way, like, oh, I didn't like him, I just liked him as a friend. You'd think you'd give a little more emotion there. She seemed almost like she didn't care. Like, oh yeah, he was just some guy who was obsessed with me and I kept having to friend zone him. That's really how she almost came across. He was trying to corrupt me in my Mormon faith, and she's all mad that he was cheating on her with Jodi all the while. Because yeah, like that's the negative feedback loop effect. Like, Jodi's almost too easy for him, so it's boring. Like, you want to work for it, you want to play hard to get, you want somebody to play hard to get. So Jodi's almost too easy, and Marie Hall's almost too difficult, where you kind of like that. But yeah, such a honorable Mormon man of faith that he would do that, where you have where you have the ability to look at it from a perspective that, he was obviously easily corrupted, and he arguably even corrupted her because he tried to, he converted her to Mormonism, but also, didn't exactly insist upon the idea of not having sex. Thou shalt not fornicate, as she so eloquently said, which she says it doesn't say that, but in a manner of speaking it does. Thou shalt not fornicate out of marriage, out of wedlock, and also thou shalt not commit adultery, and also, what if you just don't get married then, and then you can sleep around as much as you want? So you can cheat, or not even sleep around, but does it say like you're in a relationship but you're not married, so you can like kiss and stuff, but you can't have sex, I guess. So you could make out with 100 different people because you're not committing adultery because you're not married, and you're not fornicating because you're not having sex. So that would be allowed under that criteria, which is probably not accurate, but you could like be with as many people as you want and it wouldn't matter in that way. To the defendant or to the defense? I mean, 3 years ago. She doesn't need it. She knows what she said. She has a very good memory, except when it's convenient for her not to have one. Now we're going to have to watch the whole thing, listen to the whole thing. Long form postulate engaged, even though it can be potentially boring here in this way. Really good friend. Look at you fluffing yourself up. Objection, hearsay. About the last time, that means you spoke to him sooner. I didn't include the time when I slept with him and took pictures and killed him. Does he really suspect her at this point? Probably a little bit. Or he's heard about her too. That, oh, he had a stalker. It's the only phone you have. Genius detective. Is that the number I called? Of course it is, because it's the only phone I have. What other number could it be? Or I guess you could be, telling him to call a different number, like at your mom's house or something. 8:30. Thousand places to see before you die. How fitting. I must have just seen this the other day then, because I must have just heard the interview itself, maybe. Or did I just watch this? I don't remember seeing. Florida's up there though. Yeah, well, I wonder what her family thinks about this too. They had a strained relationship. I would almost look at it kind of sympathetically. Like, once you're in that position, we get that what you did is bad, but, you can't just make it worse. Like, I'd be nice to somebody, maybe. I'm kind of elitist victim blamer anyway, but you want to be a little comfort to them. Like, we get it, you made a mistake, you did something bad, you're going to get punished for it, but it won't help if I'm just a dick to you about it. Or yeah, they said she slashed his tires, but I don't know how. There wouldn't be already police reports and things like that about that. Or again, he would still continue to sleep with her after that. Like, I don't know. It's bad judgment on his part for sure. You are, people even sympathize. Oh, he was playing with her emotions and blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't justify doing what you did. But obviously, he was playing with her heart, but she was playing with his heart in a different way. Like fucking literally playing with his internal organs by chopping them up. But it's just like, the two don't really have anything to do with each other. You shouldn't mistreat people like that, but it doesn't mean that you should kill them either. This is going to go on for a while, though. She does have a tendency to ramble on at times, which she's maybe good at it, but both her and Casey Anthony have a tendency to just say like random stuff. But Casey's even bad at that. Like, she'll come up with all these kind of very specific lies that have no real value to them, where you're almost better off just not saying anything. Because you want to appear cooperative, but then you have nothing really that you want to offer them. So it's a hard balance to match. Okay, so here I'm going to continue because I'm just apparently obsessed with the Jodi Arias thing. And so it just opens up so many topics. We're going to continue the Esteban Flores thing. But no, we're getting ready to move on from this, and we're going to do the audiobook thing somehow. And so I'm almost ready. We got like 10 days left or something. It'll be around the end of the month here. And so, this is just one of those things I'm doing. But yeah, let's just get into it and just... See, I'm somebody who sometimes doesn't like structure to stuff. Like, I just want to do random stuff. And that's kind of what I was trying to do here. I'll try to fit in the other categories just as a checkbox. Like, we'll do 1 or 2 episodes of Skippity Toilet just so I can say I did it as part of this. We've done the social experiment adequately. We've done the courtroom stuff more than adequately. We did the Mr. Beast thing, Most Subscribed channel, and gameplay video, although that was limited. So there's maybe 3 things left I should do. I should do at least a few episodes of Skippity Toilet, and it's just the short stuff, like episode 9, 10, 11, something like that. I should almost do the whole thing, but it's too hard to do with the timestamps. That's why I really didn't want to do it. Like, whatever. Okay, so I should do some amount of Skippity Toilet. I should do some amount of a gameplay video of some kind, like just watching somebody do a Let's Play of something I played before. It doesn't matter what it is, but something like that. And then number 3 is I should do like a Twitch reaction to somebody's live stream and just give running commentary as they're doing it. So those are the final 3 things I should do, even if I just do like one of each. I almost did one with Gone Home Christopher Odd, but like, it's so hard for me to decide like what I want to watch, but yeah, we'll briefly maybe touch on those in the next several days, and that's pretty much all I have to do. And then we'll move on. I almost want to do that one now that I see it, the Silmarillion or Silmarillion, however the fuck you say it, basically the book of lore by J.R. Tolkien, but it wasn't published until he died, and his son sort of took over a lot of it, and whatever. But it's 19 hours long. Like, how is that even possible? What the fuck, dude? Like, it doesn't take 19 hours to read a normal book. Like, really, how long would it take to read a 300-page book? Even if you read every page in a full minute, which is reasonable, right? You can read a page in a minute, I'm sure. So, 300 pages, average book size. That's about, maybe like 5 hours, right? 5 hours to read a full book. Again, you might take your time, you'll take breaks, you won't read it all at once. You want to be slow and analyze and whatever. So, okay, within 5 to 10 hours, really 5 hours should be enough to read a book. I mean, I don't understand why it should be that difficult. Yeah, this is Jodi Arias trial, day 2, part 1 and 3. Or no, wait. I gotta do it from the timestamp, my bad. But no, one of the cult of personality things of like doing this sort of thing on a regular basis, it becomes less about the content and more about you. So that's part of the power of it. Like, I'm about to do something crazy tonight too. I'm going to try to stay up all night and do some little weird thing. I won't say what it is, but some sort of challenge. But no, I love what I did with that little extreme gaming. That was so funny. Like, that made me so happy just to go back and, because you want an outlet for some of these things. It's hard to explain. I don't know how to really say it, but maybe just like whenever I have free time, I'll do a little session of that, which I never really do have free time, but Simarlion, however the fuck you say it, though, the J.R. Tolkien thing. But no, what I was saying is, like, when you do things on a regular basis, like every week I upload one of these compilation things, even if it's complete garbage what I'm doing, the fact that I'm doing it so much makes it sort of inevitable. You make yourself inevitable, and the way that you do that is you basically, people will garner a cult of personality from it. So it's like, it becomes more about you than the content, or you become the content. People care about your personal life or your little intricacies and this and that. So sometimes just the regularity of doing something, if you just post a video every single day, even if you're just some ordinary useless person, it takes on a life of its own and people will start to enjoy it and start to like it. So that's kind of the easiest form of content. You get to kind of cop out and just say, well, it doesn't matter what I'm doing, they just care about me, and then what you're doing comes second. Instead of normally, if you're just a random person, what you're doing comes first, and there's a higher expectation, and who you are comes second. Nobody cares who you are, and that's a better, higher standard of a meritocracy that you actually have. And so, it is Jodi Arias trial, day 2, part 1, at 18 minutes, 20 seconds. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Move back to California. Estevan on the recording, which I'm sure I've heard this independently outside of trial, but early April. Yeah, if I was going to kill him, wouldn't I have killed him before I left, before I moved? That would have been so much more convenient. So you're trying to say you've never been back since? That would explain your fingerprints everywhere, the fact that you practically live there. All of this is probably true, too. Like, she did spend a lot of time there. Why does everybody come around to Utah? Like, she was going to Utah, one of the roommates moved to Utah. What is it with Utah and all this shit? You know, we get all the roommates testifying from the Casey Anthony trial. Because, like, you might have some animus against them, but nobody really wants to see them get convicted of murder. So it doesn't mean they'll take their side, but it means, like, you know, they don't want to implicate them either. They really don't know what happened, unless they have some personal grudge against them. Yeah, I saw this thing, Elon Musk putting out a petition, giving out $1 million to somebody who signs a petition, and it's like, maybe that seems a little disingenuous to do, but, you know, it's not that different than Democrats promising you free healthcare, free this, free that, or from corporate-owned media billionaires trying to get you to do something. Like, it's the same process, so I'm not defending it, but I'm saying it's a little bit different. He didn't like to drink coffee here. It could be addictive. Meanwhile, he's having sex with her. Like, that's an addiction right there. You could say, oh, she corrupted him, but he corrupted her too. Like, kind of, that it's a two-way street. You can't just blame him for that. who could really prove that she had been there? She didn't interact with anybody. She went straight there. All he had to do was bring her on the Cancun trip, but he was so obsessed with Marie Hall, he'd rather get friend-zoned by Marie Hall than have an actual meaningful relationship with Jodi. That's the spite right there. Imagine that. I'd rather be friend-zoned by somebody I like in Mimi Hall than by being actually in a serious relationship with Jodi. It seems like that's what Travis really didn't want, or maybe Jodi had some issue with it too. Like, it was just a casual thing, but then he shows some weird things too. Like, oh, I'm just a dildo with a heartbeat. It's like, you're the one who's in it for the casual sex, dude. Like, it's up to you too. It's a two-way thing. So they both sort of felt that way, but he just kind of was sick of it, or thought she was a little crazy, but then he still kept banging her. He wanted to bang some sense into her, I guess. I thought the recording had ended and after she said that, but like when I forget. She just keeps going and going and going. Like, we really got to sit through the whole thing. But they were kind of still friends, too. That's the thing. It's not even false. It's not like he was completely avoiding her. You say, oh, she's stalking me. Also, let's have sex. Like, you're kind of a little bit of a clown for doing that. Victim blaming. Yeah, Sheila Wantolo from Evil Lives Here is the biggest. I love that video, or whatever, that reaction. When I was clowning the shit out of her. I came expecting it to be a horror show, and I accidentally started on like season 6 or something, episode 1, not season 1, episode 1, so I was pissed for a variety of reasons. Or I didn't even know that as I was watching it, but I was expecting a horror movie or horror show, and it was actually that stupid ass shit. Like a reality show about living with a criminal, and she was such a dumb clown cunt that you absolutely just shit all over her fucking face and just be like, dude, you are a dumb clown. You are an absolute moron. She's being an apologist for every little thing. Oh, he came home with this girl's stuff that he totally didn't kill, and all this kind of stuff. Oh, I thought it was no big deal. Like, all these enabling apologist kind of clown behavior. That doesn't mean he's not a bad guy. It just means you should be more aware of it. Like, if you allow a bad guy to get away with stuff, they'll keep doing it. Like the Chandler Halderson guy. If only the parents had been a little nicer to him. You know, he's going through a tough time. But no, that girlfriend is really insanely supportive. I wonder what her family's like. Like, why was she so in love with him? Like, I believe her feelings are genuine, because what else did she have to gain? Like, is his family really rich, or was he going to be rich? Like, oh, he's working at Tesla. She seems so unconditionally whatever. So you could say this is all implicating her, but it's really not necessarily. Or I guess it kind of would be, but like, how long has he had that betting for? she should be describing the bedding when it was last like that, like when she was last there. Has it changed in the last few months, or I don't know. You might think this is bad, but giving such detail doesn't mean anything bad. It's like, it actually could be helpful. I mean, you've already been to the scene, so I'd wonder, like, why are you asking all this? Haven't you seen the fucking crime scene? Why do you need me to tell you this? Now, is it weird and stalkerish that she knows this in such great detail? Or is she just observant, has a good memory? She's had sex with him on that bed? Like, it's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, remember, kids, the secret to stimuli acme is zero-sum means. If you know, you know. Boa duvet. What does a duvet look like? It looks like Serial Experiments Lane intro. That's what it looks like, dude. Looks like a chibi, cute little girl who looks underage, even though she's not, apparently. That series was fucking weird, too. Like, it's good in some ways, but it's kind of like trying a little bit too hard, I feel. This goes on for a while, bro. Holy shit, she won't shut the fuck up. It's hard to know how much he really suspects her at that point, but... like, what is she thinking about that he's trying to do, though? You've already been there, so why do you have to describe the scene that he's looking at, like, right now? You would already assume that he knows all this. Like, why? It's one thing if you ask, like, does anybody have a grudge against him? Could anybody want to hurt him? But... or she, like, passes the buck with that. Objection, hearsay, your friend told you. Dan Freeman told his stalker that he's dead, so you won't be able to harass him anymore. Boo-hoo for you. She said there was a lot of blood. Zach? Who is Zach? See, this could all be true, though, at a certain point. Like, you decide to start telling the truth now. Why would she say that twice too? That, oh, there's a lot of blood. Like, it doesn't really mean that you were there, that you would know that, but like, why would you assume that? Like, he could have fell and busted his head or anything. I don't know. I guess you could have heard that from anybody though. Like, Marie Hall did see the blood, or the guys who were with her, so who discovered the body, so they could have let the rumor slip easily. What does this have to do with the death? Somehow you overpowered him, though. That's what I've wondered a lot in the case. Sure, his guard might have been down, but that first stab you did, assuming you shot him last, it's hard for me to believe that you were able to do that too. So you're really building yourself up that, you overpowered him. You might think, she has the element of surprise and a weapon, but you would kind of need that. Imagine if you didn't have that, you'd get your ass beat by this guy. So obviously, you get the jump on him, but you also have a weapon, and you also stab him in a very dangerous spot that kind of pulls him off. And you're probably holding the gun at the same time, even though you don't seem to shoot him until the very end, so... I just really imagine in my head, like, how that scenario would have played out. Like, the way they show it in the movie is even a little bit unsatisfying. Like, he doesn't really say anything. He's just, accepts his fate, kind of. So, like, he would have been yelling. He would have been telling Jodi, you fucking bitch. I hate you. He would have been so surprised. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about half the time, I'll admit. So maybe he stole something and got killed because of that. Did she take the check back, or she checked to see if the check was cashed, if it had been done before he died, just to be sure. So if she didn't use her credit card so much, she wouldn't be caught on the gas can thing or on the... Because nobody would know that then, right? Like, how would you know that's Jodi Arias? They might go to the gas station and show her picture and somebody might remember her, but you might not. And it's like... That's what I don't get. Like, with this guy... Like, if you... What was I saying? Like, if you, Man, she does most of the talking, though. You gotta give her credit there. You killed him so he wouldn't cash the check. Did Detective Flores write a book about this too? Because it's a real conflict of interest issue. That's part of the reason why Juan got disbarred. And you kind of should, because, you're kind of ruining the reputation of it and turning it into a farce that the way that you do it sometimes is privileged, right? That you're trying to portray it in a certain way. I forgot what I was gonna say. Like, but if she wasn't wanted, then why would he? But he still kept letting you in. He still kept. But that was just when I was a crazy girlfriend. That is a high level of trust that you have. Yeah, you can imagine, like, what did they say in that final moment? Jodi must have been saying something. Travis must have been saying something. Like, it's like that moment of shock. It's a very latent, powerful thing, actually. Like, imagine you walk up to somebody that you've known your whole life, or for a long time, and they're holding a gun at you, and it's like, what goes through your head? What would you say? What would you do? Right, it'd be such a dramatic, shocking, kind of transformative moment. You wouldn't just be silent, maybe because he's injured so badly, but you'd be yelling, screaming, something. Bro, she's gonna put me to sleep. Like, what the fuck is this? How long? Why does the jury have to sit through this? You're gonna be mad at her just for rambling on so much. He had little pictures of little boys on his computer that he would jack off to, apparently. It's a good way to make yourself look better, though. Again, you might say that's her fault for being a snoop, but, like, why is he giving her his password then? Like, why are they even doing this exchange? Know where I stood because he was courting me, which is kind of true. I mean, he'll take the easy nookie when he gets it, but, like, gotta make up your mind. But at that point, you weren't even necessarily together. It was like supposedly after you broke up. You need to call her, but you didn't, and she called you first. So how about you do your job, you lazy fucker? But nobody knew the full extent of what they were doing together necessarily. But see, that happens all the time. Couples have fights all the time. That doesn't mean you killed them. All her other ex-boyfriends are still alive, right? So that's what she uses as a defense. Like, that's always a fallacy. Like, oh, because I've never done something before, that means I could never do it. But that means nobody would ever do anything that they haven't done before. So you could never kill somebody for the first time unless you've killed somebody before first. Or like the opposite too, like, oh, you've done something bad before, that means you're automatically guilty, which is highly prejudicial. But you are burying yourself, Jodi, the way that the judge says to the one guy who's defending himself, who brings up his own prior convictions. You are burying yourself. Does it though? Does it clear them up, or does it just... there would be nothing super incriminating on his stuff, except for maybe calling her a stalker or something. Yeah, that's the number one thing you should do when you feel you're being stalked. Keep having sex with the person. Like Rose from... Yeah, it's like a Rose and Charlie thing from How I Met Your Mother. Like, every once in a while, Charlie will relapse and accidentally sleep with her, and then it keeps the thing going. And it's kind of his just desserts for always sleeping around with women. One is going to get obsessed with you or pregnant or whatever and fucking kill you or something, but it was almost like a cathartic karmic justice moment in that, like that Rose would have done that. He's a big guy for you. Yeah, see, it would take more than one person, which means Jodi couldn't have done it. And Jodi will remember that. You know what I almost would do if I had some sort of resourcing connection? I would want to make like a Telltale style game of stuff like this. I want to make Jodi Arias the game, even if I do it as like a fan-made, just passion project. So you go through and you play through and figure out. I mean, if you can make a movie about it on Lifetime, why couldn't you make like a little movie or a little game? Make like a story game with all these in there. The Casey Anthony trial. You get to play as the lawyers or the detective or the killer, different roles, and see, alternate endings and whether you can get away, whether you can catch them, whether you can be Jose Baez, fucking God level attorney. It's such a good idea, dude. There's got to be games like that, actually. Games that aren't just like Law and Order stuff, but like a real case that you get to go through. Now, of course, it would give you an advantage if you knew the details of the case in and out, but that's just like an honor code thing. Like, go in as blind as you can and experience it fresh and try to see what you can do. He doesn't seem violent. He seems gentle. Also, he beat the shit out of me. It attracted you, I guess. Wait, what? You didn't know him that well? Who are you talking about? Somebody different? Okay, please. No more. No more. Holy shit, dude. I'm done. But you might think, oh, it's unfair that there's Wilmot and Nurmi versus just one guy in Juan. I think sometimes that that is weird. I'm sure Juan has all kind of assistance in whatever he's doing, but Bro really thought he was doing something, though. He was just getting heated in what is supposed to be relatively an easy case. I appreciate his passion for it. Now, we sat through all that long-ass recording. Now we have to sit through this AFK time, like the sidebar, away from keyboard. Which, again, some of these videos they edited out, but not this one. But yeah, this is a pretty enjoyable trial to watch. I'm obviously not going to watch the whole thing, but I'm sort of trying to watch it at least in order. It's very hard for me to do that, because you want to skip ahead sometimes to the best parts, like just seeing Jodi get cross-examined and stuff. But no, that's the biggest mistake you can make, is to go on the stand. It's almost never going to garner you sympathy. It's almost never going to help you. Casey Anthony doesn't testify, and it can't be held against her, and so she got away with it. If she did testify, it would have been torn to shreds as far as all her lies about Zanny the nanny and all this kind of dumb shit. That one's pretty hard to imagine too. So like she just decided to, it almost makes it seem more like an accident. Like she accidentally did something that caused Kaylee to be hurt, and she was yelling, so then she wouldn't have done that. She accidentally did something that killed Kaylee, I guess. She dropped her and she hit her head, but there wasn't any evidence, I don't think, to suggest that. She was using chloroform to put her to sleep at times, apparently, and then, people come up with this theory. And then one time she gave her too much and she died, so now she has to hide the body. It's something like that, because it's hard to imagine her just killing her outright. Like, that seems... She might have been mistreating her somehow, using certain drugs on her or whatever. Oh, not again, dude, not again. Is this all part of the same call or what? You're messing up his fucking sleep schedule, you dumb bitch. Not that I know, but he has a burner phone probably that he uses with the side chicks, like Marie Hall. Otherwise I know about it, because I know everything about him, because I stalk him. I'm a stalker, by the way. You had no questions then. You made bro sit down just for... You didn't even ask him anything. You made bro sit down just so you could play like 5 recordings in his presence, and he can just sit there with a sullen face, bored out of his fucking mind, falling asleep. And then you're like, I don't have any more questions. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You didn't even ask him any questions. We literally sat here 10 times as long with you doing this dumbass shit. of playing the recordings. I guess he can just validate their existence and their presence, but he literally did nothing. What is there to even cross-examine? The judge was looking all impatiently at them. Nermi's actually not a bad guy, though. He wanted off the case, so people are way too hard on him. He deserves what he got from his book and everything. Like, it's so mistreated. Like, it's so unfair. What do you want him to do? He didn't want to do the case. He asked to go off it. He didn't choose to do it. It's a state-appointed, thing. He has like a very low-key disposition, which is not at all the cliche you'd expect from a detective. It's not even how they portray him in the movie. What's the one where he does like different relationship, I guess? That's with somebody else. That wasn't Marie Hall. I've seen that clip though. That's actually a good mic drop moment. At the end he says, different relationship, I guess, to show that all these ex-girlfriends don't really portray the kind of relationship he had with Jodi. Oh, he never hit me, but he also never called me a bitch or a three-hole wonder or I want to stick it in your ass behind a tree. And clearly he had certain issues of his own, but kept out of an area. Or I want one of these to turn out that somebody fakes their own death somehow. You use like pig blood like the guy in L.A. Noire or something. Yuri Bajorn from The Mentalist. If you know, you know. Those were just excerpts. That wasn't the whole thing, even though there were like 3 parts of it. They couldn't even play it in one section. Whatever they were using to play it couldn't hold enough data to be the whole call. Like, what the fuck? But no, these kind of cases make it seem kind of cool to be a lawyer. Like, you might think, oh, there's a lot of boring stuff, paperwork, but this is actually pretty exciting. Like, the whole time you're pretty engaged, cross-examining, direct examination. Like, it's pretty to the point. Yeah, why don't the roommates testify then? But those are the ones who discovered the body. Before you pass it off like a lazy fucker. Is that what he's trying to imply? But yeah, it's so unfair to compare that. Like, maybe Nurmi would look a lot better if he was on the other side, and Juan would look a lot worse, right? Why would it be relevant where it was? It matters more. Okay, there is one. Maybe he has anger issues. Maybe he beats her up later. I doubt it's filled with water. He seemed to have paid a certain amount of attention to it, though. He described it in such great detail. No, I just saw the punching bag through the window. Well, it doesn't matter if it's been used recently. It's just... that's the point of it. You can punch it as much as you want and it'll stay in place. It was just like partly an empty threat kind of a thing. Because this shit drags out like crazy. 2-3 years just to do a fucking trial. Oh, something weird happened to this. This is the first time it's ever said like recording time. It's still like 10 hours left, but that means I must not have transferred off of here in a while, because I thought it should be relatively normal, but usually like every couple of weeks. So, or some of them have maybe just been longer, but it should be about the same. Like it's saying like 9 hours, 10 hours left. I guess normally I'll transfer it off, but then I just won't edit it then for a while, but I'll transfer it once a week, but then I'll edit it once every 2 weeks. But it is pretty much overdue, as if I even have the time to do this shit here. But, it's going to be a case where I have to, it'll be fine. So, yeah, we're going to finish this one here. It was Jodi Arias trial, day 2, part 1, from 5940 in 3, 2, 1. That was a year. So this is when they're talking about the Gmail thing. But yeah, I've never seen that notification before. Like, it has a fixed amount of recording time that it can save. And I've never done, I guess, this much in this short span of time. Now they use this to bring up the rope later. They say they were role playing with the rope. Well, what did she really do with the rope if that's made up? So like when Juan says there was no rope found at the scene, so like she took it with her, or why would that be part of the crime really? You know, did she tie Travis up? It doesn't really seem like that would have been necessary given the circumstance of the crime. Like, I don't really know. And why would you assume that's even related to the crime? That could have just been there. Like, I love that with, like, my interpretation. I'm just messy and I have shit everywhere. So, a murder took place at my house, but none of this stuff had to do with the crime. I'm just a messy slob who has shit all over the place. Like, a rat came and took the shit out that would have been evidence against me, and it just ate all the DNA, or it licked up all the blood. Like, I don't fucking know. It doesn't mean it has to be. It's like a comedy of errors scenario. I could make a movie all about that, like a criminal who gets away with everything just because they're that lazy or clumsy, or you know, it's messy and it allows you to get away. Like, oh, you're tripping. This is a scenario that I've talked about before, actually. Like, somebody breaks into my house and I have no idea or something, right? And I'm just asleep in my bed. And I don't have any traps prepared. But, I have shit all over the floor, like water bottles and noisy things and something they'll trip over and all this kind of stuff. So the guy comes in and he's a master thief and I'm just a random clown who doesn't even know he's there, and I'm fast asleep. And he ends up tripping and falling and busting his head, and he thinks, oh wow, I better leave. This guy's house is booby-trapped against people like me. But it's just by sheer accident because he's just messy as fuck. He trips over a water bottle, he makes a bunch of noise, he falls over, he slips on some food, it's slippery, some sauces, he slips over some clothing. So those are the ones we were just listening to, or what? Or is this something else? To publish just means you're showing it to the jury on like a little fucking board of stuff. Or like this too, but they have it on like the whiteboard sometimes in the... I love these little projectors that they use, like you see in like middle school. So they try to incorporate this into their theory, but I don't know what specific... Well, that's just a part of it that you're hypothesizing. Could be part of her clothing, maybe. Yeah, a rope is never really brought up aside from the role play. Unless you want to say he tied her up. Or, I mean, she tied him up. Yeah, I don't think this ends up having much relevance at all, though. I don't feel like Juan really mentions it. He almost tries to discredit it. So like, she might have tied him up? Now I'm not even sure. I don't know what this part of the theorizing is. But no, they don't even make it seem adversarial, like Travis tied her up to try to kill her. They don't even say that. They just say it was role play. That's what good criminals don't get, or like you don't see. It's not just about leaving fingerprints. You leave like hair, right? A little hair that you'll shed. So you got to be bald, and you got to be, you wear like something over your head, like a cap or something. It's like if you were really a great criminal and you got away with everything, how would you do it? And you would come in there totally covered in such a way that wouldn't allow, in a mask and stuff. Almost like how Red John operates, except when he appears in 6-8, he's just appears as a man. Like, his fingerprints are everywhere. His, you could say he's just overconfident, but his fingerprints would be there. Even if he switched the records with somebody else, then that would be awkward too, because it would be the fingerprints of a dead man. Wait, I don't even know. He switched his DNA with somebody else's, but then, that somebody else's DNA would show up then or something. Red John will always live rent-free in my head, because the way they portray him is so good. And Carter Pete gets like hits him a little. But other than that, like, everybody is always as planned. He's a little bit older than what you might expect, though, given in a way that almost doesn't make sense. Like, he'd have to be so physically fit, which he seems like this old man who's like out of shape, right? Like, it doesn't fully fit. You can't, obviously he's a great strategist, but physically he's much more imposing than what you would think, or then it would make sense. I don't know. But I guess he was in the prime of his life earlier, but like, he could pick up that girl with one hand and just choke her. Like, really? Just like that? Got to sustain immediately. He's kind of right, though. You can just say what the email said, but you can't really say why was he upset. It's not really up to him to say that. Right? Nobody's going to have first-hand knowledge of that account unless Jodi herself says that. You are speculating, because based on even what he said in the email, best you could say is it's just a fight between them that couples typically have. But look at that. Juan's all mad about that too. He's immediately asking for a hearsay and speculation. He was mad that it wasn't hearsay, so now he's like, okay, fine, I'll ask about it too. That was like an immediate flip the script moment. He goes right into it as soon as he's done, because he's mad about the questioning of all the name calling that he did there. Now he'll come back and say, I don't have any more questions. Even the way he says that is kind of mad. Like, it's part of like a persona that he puts on. He's just all like to the point. Like, he's, I don't know. On one hand, you could interpret it as passion. On another hand, you could say like he's pissed. He's pissed because you have that he even has to do his job. Like, if anybody has the right to be pissed, it's Nurmi, because he wants out the case. This judge is a little bit too low-key. She's actually not bad, but she allows Juan to get away with a little bit too much and stuff. But now, is Flores going to be asked by Juan those same things, or did they kind of just, whenever they have an issue like that, they resolve it off screen, off camera, off the record? Jodi Arias trial, day 2, part 2, and 3, 2, 1. But no, the best kind of judge is the one whose presence you barely notice, but with issue. Like Jennifer Darrow, you would still notice too much because she's sparring with the... So is he going to be able to ask about the email or not? Do they always have to ask that? Or are you testifying before lunch? Nurmi was just hungry, so he was motivated to shut down Juan's objections. Look how Juan is so fucking sporadic. It is, what is it? Look, Nurmi's shutting him down here. He's mad. He had a whole break and lunch to think about it. Bro thinks he's Manfred von Karma, shutting down every little fucking thing you say. Not even shutting down the result of the question, but the question itself. They never really say argumentative, though, in that. He acts all incredulous as he's reading it. Yeah, I'm sort of on Nurmi's side here. It's speculative. Like, he said what he said. You can just make it available for the jury to see those documents, but it's not up to the detective to say, oh, I think he was saying it for this reason, that reason. That's not really important. Just like he said it, he's mad at her, you're having a fight like a couple. I don't think you really need to go into this. That would be my ruling, like, you just had the sidebar before lunch. That wasn't enough. Then you had time during lunch. Now after lunch, it's the same thing. But no, it really, you shouldn't be able to go into this, and it's just like, read what he said. You know, you can ask him, read it line by line, if you really want, but you got the essence of it. He said a dildo with a heartbeat. So that only adds to the list of insults, though, that he was saying. Like, you're trying to explain the insult by making another insult. Why did he call her all these bad names, like a slut and this and that? Oh, because he thought she treated him like a dildo with a heartbeat, which I guess he's insulting himself then, but you get so mad that you don't express your anger on others, you start expressing it on yourself, like you hit yourself or something. Yeah, Jodi hasn't adopted the librarian look with the glasses and everything yet. But this is just such an iconic trial, though, for whatever reason. It's just so enjoyable in so many ways, and you know, even for the family's sake, like, are you really happy that she gets what she deserves? Like, it's not going to do anything for you. Like, I wouldn't even care, really. Like, you still want to see them get punished, but I wouldn't be here every day. I'd be like, okay, I hope it works out well. Like, I don't know. I don't think like that. Like, it doesn't matter. The deed is done. The damage is done. Nothing you're going to do is going to matter to you. It's like society in general. You can do whatever performative aspects you want, and you can value them if you want, but it's all fake anyway, so why does it matter? It's the process that's flawed, not the particulars of it, but people are initial-minded, shallow enough to be able to see that. Like, they don't get the larger process or something. They're oversimplified mentally. This aspect of it's a little annoying, and you might think, why can't I skip these parts? But I really can't, because if there's like a timestamp issue, that I thought that was almost the end of the video, or I guess, wait, I'm confused. I said we started from the end of that one. When did we start from the next one? Did I even start it? I might have just let it keep playing, and I never even, well, I guess, I have no idea then, but whatever. It's towards the beginning of this one anyway, so I could just acknowledge it. So you have the ability to basically just watch Jodi stare into your soul the way she would stare through Travis's window at him longingly. You know what, a lot of this has to do with this, like, sexual repression in general, too. Oh, you know, Travis is a Mormon, so he's looking for outlets to express his inner lust. And Jodi's maybe a little shy and mousy kind of a girl at times. And so she's looking for an outlet, too, maybe, like... It's very strange, because you have... you have no real notion to be able to figure a way to let's just see if Nermi gets another objection in. It's just read it out loud or read it like what? Now, he's an experienced detective who's done this before, but even he was getting a little mad at him, like... He was getting mad, like, I thought you wanted me to read it out loud. Like, you be more clear then. I want to see that part again, actually. That was kind of funny. Even there, he's mad. Yes, just read it. Like, Juan, look at Juan even saying that. He's being mean to his own detective. Right, like, it starts with Facebook. Now, based on what he reads, he can answer something. This makes more sense when you're reading from your own work, though, like the Alice LaViolette style stuff. Okay, so today I'll continue that part of the Jodi Arias trial that I was doing. So it's right when Detective Flores is getting mad at Juan a little bit, where he says, you know, they're having a bit of a negative back and forth almost. You would think that, you know, this is a prosecution witness, this is a state witness, like, Juan can just be a bit of a dick. Sometimes you might think, oh, that shows his objectivity, but he's just like that. He says, like, you know, he says, read this. Then Flores says, like, this part starting Facebook, and he's like, yeah, just read it. And then he even starts reading it aloud, and I thought you wanted me to read it out loud. So they're almost getting mad there. But Flores has like a very unintentional ASMR, like low-key vibe to him. That's kind of, again, very unlike the movie portrayal. He has like the cliche mustache and all this kind of stuff. I love that portrayal. Like, he doesn't look anything like that. Maybe he was like that at the time. Like his personality was different, or his... we never see him get aggressive at any point, even against the defense trying to, maybe catch him out on something. He's just a very low-key thing. He's like the, in the good cop, bad cop dichotomy. I think even JCS says that, like, Flores is portrayed as the good cop and that woman is portrayed as the bad cop, whoever that female detective is. So, like, he just has a low-key disposition. I don't see him really being forceful. But he might be one of those who's, like, very intelligent, but doesn't need to rely on the performative aspects and be aggressive. He's just maybe more so smart or capable in other ways. And so we're doing Jodi Arias trial day 2 part 2 at 8 minutes and 0 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. That was a massive delay, so I guess I have to redo it. That's unfortunate. And now there's no clear way for me to even find the timestamp. That's incredible. It maybe is only like a second off, but let me redo it. Or, it'd be honestly more expedient to just start from the fucking beginning. That's always the easiest way to do it, is like when you do it from the beginning of a video, but fine, I'll just do it and I'll sit through 8 minutes of fucking sidebar or whatever shenanigans. So Jodi Arias trial, day 2, part 2, starting in 3, 2, 1. Because there's a lot of just nothing happening in this part. Yeah, this judge is a little bit too low-key, honestly. Quite a contrast to Juan, where, in a sense, you do sort of dictate the proceedings a little bit, where Juan's interrupting the witness all the time, even interrupts the judge sometimes, right? This judge is just, like, very low-key, so, in a weird way, yeah, this is almost what you think of. The judge from Phoenix Wright, where he's, like, intimidated by Von Karma and not even saying anything, and Juan is so aggressive like that. He's not as good as Von Karma, but before lunch. But yeah, in a general sense, like, let's discuss some other topic while this part that we've already seen go on. So Nurmi makes a couple good objections here, I think, where I forget exactly what it is, but no, in general, like, oftentimes people's problem in society is ability versus will. Like, it's not about your ability, it's about your will. Like, you don't want to do something because you have cognitive dissonance or some other reservation about it. But if you truly want to do something, you can. So, like, if you really, like, oh, you want to be a doctor, but, oh, you're not smart enough for something. But if you really study 12 hours a day and you really put your maximum effort, that's the problem with the half-mast state, is nobody puts full effort into anything. He picks up the key line, almost like they had rehearsed that. They don't want to seem like they're too close to each other, so they're almost putting on an act. Almost like deliberately adversarial. Whenever you're, like, behind a truck driving with, like, logs and stuff sticking out, you think of, like, a Final Destination moment. And that sort of shit does happen. Like, there's this clip in Russia, I think, where, like, a rock or, like, a brick comes out of the back of a truck and kills their mom in the passenger seat. And that's, like, on the total other side of the road, too. It wasn't even, like, in front of them, I don't think. So you'd never find out actually who that was or what happened, or at least in the United States that could still happen, but at least you'd get $100 million lawsuit against that company or some shit for it. I mean, it's even on video. Like, why is that even being recorded? What was it was, they were already recording before it. Or do they have some feature in their car that maybe does that? But yeah, those silly Russians, they don't have dash cams. In Russia, dash cam, you watch the dash cam. Dash cam doesn't watch you. But no, it's a case where the origin of that is kind of a dark meme, though. It's kind of, at least what I understand of it, it's based on the idea that, like, kind of like in George Orwell, like in 1984 and stuff, like if the state says 1 + 1 = 3, it does. Kind of like their ability to re-educate people and use propaganda and stuff. So in other words, when people say, oh, in Soviet Russia, food eats you or whatever, like everything's the opposite, car drives you. The point being that in Soviet Russia, whatever the state says and brainwashes people and threatens people and coerces people into believing is what they're going to believe. So that's kind of what it comes from, if I'm not mistaken. But that's actually a very dark, negative interpretation where I know people say it all in fun, like just whatever. I'm trying to think of a better example, like something that kind of makes sense, but that is like food eats you. That doesn't really make sense. But in Soviet Russia, I don't know, just like anything that's the inverse of everything's upside down, because that's just how the state wants it. So, it works with propaganda anyway. Like in dystopian America, modern America, a man is a woman and a woman is a man, and an illegal immigrant is a law-abiding citizen that we love, and a law-abiding citizen who lives here normally is a bad person and a racist. Like, there is a bit of that dystopian, everything is upside down because there's some propaganda going on. An illegal immigrant is beloved by the media and the state, but a native-born person here who's worked their whole life here, whose family lived here, right, who's done nothing wrong, oh, they're a racist and they're a terrible person. That's kind of the framing that is actually going on. Right, so, oh, if you question this, the border being open and all this, you're somehow a bad person. So you see like some sort of weird, whatever you want to call it. I mean, people use all these terms, replacement theory, blah, blah, blah. It's like, however you want to describe it, it's not natural for 20 million people to come in illegally under a span of a couple years just like that. That didn't happen under any other president. That doesn't happen in other countries. It's just not natural. So however you want to explain it. In fact, it's the perfect example, I probably mentioned this before, of my little logical razor that says, I would phrase it like, whether through error or ulterior motive, something bad is still bad, which maybe the second part of it isn't quite as free-flowing. I can never come up with exactly how to say it. But a negative action is still negative. So, whether through error or ulterior motives, something that is bad is still bad. In other words, or a negative action should still be punished. In other words, like this open border policy, you can say, well, it's just the administration is too incompetent to enforce it properly, right, and stop all these people from coming in. That never happened under any previous administration, including Democrats, so it's not really a party issue, right? So it's like, you're not, either you're too incompetent, in which case you should be blamed for that, or you're doing it on purpose with some other ulterior motive. You want these people to end up voting for you, or you want to replace jobs, or whatever, cheaper labor for companies, whatever the reasoning behind it, right? Again, whether you're doing it by sheer accident, you're just too incompetent to enforce the laws that are there, or whether you're doing it for some ulterior motive, either way it's bad. So don't get caught up in the minutia of like, this is always what people fall for. It's like, well, it's not on purpose, it's an accident, etc. Blame Congress for not passing a bill. Like, don't get caught up in that. The end result is it was bad. It doesn't matter why it was bad. It doesn't matter, oh, they did it, road to hell is paved with good intentions. Mao's Great Leap Forward was done with good intentions. Honestly, he wasn't doing it. He was trying to do it, like where he takes over a lot of farming and agriculture to try to feed everybody. All right, now we're up to the 8-minute mark. See, Flores is getting mad, even with his low-key disposition. But no, it's the point where, Mao's Great Leap Forward might have been done with good intentions, but then, it just messed up. Because you might think, oh, he had some ulterior motive with that, but he wants to control everything, means of food production, etc. But the goal would have been to make it happy for everybody, so everybody gets food. But obviously it didn't work out, and millions of people died, so that was a disaster. So you can say, oh, well, he didn't do that with malicious intent, not like the Holocaust or something, right? And you're right, it wasn't the same, but so the intent behind that is worse, but the result is still bad. So either way, you should blame him and consider that negative, right? So there could be layers to something being worse than something else, but it's more looking at it in terms of results. The result is bad, so I don't care how you got there. Like 9/11. Was 9/11 an inside job, or was it just incompetence? Either way, it happened under George Bush, and then it was further used as a pretense for the Iraq War and all this, so you have a situation where there was some historical footnote I was trying to make and I can't remember. But no, again, this is the sort of backwards logic that you have, that illegal, this is a claim that even the media has made, illegal immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate than the average American citizen, right? Now that makes no sense on two levels. 100% of them commit a crime because they're coming in illegally, number one. Number two is, it's a sample size fallacy, obviously, that there's more people here than there are that way. And number three, the fallacy is, you assume that your statistics keep track of every crime that they commit when you don't even know they're coming in the first place, right? You have 20 million people coming in. Even if you ignore the fact that they came in illegally as a crime, you still subvert the fact that, oh yeah, we totally know every crime that they've committed, or whether they've committed crimes or not, even though we didn't even know that they came in the first place, or we haven't kept track of it fully, and we've just let people in en masse. So you're overestimating your statistics, number one. And again, it doesn't have to be an either or, 90 plus 95% of illegal immigrants are law-abiding good people. But it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't have to be oh, you're stereotyping that they're all bad. But even if 1% of them, or 20 million people, are bad, that's still a negative that you could have prevented with proper border security. So it's not a question of, you're not saying they're all, oh wow, how many millimeters are there in it? You really have to do this basic kindergarten math on the stand. That kind of makes him look dumb a little bit. You're a detective, but you don't even know that? Nobody cares about the stupid metric system. The quarter pounder with cheese, that's all because of the metric system. That's what you see in so many TV shows or even kids shows. It'll be some random thoughts that the writers are just having that they just randomly turn into an episode. And you can get away with that once it's established. Not everything is always perfectly, cohesive or in universe. Just let's do some random bit about this because I thought it was funny when I was sitting on the toilet. There is a certain free form element to it where, especially in an episodic sense, where there'll be some major plot line in the episode that has nothing to do with any other episode. It's just a one-off thing. So the point is that, you're assuming your statistics are more complete than they are and things like that. I forget what I was saying. So even if the government doesn't acknowledge that something happened, then I guess it just didn't happen. So the Springfield, but no, it doesn't have to be a part by whole fallacy. Okay, if one Haitian illegal immigrant or whatever, even if they're legal, in Springfield killed one pet and ate the one pet. Just it happened once. Out of 20,000 people, one did it. So that's not the fault of the 20,000, but you can criticize the individual action without condemning the whole group of people behind it or associated with it, because they have nothing to do with it. It was the same thing like with the mostly peaceful protest. It's like, it may very well have been mostly peaceful, but then you also have, it was like, oh, I guess I watched even farther than this, the tassel stuff. How could that be? Why did I go back to 8 minutes? This may be because I wanted to watch that part again, so I ended up going back twice now. You have a case where, you were there. He always says that. I forget what part the rope really plays, though. I don't think they even argue that Travis was tied up by the rope himself. Just to show that she removed the rope from the scene, or maybe planned to do something else to him with the rope. So what you have is a simple ability to this is the problem too, is all this stuff happens so much after. So if some new revelation came out, like let's say the defense comes up with the theory, like in Jose Baez, that it could have been George Anthony or Cindy Anthony, right? And even questions the forensics people, like, you didn't know this was going to be relevant at the time of the investigation, because we wouldn't come up with this theory. So it's like, you can't even go back to verify that. Maybe there would be DNA of Cindy Anthony or George Anthony, but if they didn't test for it or they didn't do it at the time thoroughly enough, now you can't go back because it's been years. That's the problem with having these trials so late. So that's the Phoenix Wright standard, that the trial for a thing should happen within like a month at least of the thing, of the investigation. And I know that's a tough standard, but it's like, there's no real October is Fire Prevention Month, apparently. So yeah, my whole point was that I don't know. So this is a closet that maybe you got the gun from, or maybe a different closet that's bigger than the cell that Jodi's living in. Which, that's really not only a great line in just like a general sense, but that's one of the smartest. You got to give it when they do something well. That was a genius moment in the trial, and you see how mad Juan gets about it too, because it plants in the jury's mind. You're playing mind games. That does she want life in prison? Would that be worse for her? Does she want death penalty? So she was kind of playing everybody. Even to this day, I don't know what she really wanted. She kept saying she wanted to kill herself, but she also likes the attention. She'll get some more interviews over time. Maybe she'll get out one day. With good behavior, there might be when she's a 60-year-old woman, maybe she'll get out. Like, I wouldn't even mind that. Good behavior and all. Like, Casey Anthony got out early, even though she was innocent. She got out early in the thing. But her behavior was said to be very good and cooperative when she was in there. I kind of like her story, though, from a certain standpoint. Like, now she's trying to pay back her dues to society. She's working for one of the defense investigators. Like, and now she'll have another kid and everybody will be freaked out. Imagine if the same thing happened again, but she would have made a certain amount of money from her whole thing, from her whole story. There's like a king of comedy effect where it ends up helping you that the crime happened rather than even hurting you. I mean, it is unfair, though, even to innocent clients, innocent defendants who, like, you spend 3 or 4 years locked up. Like, pretend she didn't get the perjury charges either. She was innocent of those too. So she wouldn't have been serving that time. She served 3 years of time just for nothing, for being falsely accused. Like, I don't know what sort of restitution you get for that, but you should get like $1 million for being, it's one thing, oh, the state loses the case, but you wasted all your legal fees, you wasted 3 years of your life just because the state was wrong about you being the right defendant, and like that's really bullshit. You don't get those 3 years back, you don't get the thousands and thousands of dollars that you spent on the lawyer's back, so what the fuck? Again, assuming that you are innocent. That's the thing, though. People will point to cases like that, like, oh, Casey Anthony, O.J. Simpson, for why. The O.J. Simpson one bothers me more because they hide behind race too much. They play the race card. With Casey Anthony, there was just a limit of evidence. It was kind of not as clear as people think. But the reality, like, you could say she's just a callous bitch who didn't care about the daughter. That doesn't mean that she did the killing, though. Those are two separate issues. That's what people will all bring up. Always bring up, like the whatever. All right, let's see what the jury question is. Why is Nurmi standing? Why are you standing, Nurmi? It's not your turn. Wait, there was one question from the jury, but that's it. And then you can cross-examine. I always like that part. You get the jury's input and feedback to see like what they're thinking about and what they care about, and then the lawyers ask questions related to that. That's one of the best ways to keep the jury engaged, right? They get to determine, right, with their question, what is focused on and what is talked about, and it gives the lawyers a pulse of like, okay, so they don't care. What I think is most important, they don't care about. They're more interested in this other topic, and now we're going to press that in the future too, not just directly after. We'll make a point that, okay, that's what the jury is really interested in. It's a way for the jury to really communicate with the attorneys in a way that is very helpful. So I like that system. I don't know why I don't remember that from certain other cases that I've seen. Like, I guess there's a lot of the time there's just not a lot of jury questions, or it's a part that maybe they skip over in some of these when they record it and stuff. And so you have the ability to, we'll look at this a little bit, and then you basically get to, okay, let's see what it is. I mean, anybody could just answer this. It doesn't have to be the detective, really. I've been getting addicted to these shakes every time, so I better not have one today. I had like this big thing of Oreo mousse chocolate thing. Like when I have something, then I have the whole thing at once. Okay, so we're starting Jodi Arias trial day 2, part 2 at 21:00. And that was kind of funny though. Nurmi was standing up like way too early. He's just got to stretch his legs, get some exercise. But this guy was, he gets to ask about the jury question, but all the question was are they all part of the same scenario, which I believe he just said yes, like the same message or the same conversation. So we're starting at 21:00 in 3, 2, 1. Yes, they are. Like, were those 3 exhibits part of the same thing? So this is a very limited scope with a single question. This is almost like what you do as a mock trial test. Like, try to stay within the bounds of that question as best you can. Let's see how long this goes on for from both sides. It should be very limited. They might even just say, I don't have any follow-up. But you'd like to play into what the jury cares about. That gives you the incentive. So you don't want to just ignore what they said. But you also feel like maybe, oh, then they feel insulted that we don't need any follow-up. Or is this redirect on his questions too? Oh, this is both, like redirect and the jury question, I guess. Unmolested state. Yeah, I don't get it, though. It made it seem more like it was just about the jury question that you were supposed to be asking. As an ace, experienced detective. I think multiple calls that she made, actually. So she initiated it to try to get ahead of... I think he comes back, though, maybe later. I don't know. I mean, he's sitting there the whole time anyway. Practically sitting with the prosecution, therefore showing his bias. Like, why can't you question a detective on that? You're biased against the defendant because you work for the state. The same way that you can say the defense witnesses are biased. Like, it's fair to say that. He has a desire to want... They'll even say that, like, oh, it doesn't do anything for me, but it does, because it makes you look bad then if your defendant doesn't get caught. Like, so they can't be objective. Like, by definition, a lot of these witnesses aren't objective, so... I don't know who this even is, one of the roommates or something. A lot of this I haven't seen, actually. Yeah, keep religion out of this, dude. You see what trouble religion caused for their fucking relationship. Or how it didn't help them or save them. Or was she the one trying to be the bad cop? She keeps seeming like she wants to say something more at the end and taking like a deep breath. luminol testing fluid. It was a pretty good explanation, actually. This is also like a state favoring witness. Is washed with a cup of water. These are pretty good questions. I like this. This is very general knowledge, like not about the exact details yet. But it's laying a good foundation. This is pretty good. This almost sounds like an ad for something. See, all of these witnesses could have written a book too, and like fucking, it gives you a certain public. There is an incentive behind that when these things are televised so broadly. This is the most amount of attention you would have gotten in your whole life, basically. Like, can Nermi reject as over-responsive because, or like it's beyond the scope of the question? Yeah, just wear gloves, dude. Which is then if you find the gloves, then you can check on the inside to see the fingerprints there, but I guess it doesn't prove what they did with the gloves. Just that they used them. But you could have likely suspects. Sounds like he's trying to suppress something, so I would ask about that. Probably millions even. Human person. Weird phrasing. A lot of it could be excused by the fact that, well, I had been there before, so it's about the recency of it. And okay, so we'll continue this in a second here, but basically here's another little thought process. Like, when it comes to social contrivance or something of the sort, right, there's multiple ways to look at it. So, like, this is the inherent versus the contrivance response, right? The inherent reality that can be objectively observed is the same. So, like, one person could recognize the artificial social contrivance, the other might pretend or practice it as though it's real. And so it's the same thing. It's just one is not realizing it or not acting as though that's the case. So that would be the issue there, and like it'd be framed as fallacy of ability. And again, the fact that it's necessary indicates like an overextended state that, like, if you take that away and you're just purely about efficiency in a zero-sum way, then what's the problem? But it removes the sort of collective structure. That's a lot of what society is just sort of overextending what would otherwise just be a self-interest basis into some other structure that makes it feel like, well, it's not just about zero-sum self-interest, but what's the problem if it was? Right, still within certain confines, but it creates an illusion of something else that is actually adverse in the end. So let's continue from here in a second. It's going to be Very hard for me to see the timestamp here. But no, that's mainly the difference, like the initial-minded versus somebody who's more aware. Just whether you can see that the process is... whether you can see the process is like that or not, in terms of, the nature of it. I think we're at 35:40 in Jodi Arias trial day 2, part 2 at 35 minutes, 40 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. A little bit of a delay. Great quality, the best quality you've ever had. Can you do that? But it seems more uncommon. See, he interrupts even his own favorable witnesses. You just take a sample from there. See, you could ask the same line of questions in every trial, right? This has nothing to do with the particular trial. None of these are details. This is just general background. But doesn't she get tired of saying the same thing in every trial that she's a part of, probably? Luminol. But that's more for blood. You the fingerprint powder, Emma Sky fanboy over here. So that sounds to do with blood. The way she said it was like she almost didn't even know what it is. Blood. This is less about print and it's more DNA, right? You could find DNA from the blood, but it was sitting there for a week. I mean, the whole thing you'd want to do as Nurmi with this sort of examination is to try to discredit her methods in some way. You can take a picture of it. You've seen those in the pictures so far already. And to show where it was found. Actually, this I don't know though. I guess you just take a picture of it. Or collected in a form that's so small and invisible to the naked eye, like, chemical compounds. She's pretty good, though, with how she explains stuff. I like this woman. We should rate the witnesses, like, based on their quality or capability. We'll do a character point system. So, Detective Flores is, like, very low-key, but he's still very effective. Yeah, like that's what they say even in heavy rain or something, like all these officers here are contaminating the scene themselves. Because how would you know? You rush in to save the victim or something, and you corrupt the scene in the process of doing that. Was you pull an all-nighter for 3 nights to do this shit, or 3 days? So there was another print examiner doing her same job, probably doing other parts, or that's always the most annoying part of anything, though, is having to deal with other people. Like, she might be intelligent and let her do her job, but oh no, you got to deal with all this other bureaucracy bullshit too, which just gets in the way. So they do Marie Hall first because she discovered the body. Then they did that Sterling Williams guy or whatever, just because he was one of the detectives there, boring and quick. Then Detective Flores, and then this chick. So the order is all to do with like very significant portions of the crime scene. Even though Marie Hall said she looked away, they chose her rather than the roommates because, oh, she heard about the stalker or something, or it can paint the jealousy angle. But she never confirmed that it was Jodi who was the stalker, that she knew that. She didn't even know who Jodi was until they met later on at the wake or something. Like, she has a crush on him, so she tries to imitate Mimi Hall, and that's why she dresses like a librarian and the glasses and stuff. She's trying to role play as Mimi Hall. That tip of the red thing could look a little questionable if you have a certain perspective. Stimuli acme. You might want to see a doctor for that one if your tip is that red. I keep seeing these clips on YouTube that I almost used to say, I should do that for a format. Like, I did that for something, that woman who has, like, the worms in her hair or something. Right, oh, I'm going to watch that just for that. But then it ends up being disappointing. Like, they'll show a 30-second clip from something, like a YouTube edit or whatever, and it's like, that's the best part of the whole episode, and the rest of it has nothing to do with that. Like, I saw a couple of these good anime clips, like a guy who's getting bullied and then he takes off his shirt to reveal his scars from home or whatever, that like, oh, your bullying means nothing to me, I've been through far worse. Or this girl who like gets bullied and then she comes back and beats the shit out of everybody and grabs somebody by the hair and steps on somebody after her phone gets crushed. Like, that could be interesting to watch. Or yeah, like Fruits Basket, which I don't know what that's even about, but this chick says die to somebody and then they just pass out. I didn't know it had to do with superpowers and stuff. I thought it was just a nice, fun, friendly kind of a friendly kind of school environment type thing. That's a very favored environment, location, setting for stories in Japanese fiction. They have like a school period fetish, almost like, definitely youth is looked at as very attractive and whatever. So unfortunately there's some hentai, questionable dynamics, age of consent is 13, like there is a dynamic to that, but beyond that, it's just a popular setting, because a lot of these things are maybe made for that target audience. So even when you have much more serious subject matters, it's like, Lelouch is Zero and he's trying to change the world and be a renegade, but also he's going to high school or whatever. And then same thing with this, Light Yagami, even though the story lasts long enough that he grows out of that, he goes to college, or he would have, continued that, but he starts off as a high school kid. Like, this guy, of all his significance and intelligence, is still like that. So that's the whole thing that people don't get about his character. His character is all about ability. He's an absolutist from this point of view, and a character that is spoken about a lot. Like, it's not about morality, it's about ability. Like, if he's good enough to get away with it, and he even says stuff to this effect, which again is very much like what an absolutist would say. If Kira is caught, then he's evil. If he wins and rules the world, then he's justice. In other words, if you're good enough to catch me, meaning him saying it, if you're good enough to catch him, then so be it. If you're not, if he's good enough to get away, then that's it, right? That's how the world really works. So he believes in ability above all. That's why he has certain lines that are a lot deeper than people realize. When he says to Nier in his head, like, you're far inferior to L, you have no right to be wearing a mask of L. In other words, he's standing up for L's honor because he respects L's ability. It's not about, oh, he's my enemy, that's fine, but he respects ability above all else. So you have no right to be wearing a mask of L. And then he also says later in that scene, you're nothing compared to L. L would have considered the possibility of a fake notebook from the very beginning, and he would have tested it. You had the chance, but you squandered it. In other words, he's respecting L, and he's respecting ability. Like, if you wish to challenge my dogma of the God of the New World, then at least show me your ability is worthy to match, which L's was. So he might have disagreed with L, but he respected him in terms of, again, that's the one criteria that he does respect. It's not about morality, it's not about anything else, it's about ability. Are you good enough to get away or not? Are you good enough to catch me or not? That's all that matters. That's objective reality. He says it himself. I mean, he says it. If Kira is caught, then he wins. Then he's evil. If he wins and rules the world, then I guess he's justice. So he understands ability is the only thing that matters, not the sort of idyllic, half-massed, inconsistent morality that people pose in a reactionary sense. And so what you have is, you're only ruling by the power and the threat, like by killing people. But the cops do the same thing, except instead of killing you, they just arrest you. So people are only afraid of losing their lives, Aizawa says. Well, people are only afraid of getting locked up and going to jail. So it's the same thing. Like, what a coincidence that the police would be so out to get him, because it kind of makes them look bad and invalidates them and makes them obsolete. So it's interesting because Light is such a person that has this absolutist tendency. There's something from earlier in the series that he shows like that too, where I'm trying to remember. Like, he's very aware. This is what I don't like about how some people might interpret him. He's very aware of what he's doing and how it would be perceived. There's no sense of, and the way to truly make him an absolutist would be all his God stuff that he talks about. Like, he knows he's not really God, because then he wouldn't need to be afraid of bullets or, getting caught or anything like that. So he knows he's not really a God. He means more that he wants to become a God-like figure. And so he's doing that mostly to motivate himself and play into the human ego, because that's the only way that he would get himself to be that motivated. So even if he doesn't like it or doesn't realize it, because in episode 1 he even says, even if it means costing my mind and my soul, then it's worth it. Like, I have to sacrifice myself to do this. And so he kind of knows what he's doing, but he does that to maybe motivate himself, the sort of God complex that you look at. it's hard to say that for sure, but he seems so smart that he would know that. Or even if he's egotistical, it's sort of justified because he really is that smart. So it's a good absolutist portrait because like there's no like pretenses about it. Like if you're good enough, just do it. If not, then don't. And so like he was waiting his whole life for this moment, and he makes the most of it. And it's like he's very, very impressive. Yeah, that level of awareness of what he's doing, when you say a line like that, that tells me right there what you're all about. Those two lines, like, you're nothing compared to Al. Al would have considered the possibility of a fake notebook, and obviously, even if Kira's caught, then he's evil. If he wins and rules the world, then he gets he's justice. The one thing I think he made a mistake on that I'm surprised is that he doesn't kill the other task force, I guess so he could pretend to be Al without anybody questioning that. Like all the detectives working with him would validate that Al is still alive and stuff. If he had killed them, maybe he could have still pretended to be Al, but maybe something else, because nobody really knew the whole details of this. So like, what if the whole task force just died? As soon as Al dies, right, you kill everybody else too. Because that comes back to bite him when they help out Nir and stuff. Because now when Nir suspects him, then they become really suspicious of him. So you have, Nir. The thing with that is, again, maybe he couldn't have kept up the appearance of being Al if he had killed everybody then. Or he maybe still could have done it by himself, but it would make it... I understand. Like, it would be a little suspicious, but it depends how much all this is being kept track of. As far as we know, he could just go in there by himself and pretend to be Al, and you wouldn't know any better. But the way he does it here is like, you're playing the role the same way. You got Aizawa, you got Yagami, everybody's still there. And so, because they're not working for the government anymore, they're still only working for him. Right, like the police have fired them, so they wouldn't even know the difference if they all die or disappear. Nobody knew really what they were doing anyway. Or nobody knew that they were necessarily working with Al, so like, it depends to what extent you think this all is being observed. Like, oh, they'll find out that Al is dead and this guy's pretending to be Al, so it keeps up the illusion, I guess, but to who? In terms of who's really monitoring all these people who are working with him. It could just be you behind a voice box, behind a voice filter, and with the little letter L. That's all it would take to be L, right? And the level of intelligence that you clearly possess that could be there, right? His performance as L isn't as good, but as far as the public knew, he wasn't making any progress anyway. I like that line by Misa. She's like, everyone's saying that Al is stupid and he's not making any progress, but he's found out this much already that you're Kira. Like, she has like a fangirl moment over Al. I almost want to watch, let me watch somebody's reaction to an episode of that for some reason. But no, now I want to go back to Crunchyroll and watch some anime. I'll watch Fruits Basket, which I didn't know was like that at all with the stupid ass superpowers and whatever's going on with it. And of course, that was like a long sidebar moment. But no, when did she say that? Al's found out this much already? Like in episode 13 or something, when he's meeting her in the room, it's like, the reason why we can't be seen on dates is because Al already suspects that I'm Kira. And then she's like, wow, really? He's already figured that out yet? Or like there's these moments also that I could make a compilation of, like moments where Light is legitimately triggered, right? Where he's not an act. His mask sort of slips and he gets pissed. It's like episode 2 when he kills Lindell Taylor, obviously. But there are a lot more subtle moments, like when he says to himself, for the first time in my life, I've been provoked to hit a woman, when Misa's on the street jumping on him, or even Naomi Mizura kind of triggers him a lot. But no, like this is my favorite line to represent this is, wouldn't reveal that fact, huh? Like when Elle is being so perceptive. There's two moments like that when they have like a, I feel you're the first friend I've ever had, and Light brushes that off on the street talking to Ryuk. I've got to get rid of him. He had no trouble figuring out that the Kira and the second Kira made contact. Or he even asked him there, what makes you say that? Right, based on this video, I have no choice but to assume that Kira and the second Kira have made contact. But that was a moment where Light was actually genuinely pissed, where it's like he was actually expecting to dupe Elle there a little bit, but and then he's mad on the street saying, you know, he's actually genuinely triggered there when he's always otherwise so composed. Like, Ryuzaki had no problem figuring out, in fact, those two moments come back to back, no problem figuring out that Kira and the second Kira made contact. This gives me even more reason why I can't see Misa, and then Misa jumps on him, and then he says, yeah, that's like a full trigger moment. And then the other one is, it's as I thought. If the fake Kira slips up and gets apprehended, in the worst case, I at least have to obtain his notebook, and in the worst case, I may end up having to kill everyone there, which is more just like his devotion that he's willing to do whatever it takes. And then the final moment is when he's confessing to being Kira, and this is like when his mask slips in the best way. Like, it's so satisfying to actually see it. He's confessing that I may be Kira, and then he acts all surprised, like, cameras. Elle admits, no, you couldn't be killing people in your sleep. I had cameras installed in your room. And then Light acts all shocked. Cameras? You put cameras in my room? And then Elle comes back and says, it didn't prove to me, though, that you weren't Kira. It just means that if you were, no amount of camera surveillance would reveal that fact. And then Light says, with like an angry look that's totally out of character with his confession there, the fake confession, wouldn't reveal that fact, huh? Like, he gets mad. He gets genuinely mad. And he's like talking as Kira there for a second. Wouldn't reveal that fact, huh? Like, you're so fucking annoying that even with the camera surveillance, even with everything I went through, even with this like super spy fucking thing in the potato chip bag, oh no, that just means the surveillance wouldn't reveal that fact. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, he's genuinely mad. I love those moments. Or like Mello. Mello does something to Light that a lot of people don't realize. He's sort of Light's counter or weakness, because even Elle and Nier still have more like a book way of doing it. I mean, obviously, Light is Elle is the best of both worlds, but Mello's initiative and sort of that part of him actually is Light's weakness and triggers him more. Like, somebody who would just be willing to break the law, and like, if he finds out who Light is, he would just kill him, basically, that kind of thing. So that sort of throws Light off, sort of Mello's initiative and spontaneity. Right, he gets really mad at Mello. Right, again, Nier might be smarter and more capable, but Light sort of is better at that sort of thing, like the structured planning, even with Elle, was more about that. Elle had some initiative that was crazy too, like where he'd walk up to Light and say, I want to tell you I'm Elle. Like, that's a Mello type moment where that's obviously what Mello and Nier are about. Like, Mello is the initiative side of Elle, and Nier is the intelligent side of Elle, but they're basically splitting them in two halves, but in extremes. And so the point is that Light can play with somebody like Nier and beat him at his own game, because it's like, it's all about strategy and planning. With Mello, it's more about initiative. Like, he's going to go and kidnap Takeda, and he's going to go and launch a rocket, like all this kind of wild shit that he's willing to do that Light, even as smart as he is, he has trouble predicting or dealing with. So Mello really triggers Light when he knocks the glass away from Misa, handing it to him, and stuff like that. Like, there is something with that. Like, again, it's not about Mello being more capable than Elle or Nier, but it's about the fact that he's his style and his approach is somehow a little more frustrating. And so there's this great moment in season 2, like, where both Nier and Mello have their one-off things, and then they're cornered and they are pushed back, if you will. So they both sort of get the jump on Light due to partly it's not his fault, but maybe he got a little complacent. So Mello gets the jump on him and reveals the notebook and gets the notebook and does all this. But then Light's caught off guard by Mello, but then he strikes back and kills all of Mello's people, and Mello has to escape with his life, even though you get the notebook back and stuff. So Mello is forced to lose his whole infrastructure. He blows everything up, and even though Light's dad dies, Mello's kind of on the run. He lost his whole base and crime gang and lost the notebook, and so basically Light strikes back and shows you that, okay, you may have gotten the jump on me, but in a 1v1 match, I destroyed you. I manipulated the police, whatever, and I used that to fucking, to basically take everybody out. And so now you've got nothing left. Mello's just a lone dude with Matt, and that's it. Right? And so, yeah, we need like a Matt backstory fucking thing. Matt and Naomi Misa, right? Even though that kind of was... There is something like beyond birthday or whatever. But no, it's like... That happens, and then Nier suspects Light, with sort of the help of the chaos that Mello created, that he wouldn't have been able to come up with this on his own, that he suspects Light is Kira, that the second L is Kira. I guess he doesn't know it's Light Yagami for a while, but in fact, I don't know when or how he even figures that out. Oh yeah, because Aizawa tells him that he would kill Kira and then himself. Why couldn't it be Sayu Yagami as a fucking genius? But Light's credited as having joined the police force and stuff too. Like, there's that record on the radio broadcast or whatever. But why they would mention that random tidbit, and then they're mentioning the stuff about Kira, like it's done for the audience's benefit, but it kind of doesn't make sense. This random dude became a police officer, right? This random guy who nobody knows or cares about, Light Yagami, and also, I don't know, it just, the world is entering a dark era where Kira's will is the only law. So then you have, like, with Nier, he makes the accusation, and then everybody's suspicious of him, but then Light strikes back and has Demigawa come after Nier. Sort of shows you the societal influence now that Kira's having. And so Nier loses his base of operations. He loses some of his people too. I forget how that happens in the show. In the movie, some movie special, it happens much more dramatically. But like where all his other crew are killed. I guess Mello kills them in the show. All of like everybody aside from like the big four who are left. Lidner, Giovanni, Richter, whatever. Commander Richter. See you at the party, Richter. And Dracula when he comes back to life in a Castlevania game. When, he says it in... Okay, so what we want to look at is the simple fact that you have... But no, that's my point with Nier, is that he's pushed back on his heels as well. So those two moments are pretty defining to show that, like, Light Yagami is a man to be feared. On a 1v1 match, they don't stand a chance, right? They're getting pushed back. Yes, they escape with their life, but that's about it. You know what I mean? Like, they're lucky to even have done that. So let me try to find something here. I kind of want to see somebody's reaction to one of these. Just to kind of... I don't know why I just thought of that so much. See you at the party, Richter. Fucking Total Recall. Now, Total Recall had really good action scenes, actually, better than Batman Begins and stuff, where the fucking camera is so shitty shaking-wise. So that's kind of a sad thing that... that was actually a pretty good movie. Or one thing I almost wanted to react to that's hard to do, though, while I'm driving, is... like liminal spaces and stuff like that, like just kind of analyze them and whatever. Why can't I find it? I want like the short clip that just says that line. Where you have this little Mario meme sad song. That was the other thing I said I was going to react to. Where it's like, I said that I was going to react to the simple fact of, I was going to react to like a playlist of memes to do with that. Whatever it is. The Lord forgive me, like a whole playlist of those until I laugh, or any sort of meme template until I laugh, or just like it doesn't even have to be one category. It could be a lot of different things here. Where the fuck is this one? It was just meant to be like. Some of his groaning and guttural sounds are so comical too, and are used in like soundboards a lot. One of the best prank call channels ever. Not that I'm encouraging that sort of thing, but Miles Bennett Dyson, where he would take it to such a next level, where he would splice in little sounds and like take it to another level and do it so fast. He was actually a god of soundboarding. Even if people think, oh, somehow they're fake, even on a fake level, it's so well done that his lines are so on point. They're almost so good that you would almost think that. But no, he took it to another level. That was actually, some of them are still around, but unfortunately his channel got taken down. That and the Tourette's guy, I remember watching around the same time, and those are things I find genuinely funny, because it doesn't feel like they're trying as hard to be funny, or it just works at a certain level that a lot of other things don't do. So you have the ability to, it's so hard for me to navigate this that sometimes, you know, I say I'm going to watch something else and then I can't even do it. So, let me see here. I am pretty far behind on downloading some of this. Yeah, Total Recall is one of those movies that you might think is not that good, but it's actually pretty good. You know, the action is good, the storyline is actually kind of well done. Just sort of the acting of Sylvester Stallone and Arnold can sometimes be a little comical, though, based on their voices or, you know, whatever it might be. So you have, yeah, we're going to cap off this YouTube series, even though I keep watching kind of the same shit over and over. And so I don't really know what to make of it. Yeah, let me listen to this Mario meme song. I don't know what it's originally from exactly. Where he's like sad, and is it like a Nintendo ad actually? Or where he's like watching the delay of, it's probably just some fan-made thing, but it's become pretty iconic. So he's like walking around sad after looking at his phone, which is a great meme template. Like he's looking at his phone. Yeah, we can play tomorrow, and then it shows like 8 years ago. He hasn't been online in 8 years. It normally doesn't play this part with the actual lyrics in there, but sometimes I have a desire to listen to music and sort of extrapolate on it. Like, what does a song make you think of? Music can be very powerful in that way. Like a great journey that's coming to an end, or some great adversity that you overcame. Like, what's that one song? It's using like a lot of edits that sort of sounds like that. I can't remember now. This sort of still sounds a little triumphant, though, like a positive thing. It might seem sad, but it's like something that you overcame, some sort of struggle, or like your perseverance in the face of adversity. Like you're shaken but not stirred, beaten but not broken kind of a thing. Yeah, what is this other song? I saw it in a few of these edits recently. Well, that's another channel I make fun of, is I Don't Know Sterling, where he just does like, you know, very baseline, lowest common denominator stuff. Alright, here we go. Politics doesn't affect me, and then it's like a nuclear explosion behind everybody that they're all unaware of. You would think they would hear something. I don't know what it was that I watched. There was a few different edits that all had the same thing. Or like even when I watch these shorts, they're always in the wrong orientation, so you can't do anything about it. Bro used 110% of his brain. Can't really see what's going on. Is it like where he sprays them with the gasoline as they're trying to rob him? I couldn't really see what happened. That's not the same one. That's the one thing I wish I could do a little better, is like draw, because sometimes that you have so much more personality to the work that you're making, where, you know, that's a little harder to quantify than just simply describing something, right? Like just when you put a face to the name or something like that, it becomes much more impactful to people. I can't find the other fucking short. Why is it so hard to navigate this shit, man? Not that you should be doing it while driving anyway, but Heath Ledger thought the joke or something, how to survive a kitchen demon at 3 a.m. Yeah, it's called a fucking rat. Just use a mousetrap. Trump does something in McDonald's. Where the fuck is that? She got what she deserved. I'm just looking through like whatever's suggested or whatever's in my history and stuff like that. Megalophobia thing, top 10 darkest moments in TV history. Oh yeah, this might be it. Yeah, this is like a triumphant song. Like somebody saying like, why did you kill my daughter? It was an accident. I'm never going to get caught. No jury will convict me moment. And then he ends up behind bars. He thought because he's handsome or has fans or whatever. So yeah, what is this song? Let me find this out. This has a great sense of like a triumph after great adversity too. Dude, the cops in this area are fucking hilarious. So I go, like, I pull over on the side of the road at a certain stop, and, you know, they didn't do anything, but they were just looking, and, like, you know, I'm just saying, oh, I have to set up my phone, like, I'm doing a fucking record. I didn't say that, but, like, that is pretty funny, dude. I mean, they're not dicks about it, but they're, like, too almost like they're bored or something. So they see you pulled over and they think, do you need help or something? I'm like, no, I'm just using my phone. Which is the right thing to do, because if you have to, I have a family emergency, I have a phone. Okay. So I don't know exactly where I left off. It didn't really save the timestamp. So we're on Jodi Arias trial, day 2, part 2, at... I sort of lost track of it a little bit. I think it's 3500, and we're dealing with this forensic woman who's actually pretty smart. I like how she testifies, how she explains things. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Individuals, or is a situation where only comparison that can be done is the fingerprints. There's some long pauses in these that are kind of annoying, but or you could be doing that as like a, you and your girlfriend or whatever, boyfriend are talking, and you're both driving, or one's driving and one's at home, and it's like, let's react to this together. So we set up the timestamp and I'm on the phone with them. You could do it like that if you weren't doing it for recording purposes. What part of the palm? I do remember seeing this. This is more like a humdrum testimony, though. It's like when somebody's really professional and to the point, she has no bias. She's just doing her job. Like, it's just different. No, he gives like a thumbs up. I love this. Like, they're so fucking nosy, but he gives like a thumbs up, like, I'm okay. It's like they're just bored and lazy and like, there's nothing going on, so they just check. Some of them will have a power trip and make a big thing out of it. So I guess I have that vibe that, like, I'm just some useless clown, I'm not up to anything. I do have sort of that vibe where, like, people don't realize who they're dealing with. Like the guy in Shark Tank who does the scrub daddy. You don't understand who you're dealing with. So I have seen this part. I mean, I just saw it in the morning. Luco Crystal Violet. We might have gone up until a pause point, which at those I could always skip it and do it. Now I'll pull over again to change the timestamp, and then when I saw that thing where it's like, Lord forgive me, where like there's an atomic bomb in the background and nobody else notices. That looks like James Roday, like an older version of James Roday from Psych. I don't know if it actually was. That was one of my favorite shows I've ever seen. And I always bring up Psych and The Mentalist, but I haven't seen the full show. I stopped towards the end of both of them, but they both had so many good moments, and they're really good shows. Psych gets points for originality. But no, that looks so silly. Like, oh, you got a mic on and you got a thing on, a headphone on. I'm dead, bro. I enjoy doing this, but I want more structure. So we're going to listen to the Simar. I can't really... When I read it, it doesn't seem like it would be that hard to say, but Silmarillion, whatever the fuck it means, like some elvish word probably. Bro invented a language. Because he was like a linguistics professor or something, I thought. Or at least he had certain experience that would make that more, So we can do, we'll do one example of Tolkien, one audiobook of Tolkien, and then I want to like subscribe to Audible and get them all for free as part of the subscription, but I don't know if it'll let you do that. And I kind of want to watch some of these animes now. There's so many things I want to watch, but I just don't have the will to do it. I'm just lazy. Let's just watch this, even though it's sort of just in the background and I'm not even really worrying about it. Like, who needs windshield wiper fluid when you can just get a car wash once in a while, or when you can just use the rain, like I'm too lazy to do it, fill it. I mean, you would think these people always review their notes and work before, so you might think, oh, how could they remember this? But they probably are pretty fresh. They waited 3 years for this moment. You just said you weren't interested, though, you fucker. You just said you didn't want to know. This is like how they show it in the Casey Anthony trial. They have all these boards that they hold up, partly for the benefit of the jury. That's basically what they mean when they say publish. Can I publish it to the jury? Which means, can I show this big ass board with some of it on there? Yeah, that extreme gaming channel would allow me to play like private servers that I have an urge to do once in a while. I almost have too much of an urge to do it, but I don't want to commit too much time to that. Like now, not just old school WoW, but even if it goes down, I can still play it on some other server, you know, whatever. I'm not encouraging or advocating, but it's so valuable to preserve stuff like that. Right? It's like preserving a work of art or a book or something. It just deserves to be preserved, you know, for all time. That if you ever want to play old school Tibia, if you ever want to play classic WoW, if you ever want to play Assurance Call or Ultima Online, there'll be a way to do it. Some fucker in his mom's basement will be hosting this thing on his own hard work and whatever, right? And if the developers don't want to do it, if the developer goes out of business, it doesn't matter. You want to be able to preserve this for all time. So 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, 1,000,000 years from now, aliens in fucking Mars, outer space, millions of miles away can be playing old school fucking classic Tibia. Like, look, dude, you want to be able to preserve this shit. So I don't know if I watched into this part. I guess I talk over it and sometimes I'm not really paying attention. I want to watch Fruits Basket or those other animes that... I mean, I tried the Crunchyroll Gauntlet. All I really did was watch like episode 1 or 2 of Yona. I think I might have only watched episode 1. Yona, the little warrior chick. And it was kind of good. But, you know, it's nothing against the show that I didn't finish it. I just have a desire to watch a lot of different stuff. Juan's demeanor is almost very similar, though. Sometimes he gets more aggressive. Mr. Martinez, are you angry at me? But now there'll be a big, long fucking pause, and I have to fall asleep. But yeah, this YouTube section was a bust, because this is the kind of thing I would do anyway, and being subscribed to YouTube Premium didn't really do anything for it. I was sort of using this month, October, to test it out. And now we got to go into Audible for sure. We're going to 100% do Audible towards the end of November, maybe beginning of October. And if I do Audible, that would allow me to do one book for Lord of the Rings. Doesn't matter which one it is. I'll see. I'm kind of intrigued to see that one now. The Silmarillion, and maybe something like that. I might actually do that. It's 19 hours long, so I might not do the whole thing, but whatever. And then that's what my video titles are like too. Film Critic reacts to Skibidi Toilet for the first time, but I only watched like the first 8 or 9 episodes. I didn't watch the whole thing. And it doesn't start with me watching that, and it doesn't only consist of that. It's like a 9-hour collection of all kinds of random shit that I feel like doing, which in a certain form, this is actually really fun content. It's just like, I would have to put in video, I'd have to show the video, I'd have to do face cam and performative aspects to make it more desirable here. Normally it'll save like where you left it off watching, but this one didn't do that. It went back to Detective Flores' crusty ass, as portrayed in the Lifetime movie version. So we're on only exhibits 1 through 7, so that means the beginning of the trial. Sometimes they start off and it's already like exhibit 200 or some crazy shit. Or they use the letters, which leads to double letter combinations like FU and... what was the other one? FU and... what was it? There was another funny one. Five minutes seems like longer than that because I was scrolling through. 10-minute recess. Actually, we'll make it to lunch. Probably, but no, Jennifer Dara really gave the jury fatigue. Like, dude, one of these guys is in a wheelchair. One of these guys has asthma. Like, fucking having us go round and round. You can blame Darryl Brooks, but at some point you can't keep letting him control the proceedings, because he basically did. Even though he lost, it's kind of, you felt his impact too much. It's not up to you to do all this kind of crazy shit. So again, there's 3 things left that I have to do as part of the YouTube series. I have to watch at least 1 episode of Skibidi Toilet just so I can say I did it. I have to watch at least 1 full gameplay episode of somebody besides the ones that we tried to watch. And then I have to watch one full video of a playthrough. It doesn't matter what it is. And then number 3 that I haven't seen. And then number 3 is I have to watch somebody stream and give live commentary. All these old school fucking early 2000s computers, not because this took place then, but because they have old we are at recess. This is a joke stolen from Far From Subtle, not that whatever, it's just a term, but like the judge throws off her robe and starts playing like it's time for recess. Dude, that series is fucking classic. Like, Far From Subtle is one of the GOAT channels. It's so much better than most other gaming channels in modern day and old. Like, they put in so much effort and creativity in the costumes, in the presentation, in the, full body cam, not just face cam. They're sitting on a couch. They have the little baby Hank dressed up as the character. They have a great sense of humor, a group dynamic. Even though individually Frasier is a bit of a dick and annoying, and even though individually Becky is a little bit of a stick in the mud and kind of boring, the original badass gamer girl, though, in a manner of speaking. And even though Ben was the one who had the most presence to me. He's somebody who could really have done a talk show. He's unbelievably charismatic and funny, and he's kind of like me with a sarcastic, witty vibe, but he's unbelievably good, Ben. But then, Deacon and Kyle sometimes. But yeah, that group dynamic of those 3, all the kind of peripheral elements, and then the commentary, they sort of go into stuff that is like so above and beyond. Like, it's hard to explain. anybody can just play the game and say, oh, haha, look at this moment, this is what happened, wow. But like they go really deep into certain things that is kind of like what I try to do, at least. Like I'll get really passionate. So like when I'm watching The Sopranos and Livia Soprano surprises me, like I go deep, I go hard into it. It's not just like, oh yeah, cool, whatever. No, like I really, if you show me something, like a character does something impressive or notable or kind of shitty, I'll get really into it. So that's how they would be. Like, and Becky would play sort of the straight man, straight woman, if you will. Like that she's, oh, it's not that big of a deal. Frasier will be raging, and Ben will be trolling, like, oh no, it's actually a good thing that this guy was a dick and give us the runaround. All right, she kind of like it. What a funny troll. And then Frasier's like, fucking piece of shit, like getting mad about it. I feel like he wouldn't always swear a lot, but no, they're dynamic. I will put them personally in the Video Game Internet Hall of Fame. That is one of the greatest channels. Fuck PewDiePie, fuck everybody else. Like, they are top tier. Far From Subtle is one of the best, especially historically. They're still around, but they're not quite the same group dynamic and everything. But whatever, good for them. They moved to Japan and they deserve it. But whatever. The point is, in their prime, in like the 2010s, Heavy Rain, Phoenix Wright, Luigi's Mansion, these are some of the best playthroughs in the history of playthroughs, as far as I'm concerned. Not that I've really seen, I guess, a ton of people do them, but it sort of goes against the stereotypes of what a Let's Play is. Like, oh, look at this, we're just playing a game and let's give a running commentary as we play the game. No, it was something more. Like, they're getting really invested in what they're doing. They're not, that's, again, which is what I try to do when I'm watching movies, when I'm playing games. Like, you're not just doing it just to do it. You're not just playing it just to beat it. You're getting, like, really invested. Lauren the Flute is another good channel where the way she plays Dark Souls 1 is absolutely phenomenal, and it's kind of similar to how I played it, like reading all the flavor text, getting immersed. I would even do some RP and stuff. Like, you gotta understand what you're dealing with here. If you're gonna do it, really make it worth your while. And then the other thing is, the other one is called Northern Lion is a really good channel too, with the Binding of Isaac thing and lots of other things. His style is good, and he has a very natural commentary. So those are three people who I really like. Lauren the Flute is maybe not as gameplay centric. Like, she, with all due respect, sometimes isn't the greatest actually in terms of gameplay. Like even Dark Souls, like she's playing pretty badly and dying to bosses a lot and getting carried by some of the AI help and stuff. So she lacks the hardcore gaming aspect. Far From Subtle lacks sometimes the patience or the nuance of what she's doing, like reading all the flavor text. But Northern Lion is maybe the best of both worlds, where he can get into it, but he can also be hardcore and very impressive and skilled, and whatever. I'm like that, where I can both get immersed, but also do certain high-level things at times if I put my mind to it. So yeah, we could choose any. Yeah, we could do that. Like, let's watch the first part of Lauren the Flutes. But I feel like I've seen it before, but she would do like these little drawings and stuff too. I remember, like, either she'd show them off in the middle, or they'd be like this, and she was like me with spoilers. Like, I don't like spoilers if I'm going to do something like that. Yeah, those are like three of my Hall of Fame things. Lauren the Flute is definitely an acquired taste because she's like that, but within that style, I respect it. Northern Lion is just GOAT level, GOAT status, and Far From Subtle is absolutely one of the pioneers, dynamic pedigree, incredible, just somebody who I feel like didn't get enough credit for what they deserve. Part of it, I feel like, has to do with their stupid unlisted stuff on their channel. Maybe they didn't want to spam their subscribers too much, but like when I go to look up Luigi's Mansion for the first time, when I'm looking, I want to see the full playthrough, but oh no, they only uploaded part 1. That's lame, and I guess I'll never get to see it because it was like after they had already done it on stream, and it wouldn't be saved there. So, but then I go in the description and I find some little obscure playlist, and oh, they did do it, but all the other videos are unlisted, so you can't find them. Like, you won't find them in suggested, you won't find them in search, you won't find them anywhere unless you really look for them. That's so stupid. Their channel would have done 10 times better, and it would have deserved to if they just made that public. I feel like that's one of the biggest examples of shooting themselves in the foot, but even with that, they deserved a lot more credit and attention and praise and success than even what I'm sure that they got a good amount. Absolutely brilliant. I'll rave about them forever till the end of time. Just a great, great channel. I think I discovered them maybe around when I played The Last of Us. and like maybe I like beat the game, and then I was like, maybe it wasn't as good as I've been hearing about, or I need like some closure on it. So by needing some closure, I want to see somebody else's reaction to it, and I can't remember if they made me like it more or what. But that was a pretty good playthrough too. But that, I don't know, that wasn't like top tier like some of these other ones. Or I like that about some of these big Twitch streamers, that they never even uploaded their own shit. And by the way, I didn't pause the video, like it's still going, but she said 10-minute recess, fucking dumb bitch. Bro is so bored waiting in recess that I have to go through every single fucking YouTuber. See, that's like a good stream of consciousness. I'm using a joke that I remember from his Phoenix Wright playthrough, where he says, he's commenting as the judge, and he does the voice acting too pretty well for a lot of different characters. Frasier does, the main host of Far From Subtle, Video Games Awesome Live, whatever you want to call it. And it's like, you know, court is now in recess, and then he says, "We," throws off his robe, something like that. He basically plays into the joke. And so you have, you know, I'm sort of making that joke, and then I'm giving credit to his channel and giving credit to other channels. This is the sort of thing you can't judge it by the subscriber count, though. If you actually look at what I'm doing here, it's not that different than what other people do. And I actually like the long-form aspect, almost like I'm the prognosticator of the long-form postulate. It's just something I felt like I had to do. And I like the fact that I went through and defined most of my terms, too. Like old debate stuff, which is unfortunate that I had to do it this way. But it's there. I mean, nobody can steal them and take credit for stuff that I said. I mean, they could, and nobody would look at this and nobody would know. But I could always point to it and say, go to 6 hours and 14 minutes in this one random video where the audio's all fucked up and you could barely hear it, that I recorded while I was driving. And you'll see that, oh, I talked about it here first, and I talked about it 10 years before that. But I'm too much of a moron clown to do anything about it. I should almost go through this channel and look at like what I've done. Like my most viewed video is the Curb Your Enthusiasm. Film Critic watches Larry Davis Curb Your Enthusiasm until they laugh. And I fucking was dying at that. Molly Shannon fucked him till he had a heart attack. Made his heart explode. Bro, like I don't even... That's like dark comedy. Black comedy. You'd think Fargo would be my favorite movie, but I think it's overrated as hell. I don't even think it's bad, but I always describe it as like, it's like a TV movie that's just beyond in the background. It just feels sort of ordinary. It's not as special as, because really that's how I almost looked at it, and I sort of still do look at it, that all the stuff like where it's a comedy of errors or where it's just characters doing what they're doing, it's just like happenstance. So what? Like, okay, it's a comedy of errors, but that doesn't make it profound. That doesn't make it great. It's ordinary. Like, ordinary people doing ordinary things. You could say it's somewhat realistic in that way, but some of the speech patterns, but there's nothing profound about it. It's just okay. It's not a masterpiece. It's not that good. It's fine. It's not a bad movie. It's like a TV movie. It'd be on in the background, and any scene you watch is just, you can kind of understand what's going on, and it's fine. But no, I was shocked to hear the critical response to it, and I was further shocked to, or you know what I should do is upload those ones, my old reviews that I had written out, and some, at least some of them, the Man of Steel one, right? Because it'll be short form content at least, which is all the rage these days with the low attention span kids and stuff. Like, whatever, just in general, the shorter your video is, the more views it'll get on average, or something of the sort. You know, the more catchy your thumbnail or title is. Alice Laviolette, not Alice Laviolette, is Snow White, a battered woman. That'd be kind of a clickbait title. That's even how she describes it. It's a catchy title. So right now we're on basically the prosecution witnesses first. And then at some point it's almost like the prosecution rests. But most of what they're doing then is just cross-examining the defense witnesses like Alice Laviolette, Dr. Samuels, Richard Gaffner, whatever, the fucking... Jodi herself, which again, that's the biggest mistake you can make, whether you're guilty or not. Even if you're innocent, it can make you look bad and open yourself up to certain things that are undesirable in such a way that, I don't know. I'm pretty behind on editing, actually, to the point where I just have been too lazy to transfer the shit off of here. So like every 2 weeks I'll edit like 2 videos that are both like 9 hours each. And so every 2 weeks I do that, and that's enough to typically catch up. And the editing process is relatively easy because all I do is just cut it down in such a way that like there's no video editing to do because there is no video. Although maybe I should start using some other art for it. Like the thumbnails, at least I'll do like related to what the title of the video is or something. Or, you know, I could even react to some of my own stuff and then use that as a springboard for... But no, this is what it's about, is the objectivity and open-mindedness. Like, I can talk about anything, any amount, however long I want, jump from one topic to the next. Like, there's no real structure to it. It doesn't matter what I'm watching, even. I could use that as a springboard. Oh, shit, we lasted out the recess. At least I hear something. Seal of the state of Arizona, Great Seal of the state of Arizona. You'd call the seal great, but not the state. That's an insult. Why not seal of the great state of Arizona? 1912. Ditat deuce. I don't know what that means. Deuce could mean 2. Among other things, like, yeah, that's what Jason Tatum named his kid, is Deuce Tatum. You don't think that's something that's gonna... If I give him an ankle breaker when he becomes an NBA player, I could say I dropped a deuce, haha. Like, you're really opening him up to certain things. The only real loud courtroom laugh we have in this trial is the thing. Like, the Jose Baez had that in when he says objection, overruled. Like, I love that moment. That deserves an edit to be made. I'm too lazy to actually do it, though. Or I'm not good at really doing them. Like, it would be called fear the man who smiles or laughs in the face of adversity. And it would be him doing that, like, objection, overruling his own objection, which is sort of a way to complain that he's being overruled too much and maybe unfairly. But it didn't matter. He wasn't mad about it. He wasn't salty. He wasn't bitter. He wasn't passive-aggressive. He was determined. And he said, fuck this shit. I'm going to win the trial anyway. Look at him laughing. Even Casey Anthony's shaking her head like... But, you know, take it seriously, man. But you don't get to tell him nothing, dude. You don't know who you're dealing with, bro. You just don't get it. You don't understand. All this is sort of the boring part, but I'm sure some of the people who work in the court enjoy this too, like the court reporter and stuff. Who's going to really go back and catch their mistakes too on the whole fucking thing? What are we looking at? I love when they do this, like, ask a witness whether they can see and hear, whether they can just tell you what you're looking at. Like, do we really need an expert witness to tell us, oh yeah, there's a car, there's a door, there's a fucking house? I would have never known. What's the zip code? What's the fucking penal code? What's the property zoning fucking... How much school tax do they pay? How much property tax do they pay? Has the body ever been buried in the backyard? What kind of washer and dryer do they have? What kind of microwave do they have? Like, we need you to tell us everything because we're too fucking stupid to figure it out ourselves. Looks more blue from that particular thing. Looks blue though. What the fuck are you talking about black? Like, this is such a good RP sort of thing. ASMR lawyering. Like a light switch? I don't know. Objection calls for speculation. This is a bicycle. This is a car. This is a tire. This is a door. This is a wall. This is a pen. This is a... What the... Yeah, you could say that. What is this? This is a pen. It's a pen. That's what you're holding. That's what this is. Oh, you mean what you're pointing at with the pen. Oh, yeah, tell us what kind of washer and dryer. What kind of toilet seat does he have? What kind of toothpaste does he use? You never know what could be relevant until years later, and Jose Baez pulls the theory out of his behind, even if it's God level. You see, some of his questioning is almost condescending. You know what a light switch is? So how was Jodi able to sneak in and out of his house so much? He liked it. See, the same way she says, he always guilted me, but I liked it. And in some ways, he did do that over text and call. You can hear that and see that, right? So it's actually not entirely untrue. So Jodi had a guilting fetish that Travis guilted her, but she liked it. And then Jodi sort of stalked Travis, but he sort of liked it because he kept sleeping with her and kept entertaining it and letting her in. And so letting her do that. So, Travis had a stalking fetish and didn't stop it. Jodi had, because it's not hard to stop. Just stop talking to them, stop seeing them, block their number, say, fuck you, I'm not going to deal with you. Like, what can they do aside from murder you? But even then, you're stringing them along too much. Because, yeah, it's like, oh, well, Jodi just wouldn't leave him alone. But it's not like Jodi wouldn't leave him alone. You can get a restraining order, or even, like, you're in a position to not don't play along and keep sleeping with her. To the day he died, he was still doing it. There's a good lesson in the story of lust that the Mormon Church would do, that we're going to delete, or we're going to use it as a reason to say that, oh, if they didn't lust and sin, everything would have been fine, as if married couples don't kill each other or do anything wrong ever. Like, we can look at every one of these cases we can look at every one of these cases as a reasoning for. Oh, this is good. I actually just came. Okay, so we look at the Jodi Arias trial is a case of lust. That's the reason why the murder was committed, out of lust. That they're sleeping together. It brings up all this emotion, and that makes her do what she does. And she's jealous of Marie Hall and wants a serious relationship, and he's playing with her feelings. So lust is the sin that caused the crime of Jodi killing Travis. The Darrell Brooks trial was wrath. He was angry, and he drove everybody over, and he had that angry look, as you see as flashes of that in court. So Darrell Brooks got angry and wrathful, and so the sin of wrath is the cause of that one. Casey Anthony was the sin. That one's a little hard to define, actually. Let me think. It's lust, gluttony, envy, wrath. It could be envy, actually. Maybe she was envious. It could be either envy or sloth. Envy because she was jealous of the attention her daughter was getting, or sloth because she didn't want to deal with the responsibility associated with it. And then the Chandler Halderson one is definitely sloth because he didn't want to get a job, or he didn't want to deal with whatever responsibilities, right, and keep up his lies and stuff. So we have lust, sloth, envy. So which ones are missing? Gluttony, pride, greed, and we did lust, envy. Let me think of some other trials. Like O.J. Simpson was kind of lust/wrath, right, that caused it. This is an interesting way to look at cases. Like, so you're basically passing the buck to them. I'm trying to think, like, what are some other cases that we've seen? Like, Chandler Halderson is a great example of sloth. If he was just harder working or something. So greed is any time like somebody's doing it for the money. You could say that's Amber Heard did it for greed. Although, yeah, I guess that's fine. And then what else? The Alex Jones one is sort of... I don't know actually what... Yeah, gluttony would be pretty rare. Like just... I guess drug use. If somebody is similar, like you're obsessed with drugs or something. It wouldn't be about food. Like I murdered you over food. I mean, it's probably happened, but I'm dead. Gluttony, pride would be the ones that are left. I mean, you could say pride is in a lot of these, but it's got to be somebody like super accomplished who Quercus Alba, fictional, but that's like out of pride. I feel like I can get away with it. And I can, because I'm better than everybody, and I'm smarter than everybody. So try to catch me, and you won't be able to. And I'm just a god. And he's kind of right. Overnight, basically. Okay, if you threw away everything so well, like the gun and the thing, the gun and the knife, why not bring the camera too? Showing a lot of Jodi here. We don't need to see her face. I'm trying to think, like, what would be truly a prideful court case. I guess OJ could sort of be like that, but that's more like envy and lust and wrath, not really Full Metal Alchemist taught me the 7 deadly sins, which it really didn't, but the way it portrays them is pretty good. Look at all the work you put these people through, as would be in any case, but like, see, I don't have any trouble driving like this, but it leads to, if there's some emergency or unexpected event, then I'll be caught off guard because I'm not fully paying attention, like enough to just do what I'm doing. But if somebody fucks up and something's happening, right, that wouldn't normally happen, that's all it would take, as if I should have to overcompensate for their mistakes. You just don't want to misspeak and get caught on a perjury charge or something. But I could also react to that. That would be kind of crazy. I guess you can't really do that though. Like, I could do reactions to 2 girls, 1 cup. I guess I could still do it, but I wouldn't show it. But like on the extreme thing, like, do all kind of, like, I could do Omegle, because you wouldn't normally be able to do that in, you know, you're not allowed to do it on Twitch, which is kind of unfair, because yes, it can lead to somebody just showing their dick or something, but you can't stereotype too much. They just don't want to run into that issue, I guess. Any sort of video. That thing is so fucking noisy. ASMR camera plastic rumbling, as if it wouldn't get damaged in doing this. Now you're going to hand this off to every other witness in the existence. It just becomes a revolving door where you ask every witness the same thing. Point to the thing, identify what she's wearing, the defendant, and everybody has to do that, and everybody has to fucking do the same thing. So what, the purpose of that was just... Inside the washing machine or inside the camera still? Yeah, you did so well with the murder weapons. It's a real shame you didn't. Real shame you didn't do anything here. Square rectangular blue thing. Like, logically, why couldn't you take the camera? Like, oh, what if somebody stops you and looks at it? But why would they? When you have a gun and a knife, you would assume nobody's going to do that anyway. So it's one of those sunk cost fallacy moments. Like, oh no, what if somebody finds the camera? But what if somebody finds the gun? What if somebody finds the knife? Like, she had certain good instincts, though, of what she did after, like washing up, cleaning up, doing the thing, doing the disposing of the weapons and giving the phone message. Like, she did what she could. If she didn't stab him 27 times, she might have had a better chance. But that's what you should be thinking about. Not that, oh, there's anything wrong with killing him, even though there is. But that, oh, we have, just if I stab him once and kill him, then it'll look better for me if we go to court. And then I could actually make the case for self-defense, as if you couldn't still do both and go over the top. Killing him could have been self-defense, but then you mutilated a corpse in a way that is unjustified.